More states, including the pivotal state of Pennsylvania, when Election Night 2024 continues on ABC.
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+. Watch again.
Come again?
And again. And again at home.
Hit me again. It's perfect!
Deadpool and Wolverine streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Suspect is on the roof, requesting backup.
2 daring rescues.
Someone's got to go down there.
1 new hero.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time.
911, all new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Frosted Flakes good? They're great. Great.
You're still great, Grandpa.
See? Told ya.
They're great.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
This ship is heaven. There should be no guilt on a pleasure cruise. Doctor, it's your job to keep everybody alive.
No pulse. She's in VFib. 1, 2, 3. Clear.
I have a pulse.
You're gonna be okay.
"2020 is all new."
The night Karen was last seen, she went to a Halloween party.
This woman goes missing.
What lurks in the shadows
A patrolman comes across not 1, but 2 smashed phones.
can be very real.
And there he was, in my backyard, in the middle of the night.
Only 2020 with the full story.
How big a deal was this trial?
I'm sorry. Why is this happening?
From those at the center of it all new 2020, now streaming on Hulu. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
You're a single mom pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. I'm just out here super copping.
ABC Election Night.
When we fight, we win! We will soon be a great nation again.
Who will be your next president? Election Night. This is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night Live. You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Now 8 p.m. in the east, the polls have now closed in half the country, including the critical battleground states of Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. At this hour, you can see Pennsylvania. The numbers are not coming in yet. 19 electoral votes from that state alone. We're getting reports of long lines. The Harris campaign encouraging particularly young voters, too, at some of these universities to stay in line. They have celebrities FaceTiming with them, engaging with the voters in those lines. Really, 90% of the time, the person running, if you win Pennsylvania, you win the presidency, and the map becomes very difficult if either one of these does not win the state of Pennsylvania. So we'll come back to that as soon as the numbers start coming in. Take a look at North Carolina as another key battleground. 16 electoral votes right now. Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump with 5% of the vote in, 51, almost 52% there to 47% Donald Trump. In Georgia tonight, 16 electoral votes, and as you can see, Trump up by about 10 points right now, 33% of the vote in. Rick Klein pointing out that a number of the votes that have been accounted for so far come from deep red rural counties in Georgia, but we're going to watch that very closely. We do have a key state that used to be a battleground where we can now declare a winner. ABC News Now projecting that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida, his home state. Florida, popular Florida governor there, Ron DeSantis as well, who ran against Donald Trump in the primary. Donald Trump will pick up the 30 electoral votes from his home state of Florida. That's with 77% of the vote coming in. Donald Trump also winning tonight, Tennessee, 11 electoral votes there. He won it in 2020, wins it again. Missouri, Donald Trump picks up 10 more electoral votes. Donald Trump wins the state of Alabama, 9 electoral votes from Alabama. In Oklahoma tonight, one of the most Republican states in the country, Donald Trump picks up another 7 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris wins in the solidly Democratic state of Massachusetts, 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden, of course, won there handily by 33 points 4 years ago. Vice President Kamala Harris winning the state of Maryland tonight, 10 electoral votes there. We're going to be watching that Senate race very closely. The District of Columbia tonight, 3 electoral votes. The winner, Vice President Kamala Harris. In Illinois tonight, we're watching the raw numbers coming in. Obviously, too early to call. As soon as we got numbers on the board, we'll go back to that. 19 electoral votes up for grab. New Jersey, not a winner yet, 14 electoral votes. The polls have just closed in Connecticut as well. They've closed in Mississippi. They've closed in Maine. And in New Hampshire, a lot of talk about New Hampshire in these recent days. Kamala Harris had held a commanding lead in some of the polls. As it got closer to Election Day, some of those polls tightened, so there'll be some interest in New Hampshire tonight. In Rhode Island, they just closed the polls there. 4 electoral votes up for grabs. In Delaware, 3 electoral votes up for grabs. They've just closed the polls there. Let's take a look at the map so far. Kamala Harris winning 3 states in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump picking up 8 states tonight. As you can see, the electoral count right there on your screen, 27 to 90 on the race to 270. We do have a key Senate race we want to call at this hour. ABC News can also project that Rick Scott, the senator from Florida, will return to the Senate. He'd been seeking a second term. He will return to the Senate to represent Florida. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election continues right here live on ABC.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come. Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president?
I pledge to be a president for all Americans.
Our country will be greater than ever before.
On this historic night, with the stakes so high.
When we fight, we win!
We will make America great again.
Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back tonight. We're so glad you're here for ABC News Live election night coverage. Polls in 25 states are now closed, including the must-win state of Pennsylvania at this hour. Vice President Kamala Harris, former President Donald Trump, both relying on Pennsylvania to try to win the White House. At this hour, millions of voters remain in line, waiting to cast their ballots in what many consider to be one of the most high-stakes elections in recent history. Again, Mary Bruce reporting in our last hour that the Harris campaign working to keep those voters in line in Pennsylvania, the all-important must-win state, really, for both campaigns. Let's get right to Lindsay Davis, who've been diving into the exit polls from Pennsylvania. So curious to hear what the voters are saying.
Of course, as is expected with the Keystone State, to the victor go the spoils, right? And so we're really paying attention to what happens here. This is a state that obviously has flip-flopped the last 3 presidential elections. When Obama, then it went for Trump, then it went for Biden. It is up for grabs tonight. Look, so far with the independent vote, 24% of those who voted in Pennsylvania identify as independent voters. Highly coveted group here. So far, breaking toward Donald Trump. 50% of those independent voters in Pennsylvania saying that they went for Donald Trump compared to 44% for Kamala Harris. But look, I want to talk about some significant turning points. There have been a number of them, obviously, in this election, okay? But let's start in particular here, Madison Square Garden just a few weeks ago. You have 580,000 registered Latino voters in the state of Pennsylvania, half of them Puerto Rican. There were those offensive comments that were made during Madison Square Garden during that rally. Look at this, the Hispanic vote, 57%. Going for Kamala Harris. Again, the preliminary, these numbers will change throughout the night, but significant portion of the Hispanic voters in Pennsylvania going for Kamala Harris compared to 42% for Donald Trump. Now, she is underperforming slightly. Biden won 15% of the Latino vote in 2020. But here's where she's overperforming. Look at this. For the union voters, now 19% of those voters in Pennsylvania identified as part of the union, or they have a household member who's part of the union. 56% going for Kamala Harris. Trump is actually down 8 points from where he was in 2020.
Really interesting, but that number on independents has got to be a little concerning. I know those are preliminary exit polls for the Harris campaign so far. Let's get right over to Rick Klein. Have any of the numbers come in on Pennsylvania yet?
Yeah, actually, we've heard from officials in Pittsburgh that they'd be fast, and they kept true to their word. A little bit of a surprise because we often wait for the big cities. It's not all the vote there, about a quarter of it, but as expected, you're seeing Kamala Harris open up a bit of a lead there. That's where she needs to win. And of course, this part of the vote right now is almost all early by mail vote. You'd expect her to be winning voters like this. So that's the first numbers we're seeing, and that accounts for all of the lead that we see right now. We're also seeing some very early numbers in Philadelphia, another place where Kamala Harris needs to run up big numbers. And of course, she's doing that so far tonight. This is an interesting one because Joe Biden actually did a little less well than Hillary Clinton did in the city of Philadelphia. Harris, again, very early, doing slightly better. And the story in Pennsylvania, a little different than in some other states. This is the share of the electorate that was Democrat versus Republican in 2024. You see it was a 20-point edge. It was bigger last time around, but that amounts to a huge margin, a couple 100,000 votes that the Democrats almost certainly banked before Election Day, a relatively smaller share of those unaffiliated voters in Pennsylvania. So early vote was more of a bright spot for Democrats. And in the early numbers we see so far in Pennsylvania, that's bearing out.
Yes, it wasn't a huge margin going into today, but definitely a margin that they were glad to have for the Harris campaign. Let's go back to Allegheny County, if you would. They said they would be early. They've got a good batch of votes in already. Just give us that metric, that benchmark, where both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump need to be at this point in Allegheny County.
Sure, because you need to win in the cities if you're a Democrat. The benchmark there, Kamala Harris needs to be getting almost 60% of the vote. Right now, she's well into the 70s. You can see it kind of tracks where Democrats have been the last couple election cycles when Hillary Clinton narrowly lost, Joe Biden narrowly won. Again, because this is the mail vote, it's the early by mail vote, it's going to trend a little more blue than this county is likely to land. But that's the trend we're seeing in a bunch of states tonight.
We'll come back to Pennsylvania in a moment. I don't want to leave you yet, Rick. Let's look at North Carolina and Georgia, bring people up to speed here, where we are in those battlegrounds.
Yeah, we're just starting to see some vote out of North Carolina, only about 7% in right now. Greenville is one of the places that we have our eyes on. Kamala Harris right now running a little bit below Joe Biden and right now slightly below where her benchmark would be. Also, this is the research triangle up in Orange County. This is the University of North Carolina. That's big for Kamala Harris, and it needs to be big for Kamala Harris. So when you look at a 50-point lead, remember that's about what she needs to be doing in that county. And then in Georgia, look, we're seeing a good amount of the vote in now, a little bit more than a third, and the first numbers are coming in now from the Atlanta metro area. Fulton County has put in some of their vote. This is going to be some of the early vote, and we can see Harris opening up a very big lead that cut the deficit that we've seen so far. Maybe more interesting than that, though, is going to be counties like Fayette. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the night. Kamala Harris is down narrowly there, but look at what happened the last couple of election cycles there. Hillary Clinton was getting less than 40% of the vote. Joe Biden's number jumps up to 45. Harris's number is now approaching 50. And that's the kind of place that she needs to overperform if you're going to keep Georgia in that column. The inverse of that is some of the redder counties up around a little bit further outside Atlanta. Cherokee County, Donald Trump netting 50,000 votes so far. That, again, comports almost exactly with the 538 average. So he is no doubt hitting his marks in some more rural areas, running up big numbers. And we're seeing her perform pretty well in some major cities and the suburbs where he has numbers so far.
Can you show us the metric with the circles so we get a sense in Georgia, at least at this hour, where we got to get vote? Yeah. This is really telling. Everyone at home should take a look at this. It just shows you that Atlanta metro area, which looms so large, that just gives you an idea of the percentage of the vote that still has to come in, because we're only looking at 37% of the vote in. Kamala Harris 43 to Donald Trump's 56, a commanding lead. But again, as Rick points out, a lot of this comes from the rural counties where Donald Trump is performing at the benchmark where he needs to be in order to pull off a Georgia victory. Again, Biden won it by about 11,000 votes 4 years ago. Of course, President Trump would like to take that victory this time around. Back to Pennsylvania, because it is 8 o'clock here in the East, 10 minutes past 8 o'clock. The Keystone State, the polls have just closed there. I want to get to Matt Gutman. Matt, what are you hearing on the ground as far as both campaigns and what they made of the turnout they saw today?
I think they're going to be pretty pleased by the numbers that Rick just talked about in Allegheny County and specifically in Philadelphia. Maybe the early mail-in ballot might even it out some, but they really need to be making those gains. in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the places where they are strong, running up the score there, and then try to poach some of those votes from the more rural counties here. So they are going to be pleased by that. But one of the things that we are seeing, David, are these very long lines in some of the key battleground counties. I've spoken to election officials in 11 of the battleground counties. In one of them, Northampton County, they're looking at 7-hour waits to vote. Polling machines went down there. An election official in nearby Lackawanna County or Luzerne County didn't show up for an hour and a half this morning, delaying the vote by an hour and a half. They went to court. They extended the vote there. One of the things that elections officials here have been telling me about for well over about 2 weeks, they're concerned about the threat environment here. There have been a lot of threats, and one of the major things that they think that the electorate forgets is the human factor. There are human beings who are running these machines, who are running these polling stations, and they want people to remember that there will be times that somebody forgets to plug in the machine or doesn't turn on the lights outside in the parking lot, and that doesn't mean that there is conspiracy, and it doesn't mean that there is fraud, but already the Trump campaign jumping back on that, telling or making allegations on Twitter that there has been fraud here in Philadelphia, specifically something that the DA has said is just not happening. Also, Governor Josh Shapiro has been telling me for days that the allegations of fraud, a blatant lie, he says, David.
Matt Gupton in Pennsylvania tonight for us. Matt, thanks so much. I do want to call another state here for Donald Trump, South Carolina. We can announce ABC News projecting at this hour. Donald Trump wins the state of South Carolina, 9 electoral votes. In the state of South Carolina, obviously that was safe GOP. He won by 12 points back in 2020. It was expected that he would win again this time, and he has. He's picked up the state of South Carolina. What more do we know about Pennsylvania, Rick? Anything more coming in?
We haven't seen much new yet, but we're starting to see it begin to roll in. I've been keeping an eye on this. This is a state that actually votes mostly on Election Day, so that's why we're going to wait for the most part. But as what we've seen so far of the early vote, it is overwhelmingly Kamala Harris, a 50-point margin. And again, this is an area where, a state where the Democrats almost certainly banked a lot of votes before Election Day. We are seeing that bear out very early tonight.
Rick Klein, thanks. Over at the big board. We're coming back to Rick in just a moment. We have another race we can call tonight. This comes from North Carolina. Not the presidential race, but the race for governor in that state. Roy Cooper, obviously, he's term limited. The Democrat, Josh Stein, the attorney general in that state, will now become the governor of North Carolina. Josh Stein beats Mark Robinson, lieutenant governor. He was the Republican. He'd been endorsed by Donald Trump, John Carl Donald Trump. When asked about Mark Robinson and the reporting from CNN about some of the things that Mark Robinson had called himself and the websites that he had frequented, Donald Trump said, I don't know much. I haven't heard about that guy or heard about that race. I'm not really watching it.
Yeah, before that, he called him Martin Luther King on steroids and campaigned with him. But once that story came out, Donald Trump quickly disowned him and made it clear he wanted nothing to do with him.
Now, as far as the presidential race in that state, you know, I'm sure the Harris campaign is hoping for some of the wind from Josh Stein's win to help them, but because there was such a scandal on the other side with the governor's race, it wasn't expected to carry across the finish line necessarily.
I mean, the thing was, it kind of took the governor's race completely out of the picture. And what you count on when you are trying to win as a team is you need to get a big force out there. Democrats needing to get the votes out to win the governor's race as well as the presidential race. The governor's race was a non-factor. But look, Democrats think North Carolina was clearly the best chance to pick up a state that Donald Trump had won in 2020.
So let's take it, John, right over to Rachel Scott, because you've covered North Carolina. You were there with Donald Trump these last couple of days. And this is this whole notion of split tickets and whether or not Josh Stein and this victory we've called fairly early in the night, if that'll help bring Kamala Harris to the finish line in a state that the Trump campaign in late days became a little concerned about.
Yeah, again, in a state that Donald Trump won twice, both in 2016 and in 2020, the only battleground state where he's on defense tonight. David, I want to show you, just zooming in here on Greenville. This is Pitt County, and we have this compare button here where you can see how the gubernatorial candidates were doing here compared to the presidential candidates. So you can see in this county of Pitt, which is home to Greenville, Vice President Kamala Harris at 52%, Donald Trump at 46%. Look at where Stein is, the Democrat, 59, running ahead of Vice President Kamala Harris compared to Robinson, who was just at 37. Let's take a look at what this looks like statewide, David. You can see here, this is exactly why Stein pulling ahead here, performing better than Donald Trump in this state, a state that Donald Trump won twice. This is exactly why former President Donald Trump was not even campaigning with Robinson in this state after all that controversy came to light.
And while we have you there, let's look at the presidential race where it stands at this hour in North Carolina.
Yeah. So we just checked Greenville. Let's go back to it the county of Pitt here. Let's see how Vice President Kamala Harris is doing compared to President Biden. He was at 54%. She's at 52%. You have 75% of the vote in. Let's check the benchmark to see how she's performing. All right, so a little bit of ways to go here. Our 538 benchmark has her at 54. She's at 52 currently. Let's go take a look at the research triangle over here. Raleigh, Durham. Let's take a look at Orange County. 86% of the vote in. Vice President Kamala Harris at 75. Donald Trump at 20. Let's take a look at the benchmark, performing about right where she needs to be.
Interesting. All right, we're going to continue to watch North Carolina. Lindsay, you've got some exit polls from North Carolina. What are the voters saying there?
Sure do. And I think that there are a few things worth pointing out in North Carolina. 1/5 of the population actually lives in an area that was devastated by Hurricane Helene. There are a number of headlines that basically say there are a number of people who lost their homes, lost their possessions, but they are still turning out to vote and make their voices heard. Another thing that's significant, North Carolina is one of very few battleground states that has a significant portion of black population. 22% of the electorate is black. It's also home to the Research Triangle, so you have a number of college graduates there in North Carolina. That's where we'll begin with the white college grads. 31% of the electorate there identify as graduating from college, and they are breaking, no surprise there, for Kamala Harris, 52%. So more than half of those college grads going for Donald Trump, going for Kamala Harris. Versus, look at this. Donald Trump losing. He's down again. This is preliminary. These numbers will change. But what we have right now, he has lost 3 percentage points with those with college degrees in the state of North Carolina from where he was in 2020. Now, as for whites with no college, again, no surprise here. Donald Trump almost getting 3/4 of that population there. And again, whites with no college in North Carolina account for about 38% of the electorate. Now, look at this. Harris really taking some strides from where Biden was in 2020. She's up 6 points with those whites with no college degree. So very significant, something that they can celebrate tonight.
Well, according to the exit polls, we got to see if it bears out in the actual votes over on the map. And we're tracking North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Georgia at this hour. New data coming in, and we're going to get right back to the boards right after this. ABC News live coverage of the presidential election continues right here in a moment. Don't go away.
Your voice, your vote. ABC News Election Night 2024 continues in a moment.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. Woo! Woo! With everything you need to kick off the season. Woo! Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
What's up at DQ? 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets, all white meat chicken in your choice of wing famous flavors like honey barbecue or Parmesan garlic. Hurry in, wing joint flavor is at DQ. DQ, happy tastes good.
Lowe's knows that holiday list can stretch further than your budget. With My Lowe's Rewards, you get member deals and earn points when you shop, so you can get more and give more too. Join My Lowe's Rewards for free today. Lowe's knows how to help you holiday.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
America's #1 most-watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen. That's why it's called The what? The View.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime.
We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live, streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Tonight just opens my heart up again.
Welcome to the Golden Bachelorette Men Tell All.
To meet with you is a turning point in my life.
This is ABC News coverage of Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
We're so glad you're with us here on ABC News. You're looking live at the tracker of the battleground states tonight. As you can see, the key state of Georgia won by President Biden 4 years ago by just about 11,000 votes. Donald Trump leading Kamala Harris by about 10 points there. Again, many of this is rural counties of the Atlanta metro area. We're waiting for a significant amount of the vote to come in. North Carolina at this hour, Kamala Harris with the lead. Again, it's still early, and this is a reflection in large part of the early vote. And Rick Klein standing by in a moment. He'll break that down, why that is. And of course, Pennsylvania, the polls closing there just 21 minutes ago. Mary Bruce reporting there are long lines. The campaign trying to keep Harris voters in line to encourage them to get their voice heard. Kamala Harris taking the early lead there in Pennsylvania. But again, very early in the night in these states. But we are getting more data in from North Carolina, Rick. And what does it tell us?
Yeah, right now Harris has a mild lead. It's mostly the early vote, and that is about 3/4 of the vote overall. And you can see she's leading by about 9 points among early voters. That's the margins that she's racking up. One of the counties we have a lot of information on, it's Orange County, where UNC is. It's a college town. That is going very, very blue for Kamala Harris, but she is just about hitting that 538 benchmark, just about doing what she needs to do in that county.
Rick Klein, we're at the big board tracking North Carolina. We're going to get new data in from Pennsylvania in a moment. We'll go back to Georgia as well. We're going to take a break for your local news. They're going to update you on your local races, and then the whole team standing by. A lot of numbers just coming in these key battleground states. We'll see you in just a couple of minutes here. Stay tuned. Don't go away.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a carry in it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
When you're 61 years old, you have very few opportunities to change your life. This time, I have to be ready. This is about everybody like me. I see a future, which is not what I felt like for a really long time. I don't feel invisible now.
Yo, partner.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new next Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News, and the race to the White House, our election coverage is well underway. Polls already closing in some key states, including crucial battleground Pennsylvania. We are seeing results come in from several states now. Let's take a look at some of the major ones. ABC News now projecting Trump will win South Carolina, Florida, and West Virginia. ABC News also projecting Harris wins Maryland, Massachusetts, and D.C. Now to the nationwide numbers. With 13% of the vote in, Trump in the lead with about 53% reporting. Of course, this is on the road to 270. Now to our Jay O'Brien. He is outside Palm Beach County Convention Center in Florida, where former President Trump's watch party is taking place. Jay, what's the feeling there?
Yeah, Kira, there is this sense of optimism here. There is this sense that the night is early and that there are votes to still be counted in must-win states, particularly Pennsylvania. One other state emerging at this hour from both Republicans and Democrats that I've talked to, though, where there is a lot of attention, and there's a lot of attention across every single swing state, but two states to keep an eye on. North Carolina, a lot of attention from both parties that I've talked to, but also Wisconsin. There's a feeling from both Republicans and Democrats that I've chatted with that there is an intensity of looking at Wisconsin. I've even talked to some Democrats who said that they were checking the classes schedules at places like the University of Wisconsin to see when students would get out of class and possibly go to the polls and cast a ballot for Kamala Harris. That's the sense that some Democrats have, and Republicans that I've talked to, too, of how close this race will be in some of those blue wall states where Kamala Harris really needs to have some momentum, Kira.
All right, Jay O'Brien will be talking a lot throughout the night. Thank you. And let's take a look now at Pennsylvania and where it stands this hour. Polls there have been closed for nearly 30 minutes with 8% reporting. Harris in the lead at about 77%. Let's check in with our Matt Gutman, who's in Philly. Matt, the Keystone State, the last stop of the campaign trail for both Harris and Trump. How are election officials there feeling right now?
And it was 13 hours of voting and now a lot of hours of nail biting and waiting for these officials, Kira. I would say that they're a little bit wary right now. There has been concern throughout this process and leading up to tonight that there would be violence. A primary concern for many of the officials I spoke to in the key battleground counties is that somebody would be hurt. That was their first concern. Second concern is that there would be destruction or violence at facilities. And third is that they would get the count in on time. It went peacefully today. Everybody's happy about that, but they're warning about the human factor. There were some early snafus that caused long lines. They just want people to know it's not a conspiracy. There is no fraud afoot. The elections, they say, have gone smoothly today. Kira.
All right, our Matt Gutman there in Philly. Matt, we'll be talking through the night as well. Let's take it now to Eva Pilgrim. She is at Howard University here in Washington, D.C., where Vice President Kamala Harris is awaiting the results. Eva?
Kira, I got to tell you, people here at Howard University are having a good time here tonight. You can hear the Howard University Gospel Choir performing here behind us. And this kind of gives you the feel of what Harris's rallies have been like in the last several days. They have been like a festival. They have been a coming together. We're here in the yard at Howard, which is a gathering place for students and the community here where people come together. And, you know, it's really interesting that she chose to be here at Howard. A lot of candidates choose to be in their home state, but she refers to Howard as coming home, Kira.
All right, our Eva Pilgrim. Thank you so much, Eva. I'm Kira Phillips. Thanks so much for joining us. Hope you'll stay with us here at ABC News. Our team will be bringing you election results all night long, led by our David Muir, so don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live, ABC November 20th.
ABC Election Night.
When we fight, we win! We will soon be a great nation again.
Who will be your next president? Election Night. This is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Wherever news breaks.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
This is an ABC News special. Election Night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live election night coverage. Now 8:30 here in the East. Polls in Arkansas are now closed as well. They are closed in 3 of the key battleground states. As you know, we're tracking them. Pennsylvania, North Carolina and Georgia, 26 states in all now with results coming in, and we're going to continue to track them. We do have a winner in this half hour. We want to declare that Arkansas, ABC News projecting that Donald Trump has picked up the 6 electoral votes in the state of Arkansas. I want to drill down on Pennsylvania with Rick Klein over at the big board. And Rick, let's pull up some of these counties because we are starting to get additional data. First thing are the collar counties around Philadelphia. There's been so much focus on the suburbs of Philadelphia and whether or not Kamala Harris could pick off some of these Republican women in particular, independent women. And I'm curious how both sides are doing right now.
Yeah, no surprise that Philadelphia is going to go big for Harris, but the suburbs are a little bit more of a question. There's some more Democratic-leaning suburbs like Delaware County, Delco. That's an area where our projections are that Kamala Harris has to get about 60% of the vote. She's at 75. Now, we should note this is mostly early by mail votes so far, so we'd expect that to be very Democratic-leaning. But we're going to be talking a lot about these counties, I think, tonight. This is a really interesting one. Bucks County is a place that we've seen Democrats grow their vote share. Donald Trump doing a lot worse than he did 4 years ago, a little worse than he did in 2016. You see how Biden was able to jump 3 points in a place that's about 5-6% of the vote across the state. Right now, Harris netting about 14,000 votes out of Bucks. It is still very early. We have less than 10% of the total vote in. But as these counties come in, you start to see some interesting trends emerge where Kamala Harris, in that early vote that's in, hitting beyond where Joe Biden did and beyond where the 538 benchmark.
This is one of those sort of boomerang counties, right? Northampton being watched very closely.
That's right. That's right.
Because it flipped. It went to Trump. It went from Trump to Biden.
That's right.
And now, obviously, Kamala Harris is trying to win that county as well. Let's look up at Luzerne County, Lackawanna County. Obviously, Joe Biden's sort of home turf.
Yeah, we don't have any vote. No vote in yet, but these are going to be interesting ones to watch.
How about Allegheny County back to Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Pittsburgh. We're seeing about 30% of the vote in, and it's almost all early by mail vote. That is 100,000 votes. That's about half of the margin that Harris has netted so far. Is coming out of that one county, again, ahead of where Biden was, pointing to that interesting bright spot in early vote that we saw for Democrats in Pennsylvania.
We're going to be looking at the rural portions of Pennsylvania too, Terry, because you've reported on this extensively. And Donald Trump is going to have to keep that rural vote right at where it was or improve upon it if he wants to make up for the loss 4 years ago, 80,000 or so votes.
Exactly, and that is his strength, and he looks like he's doing well in rural places. But one thing we heard, I went to York County here down in the southeastern part of the state. That's a Republican county, but the Democrats there have made a concerted effort to reach out to rural Democrats up in the northern part of that county. And these are Democrats who first found each other. And you're seeing that a lot, too. These self-starting organizations, get-out-the-vote organizations that Democrats have, Force Multiplier, Indivisible, a lot of them around the country. And he told us that up in the north, that organization, which they've now coordinated with, they got 20,000 people to knock on 20,000 doors, and they're pumped up there. And they're also coordinated with the national campaign as well. They're hoping that across the state, that get out the vote effort, not in the cities where Democrats are strong, but in those rural areas, can make a difference in a state that's going to be as close as it is.
Let me look over to Erie County. Do you have anything from Erie yet, Rick? Not to take you back over to Pennsylvania, but
love Pennsylvania. We're going to be talking a lot about it, no question. Yeah, Erie is interesting because up there in the northwest corner of the state, we have almost no vote in right now. But that is your classic boomerang county, someplace that Barack Obama was winning, Donald Trump won, Joe Biden brought back to his column.
All right, we'll be tracking that. Lindsay, you've got some exit polls, particularly when it comes to women voters in Pennsylvania.
Yes, and I think that this is significant where we're talking about on a national level, white women could very well decide this election. They are the largest voting bloc, 59 million voters strong. And what's interesting, I think you mentioned it earlier in the evening, but it bears repeating, that white women haven't actually voted for a Democratic president since Bill Clinton in 1996. Even Hillary Clinton only was able to get 43% of the female vote. So let's see what's happening in Pennsylvania with the female voters. 53% of those, again, this is preliminary, 53% of those voters say that they are women, and they are breaking in favor of Kamala Harris by 55% compared to Donald Trump. This is roughly about the same with where women were for Joe Biden in 2020. White women in particular, white women make up 42%, again based on these preliminary polls, and 48% of the white women voting for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is beating her out when it comes to white women. Now, what makes this election potentially different from the past is that this is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned. You have abortion on 10 states. Abortion is on the ballot in 10 states. 2 of them, with Nevada and Arizona, are battleground states. So will abortion make a difference in this election?
Do you have a metric there that compares white women from Biden 4 years ago and how she's...
It's roughly the same. We don't actually have it in a graph form, but she's running about the same as Biden so far. 2% better than where Biden was in 2020.
2%. And in a very tight race, though, that could make all the difference. And, Martha, there has been significant outreach, in particular to suburban white women in Pennsylvania.
Absolutely. She absolutely needs those suburban white women in Pennsylvania, across all of the battleground states, of course, but particularly there. And those women, the women I've talked to in Pennsylvania, in those battleground states, all over the place, it is Donald Trump's language that is turning them off. And Kamala Harris is taking full advantage of that. She's reminding voters the kinds of things Donald Trump has said, like, I want to protect women whether they like it or not. He calls her names. He calls her retarded. He calls her names that are very offensive to female voters. But they are also a voting bloc that gets out there. And when you look at those long lines that we've been talking about tonight, and the Trump campaign and the Harris campaign trying to get those people to stay in line, women are very, very motivated and very angry. Women I've talked to in these states about what Donald Trump has said, they may stay in those lines. Those low propensity male voters that Donald Trump has gone after, those younger voters who don't usually vote, will they stay in those lines? But we have just seen that massive gender gap.
Yeah, really interesting. And you heard the warning, Mary Bruce, from Nikki Haley in recent days, particularly after Madison Square Garden, that the sort of bromance or the bro presentation of some of these rallies, she reminded, she was sending out a message to the Trump campaign that, remember, women vote.
Absolutely. And that is what the Kamala Harris campaign is banking on, that women will come out and vote, especially Republican women, especially in Pennsylvania. They have made a huge push for those hidden Harris voters that we had been talking about, for those dissatisfied Republican voters. I think back to an event in Bucks County just a couple weeks ago where Harris was standing there on stage with over 100 Republican officials and aides to former Republican presidents, making the argument, echoing the argument that Liz Cheney has made to Republican women, that you can come out, put country above party, and you don't have to tell anyone about your vote. And also, one other thing that Terry was pointing on, the ground operation in Pennsylvania is just massive, and it is something that the Harris campaign is eager to tout. But it's not just the size of their ground game, it is where it is. They have a lot of offices, 16 of them across the state, in Republican counties that Donald Trump won by double digits last time. And they feel that that is that kind of mobilization effort that is going to make a big difference, especially when it comes to reaching those Republican voters and Republican women.
John Carl, there's been so much reporting on this. You heard the Julia Roberts voiced ad in recent days as well, that basically encouraged women to go in there and to vote however they'd like, reminding them that their vote is sacred, and also no one will ever know how you voted. Now, whether or not that actually bears out at the end of the night or end of these couple of days that we're covering this election, we'll see. But it got under Donald Trump's skin.
Yeah, and look, let's be clear. One reason why it got under Donald Trump's skin is he knows what we know, which is if Kamala Harris wins this election, it's going to be because of women voters. It's going to be because of that gender gap. And what's been striking to me in the final days of this campaign is the Trump campaign and his supporters have been explicit in their effort about trying to drive up the male vote. I've never really seen anything quite like it. Stephen Miller, who of course is one of his closest advisors, was out today on Twitter saying, any men out there, if you know any men who haven't voted, get them to the polls. I mean, I've never really seen that. They are trying to, what they are pointing to is the gender gap on the other side of the gender gap. They want to drive men up enough to compensate for the fact that they're going to lose women so much.
Is that a winning formula, Reince Priebus, to just focus so heavily on the male gender gap?
Well, I mean, look, if that's what you have, if that's your best option, if that's what you've got going that's going to get you the most votes, then I would say you've got to go for it. I think one of the interesting things that we haven't talked about tonight was if you look at Osceola County in Florida, if you look at that county, you'll see that Donald Trump right now is winning that county. That is a very heavy Puerto Rican county. And if you go look at 2020, he lost that county by, 12, 13 points. It's a pretty amazing thing. The other thing that's going on right now is Virginia is about tied with about 40 to 45% of the vote in, which is one of the things that political folks out there look at because it's a pretty quick state. They close at 7 p.m. And for a lot of us, we look at Virginia to kind of get a sense on where things are at around the country.
And Rick, dive into some of these counties in Virginia, what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that is getting a lot of attention so far is Loudoun County. These are suburbs and kind of extended areas outside Washington, D.C. This is the part of the state that has made Virginia essentially a blue state at the national level. And it's a place that you can see Hillary Clinton getting about 56%. Joe Biden goes up to 61%. So far tonight, it's about 95% of the vote in. Harris is looking more like Hillary Clinton in Virginia. Now, she won the state as well, but that's not the kind of trend line you'd want. And again, these are highly educated suburban voters. These are places where you'd expect Harris to do extremely well. She's going to be hitting her benchmarks. I don't think it's a real concern in the Harris campaign right now. But as you know, that Donald Trump is going to be running up his numbers in more conservative parts of the state. This is where Reince is right, that it could be a warning sign for other trends we're seeing elsewhere in the country.
Or a tighter race than it was 4 years ago.
Definitely that. I mean, we can look at a state like Florida right now, which is going overwhelmingly Republican. I don't think we're going to see the same kind of a trend in Virginia, but we're not seeing Democrats overperform in the same way Republicans are in a red state of Florida.
Let's go to Whit Johnson at Trump headquarters. And on this reporting on the gender gap and this outreach to male voters, and in particular young men, and as you heard John Carl report just a moment ago, this 11th hour push. If you know any men out there, get out and vote.
Yeah, David, the Trump campaign has been laser focused on the young men. And in fact, they've been giving us updates throughout the evening. And they've said that some of the results coming in, and of course, Rick can check me on all of this, but saying that Latino men in some key areas are breaking for Trump. They've also said that Trump is doing better with women than Kamala Harris is doing with men. That's something that we heard from the Trump campaign with the early vote coming in. And I can tell you just anecdotally, as this crowd is starting to fill in here, the thousands of people who are going to be at this election night reception here, there are a lot of young men in the audience here. I was at Madison Square Garden with that big rally there, some 20,000 people, and I spoke to a lot of these young men and asked them what it was about Donald Trump that appealed to them. Many of them either weren't old enough to vote before or maybe didn't participate in politics in the past, but they were drawn to him for a variety of reasons. Immigration and the economy were a big part of it. A lot of these young men who feel like the middle-class American dream is difficult to achieve, difficult to reach. They felt like they could connect with Trump, and he was the man who could help them get there. But we've seen things like the podcast with Joe Rogan, Hulk Hogan, UFC President Dana White, Elon Musk around the Trump campaign. All of that has been an effort to draw young men in. And even Barron Trump, who is now 18 years old, by the way, Donald Trump's youngest son, who Donald Trump calls a tech genius, has actually been involved in very hands-on and trying to book some of these podcasts to appeal to young men. So the Trump campaign has gone all in. They have thousands of volunteers who are specifically focused on those low propensity voters, the voters who didn't participate in the past. And tonight will be a big test if that gamble pays off. David?
Whit Johnson at Trump headquarters in Florida. Whit Johnson, our thanks to you. And we're going to drill down on Latino voters, what we're seeing from the exit polls in Florida, what we could extrapolate nationwide, and how Kamala Harris is performing among Latino voters as well, in addition to the Trump campaign's outreach to try to peel away some of the Latino support for Joe Biden 4 years ago. And Maria Elena Salinas is standing by. What she's seeing in the numbers here tonight, too, right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential election continues right after this.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
To this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news. ABC Election Night.
When we fight, we win. We will soon be a great nation again.
Who will be your next president? Election Night. This is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night Live.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in too. I am in. I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
Votes are being counted, and tomorrow GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most,
a special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
Your voice, your vote. The race for the White House. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back. Let's go right to the path to 270, where things stand at this hour. Donald Trump picking up 10 states on the race to 270. Kamala Harris picking up 3 states and now stands at 27 electoral votes to 105 electoral votes. Again, early in the night. But I do want to drill down on what we're learning from Florida. There's been a lot of focus on Florida, which used to be a battleground state, now far more red than it was even just a decade ago. What are we seeing as far as Latino voters, Lindsay, in Florida?
This is kind of foreboding potentially for the Harris campaign. When you take a look at the Hispanic and Latino vote in Florida, 24%. They account for the electorate. Look at this. Donald Trump leading by 16 points over Kamala Harris. He's getting 57% of the vote. He's actually doing 11 points better with Latinos than he did in 2020. And Republicans actually haven't won the Latino vote since 2004. Now, some people might say, well, you know, there are a lot of Cuban voters in particular in Florida, but still, she's actually underperforming. And Cuban voters tend to go with Republicans, so that's not so unusual. But she's also underperforming with the Latino vote when it comes to battleground states of Georgia and also Pennsylvania.
So let's bring in Maria Elena Salinas, who knows this obviously very well. And she's with us here for our coverage tonight. Maria, what are you seeing as far as how Kamala Harris is doing among Latino voters, really across these battlegrounds?
Well, across the battleground states, and just let's remember that there are hundreds of thousands of Latino voters in all of the battleground states. And, you know, David, President Joe Biden did very well with Latino voters in 2020, with 65% of the vote versus 32% for then President Trump. And Vice President Harris' support among Hispanics is a bit lower. The latest ABC poll had Vice President Harris at 54% versus 39% for former President Trump. But it's not all bad news for Vice President Harris, because when she entered the race just over 100 days ago, the numbers were much lower. And she's been able to increase her numbers as Latino voters got to know her, especially women and young Latinas. She's been doing a lot of outreach with Latino voters across the country, hoping her own immigrant story will resonate with them. I think the challenge for her, David, has been that, like most voters, the top issues for Latinos are the economy, inflation, crime, and immigration. immigration. And we know that former President Trump does better on those issues. Now, there is anecdotal indications and some polling on Spanish language media that shows that the so-called joke at Madison Square Garden, calling Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage, has moved some Puerto Rican voters her way in Pennsylvania, home to over 400,000 Puerto Rican voters, as well as North Carolina and Georgia with hundreds of thousands. And here in Florida, where Puerto Ricans are the second largest Latino voting bloc, I know previous said that they were leaning towards Trump, but we have to wait till we see those results. There's also indication that the insult on Puerto Rico could have influence on other Latino voters who have expressed outrage at the incident in solidarity with Puerto Ricans. They say an insult to one of ours is an insult to all.
Maria Elena Salinas, I really appreciate that. Governor Christie, I wanted to bring this over to you because Florida really has changed over the course of several years here. And obviously a goal of the Trump campaign was to try to peel back some of this Latino support that Biden was successful with 4 years ago.
Well, let's look at a constant now over the last 14 years. And the constant over the last 14 years of Florida is Rick Scott. Right, so Rick Scott gets elected in 2010 by 1.5 points. He gets reelected by a point. Then he runs for the Senate. He wins by 13/100ths of a point. And tonight he's up by 12. What happened between 2018 and 2022? COVID. Florida has been invaded by conservative voters from blue states during COVID who felt that the blue state restrictions were too tight, and they left. And so to say that the electorate in Florida hasn't changed, it's changed drastically from 2018 to now. And for certainly Rick Scott's numbers show it. Rick Scott has never been a big winner in Florida. He's been a barely winner, 1.5 point, 13/100ths of a point. Now all of a sudden Rick Scott's winning by 12 tonight. What you're seeing is that electorate has changed because of COVID significantly in Florida. And that's why tonight you see the abortion referendum is losing. The marijuana legalization referendum is losing. All of that shows that it's trending much redder in Florida, and I believe it's the influx of people from 2020 to 2024, driven mostly by COVID.
And who are now calling Florida home.
Yep.
Let's go over to Rick Klein. Rick, let's check out Georgia. Where are we at this hour?
Yeah, we're starting to get a significant amount of vote in, almost 2/3 of the vote. And I'm starting to focus also on the vote margin between the candidates. Right now, Donald Trump by about 190,000 votes. There's still a lot of vote to go, especially in the Atlanta metro area. But we do have numbers out of Fulton County and DeKalb County. These are really the Democratic bases. Kamala Harris is doing about what she needs to do in some of these places. But if you move a little bit further out, you start to get a different portrait. Fayette County, we're keeping an eye on right now, a slight Trump edge, and big Trump numbers where he needs to be overperforming, hitting his benchmark almost exactly in Cherokee County, north of the city. The story so far really is the election day vote being heavily Republican. That's a problem for Kamala Harris because of the imbalance that we talked about in the early vote. We didn't have as much of a Democratic imbalance this time, so Democrats need to have a bigger election day. We're just not seeing signs of that yet. There's still a lot out, again, about 1/3 of the vote overall, but you start to see stubborn margins come in, especially when good chunks of the vote are coming in already from the largest counties in the state.
And where's the benchmark for Fulton County? Where does she need to be performing? Well, she's just below it.
She's about a point below that. And just to put in perspective, Fulton County is 178,000 advantage for Kamala Harris, and she's down by 200,000. To think about how far she'd be behind without the reporting we see from these two counties right next to each other, that's an enormous, enormous amount of vote, and it's vote that's already banked. Now, we'll see what comes in. There's going to be a lot of election day vote in counties like that and throughout the Atlanta metro area. And these gray spots on our map are just places we don't have enough data to tell you, is it going to tip to one direction or the other? So there's still some blank spots to be filled in. But again, as this number grows and this number stays stubbornly high, that's a problem for the Harris campaign.
And how much of this is early vote versus day of? Is all of the early vote in now?
We're getting almost all, about 80% of the expected early vote in so far, and it is a large number. And here's where Trump is leading. That, again, a little bit of a change from previous cycles, maybe a reversion to people's historic norms of how they voted, but Trump winning in that early vote that is a large portion of the vote in Georgia overall.
All right, Rick Klein showing us the dynamic of the early vote this time around. Donald Trump embracing the early vote with his supporters. They did turn out in force, and we have to wait and see how in some of these other battleground states how that's going to play out. Donald Trump leading in Georgia at this hour. When we're closing into the 9 o'clock hour here, polls close in about 15 states, including the key battleground of Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin as well. Your local news is standing by, and our live election night coverage continues in just a moment right here on ABC.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
GMA 3. What you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
20 years.
We're celebrating the 500th episode.
33 seasons, 394 stars, 124 Emmy nominations.
Season 33 is hot.
Dancing's 500th episode, live next Tuesday.
My name is Luke Bryan.
Hey, get Luke!
With the help of today's biggest stars, we're going to explore everything country.
Let's go!
When everybody brings their story, it becomes something special.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You're watching ABC News and the race to the White House. We have results coming in from several states now. ABC News projects Trump will win South Carolina, Florida, and West Virginia. ABC News also projecting this hour Harris wins Maryland, Massachusetts, and D.C. As for electoral votes, let's take a look at the map. 27 for Harris, 105 to Donald Trump. And one of the most important states, Georgia, 16 electoral votes up for grabs there. President Biden won that state by only 12,000 votes in 2020. Right now, you'll see Kamala Harris, 46.7%, and Donald Trump, 52.7%. 65% of the votes are in. Our Steve Owens-Sami joins us from Atlanta, where suburbs could make all the difference. Also, 2 Atlanta metro counties dealing with threats tonight. Where do things stand now, Steve?
Well, Kira, some of the results are in from those 2 big counties. You used to live here. You know the counties I'm talking about. Fulton, of course, the biggest county. Vice President Harris is ahead with the votes there. DeKalb County next door, Vice President Harris is ahead there as well. But what we're seeing is that a lot of red counties across the state are leaning towards Trump. We still, though, have many more votes to count and to see how this plays out. Kira?
Steve, all night. Stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night. I'm Kira Phillips. Don't go far.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag... Not a carry it. How important it made to USA.
Great work. Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael? David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
It's now 9 p.m. in the East. The polls have now closed in 15 more states, 41 states in all. The battlegrounds of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona are now closed at this hour. ABC News can take a look at some of these numbers coming in from Michigan. Just 8% of the vote in. Kamala Harris with a lead, 54-43, obviously very early in the night. In Wisconsin, you can see that we have no numbers yet. At the moment we do, we'll go back to the Wisconsin board. Arizona's now closed, 11 electoral votes, a key battleground state. Pennsylvania, the numbers continue to come in, 19 electoral votes up for grabs. Really a must-win state for both of these candidates. Kamala Harris with an early lead here, though, 15% of the vote in, still far too early. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes, 38% of the vote in. Donald Trump with a lead in that state. He's leading by about 100,000 votes. We'll take a deeper dive on North Carolina in just a moment here. In Georgia, 66% of the vote in. And as you look there, Donald Trump leading by about 200,000 votes. That number has been stubborn for the last 30 minutes or so. We'll take a look at the reasons why and where Kamala Harris needs to be performing better if she's going to catch up to Donald Trump in Georgia. In Texas at this hour, we can project, ABC News now projecting that Donald Trump will win the 40 electoral votes of Texas. Donald Trump wins Texas tonight. He also wins North Dakota, 3 electoral votes. That was expected. He won by 33 points just 4 years ago. South Dakota, Donald Trump wins 3 electoral votes. He wins Wyoming tonight, 3 more electoral votes from Wyoming. New York, the polls have closed. We're tracking the numbers coming in from New York at this hour. Minnesota, the polls have closed. In Colorado, the 9 electoral votes up for grabs. The polls have closed there. We'll track it. Louisiana, the polls have closed in Iowa and in Kansas. They've closed in Nebraska and in New Mexico tonight. 5 electoral votes up for grabs. We'll continue to track that as well. The polls have closed in all of those states. Let's go right to the map. The road to 270, which is the road to the White House, as we know. Kamala Harris winning 3 states, plus Washington, D.C. for 27 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 14 states so far, 154 electoral votes. The whole team is here. Stay tuned. Our live coverage continues right now.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come. Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president on this historic night with the stakes so high? Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News live election night coverage. A majority of the polls across the U.S. are now closed, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. 9 states still open, including the last remaining swing state of Nevada. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump racing to the magic number. They have to get their 270, as we showed you. At this hour, millions of voters remain in line, waiting to cast their ballots in what many consider to be the high-stakes election, the most consequential election in recent history. Let's get right to it at this hour. First of all, we wanted to take note of the Florida Abortion Amendment, Amendment 4 in Florida, which would have added language to the Florida Constitution, the Declaration of Rights to protect the right to abortion before fetal viability or when necessary to protect a patient's health. Florida voting that down, Rachel.
David, abortion is on the ballot in 10 states across the country, Florida being one of them. I want you to take a look. They needed to get 60% to pass here. 57% said yes. 43% saying no. Florida has a 6-week abortion ban right now. That is what Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law there. Former President Donald Trump himself has even called that too harsh. We're going to be watching some other states tonight. These are the 10 states where abortion is going to be on the ballot. This from Florida, though, David, is notable. It's the first time that we are seeing abortion on the ballot actually fail, because you remember that abortion on the ballot has won in every single state, including conservative states like Kentucky, Ohio, and Kansas. It's also going to be on the ballot tonight in 2 battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. This is going to be a major blow to Democrats and also just abortion rights advocates. Take a look at this map. This is the abortion restrictions after Roe versus Wade was overturned. And I really want you to pay attention here to the South. Florida has a 6-week abortion ban. So does Georgia, as well as South Carolina. There's almost nowhere to go in the South for women who are seeking abortion care. They have to travel very far. That's why Democrats really wanted to see this pass.
Let's go over to Kate Shaw, our legal analyst. Kate, what do you make of this?
Well, so of course it's right that under Florida's rules, this amendment failed. But you look at the numbers, 57% of Floridians actually did vote to protect abortion under the state's constitution. So it just has a higher threshold than other states. So of course it's right this amendment failed. But I also think the data tells us that even a lot of voters, presumably, who voted for Donald Trump also voted to protect abortion. I think the question is, Kamala Harris has tried to make the case that even though abortion is only on the ballot in 10 states this cycle, it's really on the ballot everywhere because it matters so much who the president is, what the law surrounding abortion will be. The question is how that message resonates, if at all, in other states.
And in particular in Florida, Kate, to vote it down and to vote for Donald Trump, when you look out west to Nevada and Arizona, where it's also on the ballot, it's going to get into this whole notion of, sort of a split ticket, whether or not you vote for the amendment, but then you don't vote for Kamala Harris. You don't tie the two together.
Potential. So I think we're going to see throughout the night how much voters are separating these issues out. But of course, in these states, there are lower thresholds for actually voting to protect abortion. And maybe you will see if Florida voters thought, well, abortion will be protected in our state, we can still vote for Donald Trump because, we'll have protections here for voting for this amendment. That may or may not be true, depending on if Trump is elected president, what happens at the federal level with respect to abortion. But there may be complex calculuses going on about kind of what state law will mean with respect to abortion and what the federal government could do with respect to abortion.
Absolutely. We're going to continue to track it, particularly in those western swing states. Let's go back over to the map. Rick, you're studying North Carolina right now, 41% of the vote in, and Donald Trump leads by about 100,000 votes at this point.
Yeah, and it's really a kind of a microcosm of the divided country, because it's not that Kamala Harris isn't hitting her numbers. She is largely hitting the numbers, doing about what she needs to against the 538 benchmarks, about what she needs to do when you compare it to what Joe Biden did. We're looking at Asheville, which is the kind of the blue dot in that western mountain range that was hit so hard by the hurricane. She's overperforming the expectations there. A lot of this so far is the early vote. We'll see what else rolls in. But Donald Trump is doing exactly what he needs to be doing outside of Charlotte, in the suburbs, in the more rural areas outside of there. Donald Trump running ahead of where he needs to win the state, according to our 538 numbers. And that's a county, Union County, now that has 94% of the vote in already. So it's a significant amount of vote. Davidson County, another example of this, where he's slightly ahead of his benchmark. So we're seeing them run, kind of an even race in the places we have a lot of data right now. We'll see where it lands at the end of the night. But Trump is turning out people in very red parts of the state and across the country. It's a trend we're seeing even in states that aren't that competitive. The Trump base is out in force.
Let's look at Nash County. Can you find Nash County for me? It's one of these boomerang counties that went for Trump, but then went for Biden. Also, New Hanover in North Carolina here. We probably should take a slightly deeper dive on whether or not
Nash County is Trump is winning.
Yeah, right. So it's right here, right outside of Raleigh. This is one of those that we're watching, as you mentioned, David, because there's a possibility, at least for Democrats, to flip counties like this. You see how close Hillary Clinton came, how close Joe Biden came. Right now, Kamala Harris not quite over the finish line. Donald Trump winning by about 1,800 votes in Nash County. And the benchmark would suggest he doesn't even need to win that county. It could slip away from him and he'd still be in line. This is a small county. But you're right, it's emblematic of what's going on across the state and really across the region and the country.
And it could be a bellwether, in fact, because this is what Donald Trump is trying to do, is flip some of this territory back his way from 4 years ago. We'll just keep our eye on it. I want to take this out to Byron Pitts because he's in Asheville tonight. And Byron, there was a lot of concern, obviously, over the victims of Hurricane Helene and whether or not they would be able to vote. And both campaigns saying that they did like what they saw on the ground as far as the effort to help people have their voices heard. And what have you seen there on the ground?
Well, David, this has to be one of the feel-good stories of this election night, regardless of which side wins. David, you spent a lot of time here after the hurricane. You saw the devastation firsthand. It is remarkable, the turnout here. Western North Carolina outperformed the rest of the state in early voting. And that's a good sign for the Trump campaign. As you guys have been discussing, Western North Carolina has been reliably Trump country, and he has to do well here, and he is doing well here. The voting is high. There are parts of the western part of the state where they've had to vote in tents. We talked to one voter, a pastor, who called the response here in Western North Carolina, he calls it the miracle in the mountains. This is a man, consider this. He had to drive 1 hour and 45 minutes to vote. He had to leave his house, drive into Tennessee, circle a mountain, come back to his community, cross a river before he could vote. And it speaks to not just the resilience of the people in this part of the country, but also their commitment to democracy. David, I talked to a member of the Trump campaign here in North Carolina. He said the race in North Carolina tonight is as tight as a facelift. And so while they're doing well in North Carolina, there are other areas of the state that look favorable for Kamala Harris. 55.4% of the early vote in North Carolina that went to women, and that's a record in the state. 24% of the uncommitted voters were first-time voters, which is an indication that young people are voting in high numbers here. There are people standing in line still in Charlotte in some of the university areas, likely young voters, also potentially a good sign for the Harris campaign. I know earlier you and Lindsay were talking about black voters in North Carolina. I want to mention to you the central part of the state and North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T is the largest HBCU in the country. Aggie pride runs deep in this state. And so expect Harris to do well in that state, that part of the state, and also in eastern North Carolina, where A&T has one of its largest alumni chapters. So there's a lot going on in North Carolina, still tight, and both camps see reason to be optimistic at this point.
Byron Pitt's on the ground in Asheville. You can see they still have so much work ahead of them in the cleanup of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Rick, let's pull up North Carolina since we've heard so much from Byron on this, and let's visit a couple more of these areas one more time. Can you get to Wake County, obviously the Research Triangle, Raleigh, Durham County right around there? Let's just see how both candidates are performing according to the benchmark of where they would need to be at this hour.
Yeah, the Research Triangle, where you have the Durham with Duke University and University of North Carolina, just one county over. This is an area where Democrats have really leaned in and try to get as many of the votes as they can. You see Hillary Clinton's numbers tick up a little bit to Joe Biden. Kamala Harris so far tonight with about 3/4 of the vote in, doing better than either of the previous two Democratic candidates. And that is about what she needs to be getting in a place like Wake County. So you see these big numbers and you see her getting 140,000 votes more than Donald Trump there. That is what she needs to be doing in a state where she currently is trailing. We don't have a lot of vote yet in Durham, but this is going to be heavily for Kamala Harris. The numbers in Orange County, again, that's where UNC Chapel Hill is. You're seeing again Harris about hitting the numbers that she needs to at the 538 in the 538 benchmarks. So this area is coming through for her. There's no question about that. Again, though, those gains are being offset by Trump gains elsewhere in the state. Just to look down at Brunswick County, it's an area where Donald Trump's running a little ahead of his benchmark. And as we were discussing a little earlier, outside Charlotte, again, these are places where Donald Trump should be winning, and he is winning by a little bit more than he'd be expected to.
It's kind of interesting what we're seeing here in some of these counties. He's overperforming slightly, and so is she in some of the urban areas and some of the areas, the Research Triangle in particular, and with students. Let's go over to Charlotte. Let's just check out Charlotte one more time, Mecklenburg, and just see where we are in benchmark.
Yeah, we have almost nothing in from Charlotte so far. It's just about all the early by mail votes, so we're going to have to wait to see how that comes in.
And at least in the early by vote, she's outperforming where she needs to be. So again, this is kind of an unfinished story here, obviously, in North Carolina. 41% of the vote in, and appears to be quite a tight race here in North Carolina. What do we know about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, we've been watching really closely because so far the Harris team has to like what it sees. Now, a lot of the vote has come in so far has been early. And as we've mentioned, early vote is not as big a story as it is elsewhere. But Harrisburg, as an example right now, that county, Donald Trump not getting anywhere near where he would need on the 538 benchmarks. And Kamala Harris, again, it's early. We'll see where it goes, running significantly ahead of where the previous Democrats have. You asked me a little bit earlier about Scranton and about Wilkes-Barre, Lackawanna County, another story where Harris, with about 2/3 of the vote in, running ahead of the 538 numbers, running ahead of Donald Trump. Luzerne County, that is one that has slipped away from Democrats. If these numbers hold, that would be a true surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if they change as the night goes on. And we've been focused in on those collar counties. We're waiting for a lot of vote to come in from them, but Harris running ahead of the 538 benchmarks and ahead of Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton's numbers. That is probably the most closely watched of those Philadelphia suburban counties. It's about 5-6% of the vote overall. And we're, of course, waiting on a lot of vote out of Philadelphia. And if you just look at this, you see those big blue dots at the eastern part of the state. Once again, those are places we're waiting for a vote. Those red dots, though, are significant, and they add up as they move across the state.
20% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris with an early lead here. And again, so much of the vote still needs to be counted. But you got to wonder if we're looking, and it's early, I'm just saying, if we're looking at this blue wall strategy coming to life as we're watching these numbers come in from Georgia, where she's not hitting some of the benchmarks she needs. In North Carolina, still kind of an untold story. Pretty close, actually, when you dig into those counties and see where the vote still remains. But in Pennsylvania, at least with the early vote so far, it appears that she's hitting some of the benchmarks that she hoped to and outperforming them, particularly in the collar counties there with some more conservative leaning suburbs of Philadelphia. So quite a story unfolding here. So this is where the numbers come in. This is where it actually gets really interesting. So don't go away. We'll dig back into Pennsylvania. Michigan also. The first numbers coming in from Michigan. We'll look at it all right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential election continues right after this.
Can you believe this, man?
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys.
So what about us now?
Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the 2024 presidential election. Here's a quick look at where things stand here. Take a look. It's the path to 270, as you can see on your screen. Kamala Harris, 30 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 154 tonight. They need 270 to win. Still very early. Georgia hasn't been called. North Carolina hasn't been called. It's getting interesting in Pennsylvania. And we'll look at those numbers. The first numbers coming in from Michigan right after the break. Our live coverage of election night continues right after this.
Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a totally cool person with a disability. Patrice always sees the best side of life. I just looked at her and I said, would you like to be my wife?
If you get married and you're collecting a Social Security benefit, your benefit will be cut.
I don't take anything for granted.
I don't see what anyone can see in anyone.
They're never gonna stop us from loving each other.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
This ship is heaven. Doctor, it's your job to keep everybody alive.
Clear. Come on.
The night Karen was last seen, she went to a Halloween party.
What lurks in the shadows
And there he was, in my backyard.
can be very real.
Why is this happening?
Only 2020 with the full story, now streaming on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source. ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Welcome back to Election Night 2024 on ABC. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to our live election night coverage right here on ABC. We do have a winner, a projected winner in the state of Delaware. Vice President Kamala Harris picking up the 3 electoral votes. She wins the state of Delaware, and in the Senate race there, the Democrat Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, 4-term Congresswoman, looking to become the new senator in that open seat. She wins that race, and Rachel Scott, this is quite a win.
Yeah. It is, David. History made here in Delaware. Lisa Blunt Rochester becoming the first Black woman to win a Senate seat in this state. David, I had a chance to sit down with her just a few weeks ago. We talked about the history that she was going to be potentially making. She told me she's going to be thinking about all the little girls, not only just having Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, but also the history that she could be making in this state as well. David, we're also going to be keeping our eye also on one more state, and this is going to be Maryland, where Angela Alsobrooks is running, also has a chance to make history tonight. She's running against former Governor Larry Hogan in this state as well. Angela Alsobrooks, close ally of Vice President Kamala Harris, a very close friend. But if she were to win this race, this would be the first time that we would ever see 2 Black women serving in the Senate at the same time.
This has been a fascinating race to actually watch because the two are somewhat friendly in their debate. I don't know, it was the most cordial debate I saw in this entire election cycle. They started out by saying, I have respect for you, I have respect for you. We worked together when he was the governor and she was the county executive. But we'll be watching that race very carefully as well tonight. Of course, popular Republican governor who went against Trump at certain points during the Trump administration, looking to compete in a heavily Democratic state. But history already made, though, in the state of Delaware. Rachel, thanks. Rick Klein, what are you seeing in Michigan?
Yeah, we're just our first glimpse into the numbers in Michigan. It's an interesting state because it's one of them that actually made it easier to start processing and counting those ballots. They also did in-person voting in Michigan for the first time on a widespread way. We should note that everything we're seeing here, it's kind of mixed. It's some election day, it's some early vote. We also have seen nothing at all from Wayne County, which is Detroit and Dearborn, something we're going to talk about a lot so far. But Washtenaw County, right outside of Detroit, that's an area where Kamala Harris needs to be doing extremely well. And we're tracking her below, so far, her benchmark with about half the vote in. She's not quite hitting that number. And it's an area where Joe Biden really cleaned up. Did better than Hillary Clinton's number right now, at least. Again, it's hard to tell because we don't have a full portrait of the pictures.
That's University of Michigan. That's Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, a liberal area of the state. It's also got some suburban areas that a good number of Republicans live there as well. Oakland County, another big county that we're going to be watching all night tonight. And you can see from the 538 numbers, Harris a little bit ahead of where she would want to be. But we're going to see this storyline continually. Republican parts of the state, Donald Trump hitting his numbers just about everywhere. I haven't found many places yet where he isn't hitting where he wants to be in terms of the 538 benchmarks or in terms of the history. The turnout machine, even if it wasn't on the ground the same way it was for the Democrats, seems to have been working, at least in these initial numbers in Michigan and elsewhere.
Let's get right to Juju Chang. She's in Detroit for us. And Juju, President Biden won. This was his biggest win of the swing states, about 54,000 votes, and obviously considered part of this blue wall that Kamala Harris is trying to keep.
And they're trying to shore up the cracks in the blue wall, David, absolutely. You know, the Secretary of State was here just moments ago telling us that she believes the votes here will be tabulated between midnight and 6 a.m. throughout Michigan. Now, we spoke earlier to the Macomb County clerk, and he believes it's a big night for Team Trump. That said, we spoke earlier to the COO of the Detroit Board of Elections, and he said, look, we're on pace to have the count tonight, and we believe there's going to be turnout of more than 50% in Detroit, which is a number that might be of interest to the Harris campaign. Now, the Detroit election official says there's been no chaos, no pandemonium, no banging on the windows like there was 4 years ago. He says he jokingly said he thought he heard them singing Kumbaya in the hall.
All right,
David.
Juju Chang in Michigan. We'll be checking back in with you, Juju. I'm looking at North Carolina, less than 100,000 votes, about a 70,000 vote margin between the two candidates. Stay tuned here. The numbers are just coming in. They're just getting interesting. Your local news standing by, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes here. Don't go away.
Have you ever seen anything so wonderful?
Freeform's 30 Days of Disney is making dreams come true.
You're getting your wishes!
All November, it's all your favorites.
They're meant for me.
Showstoppers, jaw droppers, scene stealers, magic healers, near kisses, and near misses. You know, Disney things.
I love happy endings.
30 Days of Disney. Watch all November on Freeform.
One great idea can change your life.
That's the American dream right there.
I want to be on a team with you.
Shark Tank. New Fridays on ABC and stream on Hulu. Look at all these happy wedding guests.
I'm getting married.
Cap, are you crying?
I'm a sucker for love.
All of this is a lie.
You have to help me.
I need you to come with me right now.
I just don't know what to do.
Code Alpha.
This is all my fault.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News, and the race to the White House at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. More polls closed across the country, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. And we are seeing results come in from several states now. ABC News projecting Trump will win North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Texas. ABC News also projects Harris will win Delaware, Maryland, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. As for electoral votes, right now, 30 for Harris, 162 to Donald Trump. As you know, to win, a candidate needs 270. In Florida, with 86% of the expected vote reporting, the Florida abortion ballot initiative is projected to fail. It got 57% of the vote. It needed 60% of the vote to pass. The referendum would have put abortion rights into the state constitution. It's the first time since Roe was overturned that abortion rights have been on the ballot, put directly to voters, and failed. Let's get to our Deputy Political Director, Avery Harper. Avery, exit poll numbers starting to come in as well as voters begin to fill in their ballots. What are some of the key concerns?
Right, when we look at some of this preliminary exit poll data, what we see is that the state of democracy has actually edged out the economy as the #1 issue that voters care about as they consider who to vote for, followed by the economy. Abortion, you see there in the middle with 14% of voters saying that. Immigration, which has been an issue that the Trump campaign has really leaned into, falling there at the 4th slot at 11%, and foreign policy at the end.
Wow. All right, Avery Harper, thank you so much. We'll talk through the night. Let's head to Arizona now, where we find ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Elizabeth, you're in Phoenix, which is in Maricopa County, the most populous county in the state. The polls there have now closed. What can you tell us about early voting there so far?
So, Kara, it was record voting across the state of Arizona. And here in Maricopa County, now that the polls have closed, they will start to tabulate those ballots. About 60% of all of Arizona's ballots will be counted here. We asked the Secretary of State today how long he expects that process will take. He said this could take 10 to 13 days. So these results could still take some time, Kira. A reminder that President Biden just narrowly won this state by 10,000 votes back in 2020. That was the first time that a Democrat won Arizona since 1996. So this is expected to be a tight race, but we are hearing from an official from the Arizona GOP. They're optimistic about turnout today from Republicans. We're really going to be closely watching those independent voters here, Kira.
All right, Elizabeth Schulze there in Phoenix for us. Thank you so much. All right, so Avery, let's talk about the economy. It was interesting looking at how the various concerns for voters in the exit polls fanned out there. the economy clearly at the top there. I was actually surprised at how low immigration stood, considering all the coverage we've been doing on both of those issues for the past couple of weeks.
Right. We know that perceptions of the economy have been something that have been driving folks to head to the polls. And when you look at this exit poll data, preliminary exit poll data that we're seeing, you see that 32% say the condition of the economy is excellent or good, and 67% say not so good or poor. And that is something that the Trump campaign has been leaning into.
Avery, thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night. And this just in. Go ahead. New York for Harris. Okay, they're projected by ABC News. There you go. News happening by the second. Stay with us. We'll continue to bring you all the latest results throughout the night.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live, ABC November 20th.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. Woo! Woo! With everything you need to kick off the season. Woo! Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
Woo! This ship is heaven. There should be no guilt on a pleasure cruise. Doctor, it's your job to keep everybody alive.
No pulse. She's in VFib. 1, 2, 3. Clear.
I have a pulse.
You're gonna be okay.
When you're 61 years old, you have few opportunities to change your life. I don't feel invisible now. Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
This is an ABC News special. Election night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage. Now 9:30 here in the East. The polls have now closed in 41 states across this great country, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. Nevada will close in just about 30 minutes. At this hour, here are the results we can report so far. In Pennsylvania, again, this is just still underway in these swing states. Pennsylvania, 55% to 43%. Again, we have to look at the counties and what we're talking about when we're looking at that vote still very early. In Michigan, you can see Kamala Harris taking an early lead in Michigan, and in Wisconsin tonight, Donald Trump with the early lead. We're going to dive into where these numbers are actually coming from in just a moment. We're also tracking Georgia. We're tracking North Carolina and Arizona at this hour. No numbers from Arizona, though the polls have now closed. In Georgia, Donald Trump holding on to that lead. Looks like it's now just about more than 100,000 votes now, widening his lead and holding firm. In North Carolina, still a close race. And again, there's some outstanding vote in some of the Democratic areas. We'll dig deeper into that in just a moment. New York, we can now project. ABC News projecting that the state of New York, 28 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has won the state of New York. In Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes. Vice President Harris wins the 4 votes there. Former President Donald Trump winning the state of Louisiana, 8 electoral votes. He picks up from Louisiana. Let's go right to the map, the race to 270. Kamala Harris winning 6 states in Washington, D.C., 62 electoral votes. Donald Trump winning 15 states, 162 electoral votes in the march to 270. We do have a Senate projection. ABC News can report that in the state of New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will serve a 3rd term. She was seeking the 3rd term. She wins it handily tonight. She'll return to the Senate. Let's get right to the team here. Rick, what are you seeing there in North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina is one we have our eyes on because it seems like every serve is being met with a volley as we get into the numbers here. To look at Raleigh, Wake County, that's a place where Kamala Harris needs to be doing very well. She's doing almost exactly what she needs to be doing, and of course, very well in the bluer parts of the Research Triangle area. But when you get out into Trump country, it looks like Trump numbers, and it's really remarkable to see these numbers tracking how close they are, within a 1/10 of a percentage point of our 538 numbers. and just around within a percentage point or so of what we've seen in the past with past Democrats. We've been talking a little bit about Nash County. We're up to almost 90% reporting there in what's something of a bellwether county, a potential swing county. Biden was able to eke out a victory here. Trump is now on the other side of a potential win in that part of the state. So it's really interesting because you can see the candidate strategies in action with Harris seemingly effectively driving up the vote in some more liberal areas. We're waiting on a lot of vote right here in Mecklenburg County. That is Charlotte only about 10% in right now. Too early to really draw too much into what is a big part of the state, but an area where Democrats have had turnout problems in the past.
Yeah, only 10% of the vote in. And what's the benchmark she needs to be hitting there?
Yeah, she needs to be getting about six. Let's look at the number. She gets to be at 67%. She's at 63. Again, it depends on the vote type right now.
Right.
But we don't really have a lot to say about it yet. But that's going to be key if she's going to overcome that deficit of now 115,000 votes with, about a little more than half of the vote in.
Let's look at Georgia. What do we see?
Yeah, so Georgia's trending a little bit worse, at least in our numbers right now for Harris. 210,000. Trump seems to be in a pretty good position right now, but we're still waiting on so much vote. But just to take you around a little bit, the Atlanta metro area, we've seen a significant amount of vote in Fulton County. It's a place where Harris has to be winning big, and she is winning big, almost exactly hitting her benchmark. DeKalb County, again, almost exactly at that number. Places where she's racking up big numbers because she's then bleeding support elsewhere in the state, including in some of the outlying suburbs of Atlanta. Donald Trump doing very well in a lot of these places and just bringing up these 19, 20,000, 40,000 votes in all these different counties across the state. And that's why you see now this edge beginning to emerge of 211,000 votes. Gwinnett County is going to be very important here. It's about 8-9% of the entire state. Right now, Harris up about 60-40 there with only about 16% of the vote in. We're going to look at this all night. These are where we think the votes are. Those big blue dots seem to suggest there's a lot there, but all those red dots add up as well. So there's still a good amount of Republican vote. And again,
just explain
Trump
that,
has
if you
an
will,
edge right
again
now.
for the audience looking. The size of those dots actually is proportional to the amount of vote that we believe is still outstanding.
Yeah, for every county, some of them are blue counties, some of them are red counties, some are more purple. And so if it's a 50-50 county, you're not going to get a lot of vote edge one way or the other. But this is really Atlanta and the suburbs. Some of these overlapping dots are so big because the vote share is so large in that area. Some of the smaller blue dots, all of it adds up to a lot of vote that is still out. But we're edging up to about 3/4 of the vote in, and we've seen nights like this develop where it gets harder and harder to make up a gap.
Yeah, it's really interesting. A lot of what you just showed us shows Kamala Harris hitting her benchmark or actually surpassing it marginally, but then Donald Trump actually doing even better than what he had to do in some of these rural counties in Georgia. Ryan, what are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
I'm hearing that they're still very excited about what they're seeing. They're cautiously optimistic about North Carolina. They feel like there's not enough there for the Harris campaign to make up the ground that they need to make up. They're happy about what's happening in Ohio, that they seem to be up by 10 at this point. And historically, Ohio's been in our party sort of a mental issue where if we're not winning by 10 in Ohio, we're worried about everything else, and that number looks good. There is some, they're nervous about Pennsylvania. There's a lot of vote that's out there. They know that there is a ton of early vote that hasn't even been touched. So there's no arrogance about that, but now all the attention's going to start moving to that blue wall. Virginia being tied is another issue that is getting them excited. They weren't expecting Virginia to be tied. There's 60% of the vote in, I think, about now in Virginia. The fact that that's tied and in the suburbs, Trump did not do that badly around Washington, D.C.
Could be a signal for other states. The Harris campaign not expecting to lose Virginia, but Rick, can you show us the map that gives us the proportional look at the outstanding vote in Virginia?
Yeah, and there's plenty of Democratic vote. This is the Washington, D.C. suburbs. This is Richmond in the area. This is Norfolk, Virginia Beach area. Lots of Democrats. Some of these, though, are lighter blue, which means it could be more of a mix. And we still have a lot of vote left from Roanoke and from other redder parts of the state. But, yeah, you add it all up, and Reince is right to point this out, because right now there is something going on where you're just not seeing the kind of numbers that you would expect in some of these suburban areas. Biden in Prince William County, 62% of the vote. Hillary Clinton, 58%. So Harris is down now to 57%. So she's still winning, just not winning by the same kind of numbers. And when you balance that out with the redder parts of the state, where you see Donald Trump racking up the big numbers over and over again, That's how you get as close as it is right now in Virginia. And just, remember how close Virginia is to North Carolina and Georgia. We're talking about similar types of voters. So the fact that they're battling it out in Virginia shouldn't really be a surprise. A lot of the folks that live there are seeing some of the same media, they're seeing some of the same advertising, and they may be responding to some of the same cross pressures. Similarly, as we talk about the blue wall that Reince was mentioning in the upper Midwest, a lot of those voters have overlap as well.
Which is why Ryan says they're not getting ahead of themselves either, because Pennsylvania so far, at least at this point, looks like it has some promising signs for the Harris campaign and their effort to try to reach suburban voters, like in the collar counties around Philadelphia, which you had showed us. She seems to be doing well, and in Allegheny County as well. Well, where do those numbers stand?
Yeah, so I can show you Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh. That is just a Democratic stronghold right now. It used to be even stronger Democratic, but you've seen the numbers get a little bit higher with the last couple of elections, and with about half the vote in right now in the Pittsburgh area. Yeah, the numbers are getting hit. The 538 benchmark would suggest she's running ahead of where she needs to go. And yeah, you mentioned the Philadelphia suburbs. Still not a lot of vote in places like Chester County, but Harris is getting at least close to her numbers. Montgomery County hitting a little bit above it right now. And Bucks, I'm still watching, because that kind of margin, if that carries through the night, would be really surprising and would bode well for her chances. We're still waiting on about 3/4 of the vote in Philadelphia, which is just a monster in that state. There's so much vote out there, and as you'd expect, Harris is carrying it handily. 112,000 votes that she's getting out of the city of Philadelphia. That's almost it's about 2/3 or 3/4 of the margin she has in the entire state right now.
Let's swing over to Rachel Scott at the other board. And Rachel, you're looking at the Senate race. I know Bob Casey looking to hold on to his seat, famous name in Pennsylvania. Obviously, his father in politics as well many years ago. Dave McCormick challenging him. And where does that race stand? I saw a moment ago, it looked like he was underperforming Harris in some respects, at least in Allegheny County.
Yeah, let's take a look at where it stands statewide right now. This is how we can compare how the presidential candidates are doing at the top of the ticket to the Senate candidates in this race. So you have Vice President Kamala Harris statewide, 52%. Again, very early, 30% of the vote in right now. Bob Casey also at 52. You mentioned the area around Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Let's take a look at where that stands and how these two compare here. You have Vice President Kamala Harris, 65%, Bob Casey, 65% as well. Also going to be looking at Scranton. He's from Scranton, home to President Joe Biden. You could see he's performing a little bit better than Vice President Kamala Harris here. In the final stretch, David, Bob Casey has been running ads in this state, really painting himself as an independent that bucked President Biden when it came to tariffs, and also sided with former President Donald Trump. He has been trying to find the middle ground here, because he is fully aware that if Vice President Kamala Harris does not do well here, it could impact his race as well.
Let's swing it out to Matt Gutman, who's on the ground in Pennsylvania. Matt, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that it looks like Senator Casey has a very good chance here. I mean, from the beginning, Governor Josh Shapiro and others have told me that he is the most likely to win here. His father was a governor. He is the scion of a very famous family here, also from Scranton, like former President Biden. And McCormick's got a big knock against him, and that is that he hasn't really lived in the state. He lives mostly in Connecticut, and that is something that apparently has affected voters here. Now, there's another thing I want to talk about, and that is the results and the timing of the results, David. I spoke to Governor Shapiro, and he's been very adamant about accuracy being first, also the vote being safe and fair. But officials here understand that they are in a race against the clock. You remember back in 2020, it took almost 5 days to tabulate the vote here. That delta between the elections and the results left all of this space for rumor and conspiracy theory, which was jumped upon by the Trump administration. That's happening again already. But this time, they aim to do it much more quickly. They have more voting machines, although they still are not allowed to pre-process the mail-in ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day. But the state funding that goes to the counties that's tied to their election funding stipulates that they cannot stop counting once they have started until they are completely done. So they've got rotating crews going round the clock to count the votes. Most of the counties tell me they hope to have it done at some point tomorrow afternoon. One thing to look at is Erie County. At last glance, they have about only 1% in. Officials there telling me there is massive voter turnout. And because there was a snafu with their mail-in ballots, the vendor sent them to the wrong addresses. Some people didn't get them. I was told that counting the mail-in ballots could take an additional days, possibly even weeks. So that could take a long time. And of course, Erie County is a pivotal swing county that has swung from side to side over the past several elections, David.
Yeah, one of those boomerang counties we're going to be watching very closely, Erie up in the northwestern part of Pennsylvania. Matt, thanks so much. Let's go to the wall here. You can see the 3 blue wall states right up there right now. Kamala Harris with a lead early in the night in all 3 of those states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all about the same margin, by the way, 52 to 47 Pennsylvania, a similar lead in Michigan, and with 18% of the vote in Wisconsin, 51-47. Lindsay, I know we're getting some exit poll data from voters, how independents are breaking in these so-called 3 blue wall states, or Rust Belt states, as they're called.
And obviously, the independent voter, highly coveted by both campaigns. It's not voting so well for Kamala Harris for those independent voters in Pennsylvania. You see 24% of those voters, pretty significant amount, about a quarter of those voters in Pennsylvania identify as independent, and they are breaking by 6 points for Donald Trump. He actually is doing 6 points better this election than he did in 2020. But Michigan and Wisconsin, a little bit more hope for the Harris campaign. She's actually leading when it comes to the independent voters by 3 points compared to Donald Trump. And Wisconsin, more of the same there, where she's leading by 4 points with the independent votes. But Donald Trump doing 5 points better with the independent voters in Wisconsin than 2020. He's doing 1 point better in Michigan and when it comes to the independent voter.
Mary Bruce, this makes me think of you and your reporting these last couple of days, the Harris campaign telling you that this was going to be very close, and they said they knew that.
And that is what we are seeing here tonight. Very close, still very tight, and a long way to go. I mean, that is the message coming out of the Harris campaign tonight. I think they are encouraged and buoyed by what they are seeing in Pennsylvania. I think, you know, when it comes to Georgia, I'm hearing that they are pointing particularly to the suburban support that they're getting there. They say they are tracking slightly above expectations among suburban early voters in Georgia. They also are pointing to the rural turnout in Georgia. They say they're not seeing signs of some surging rural turnout. They, of course, are waiting for results from those larger rural counties. But look, they have said all along their most straightforward path is to win the blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They have put a lot of energy and effort into those 3 states. But again, they always said this was going to be a tight race that was going to be won in the margins.
John?
Look, there are clearly troubling signs for Democrats throughout the Sun Belt, whether it's in the non-battleground states like Virginia or like Florida, or whether it's in the battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina. Look, anybody can still win there, but you don't see any sign that Kamala Harris is running away with anything. What I just heard from a top Democrat who is following this as close as anybody, it was always going to come down to the blue wall. Everything else is gravy. Think about what that means, David. If those are the only states that she wins in the battleground, you get to 270 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. She wins because she won a single electoral vote in one of 2 states that divides their votes, the city of Omaha in Nebraska. And that's what they're looking at right now. I mean, look, we have a long, long way to go. But that ultimately is looking more and more like the path that Kamala Harris is going to need to get elected president.
And part of that coalition, if she hopes to get to 270 tonight, includes the independent voters. I would think that seeing the way they're breaking in Pennsylvania, at least early in the preliminary exits, is not terribly encouraging, though independents, Lindsay was pointing out, Michigan and Wisconsin are breaking her way, again, according to the preliminary exit polls. And in fact, we've got some great new numbers coming in from Wisconsin that we can dig into and really see how both campaigns are doing here right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential race continues. Wisconsin up on deck here. We're going to look at the numbers from that state in just a moment.
Coming up, we're live in the battleground zones as Election Night 2024 continues on ABC.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in too. I am in. I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
When you're 61 years old, you have few opportunities to change your life. I don't feel invisible now.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky,
Minneapolis,
Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news. The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today,
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines,
The ruins of Rafah.
from the FBI,
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
in western Portugal,
Outside of Mexico City.
in Iceland.
Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is,
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops.
Suspect is on the roof, requesting backup.
2 daring rescues. Someone's got to go down there. 1 new hero.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time. 911, all new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Harris Walls, Trump Vance. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Here's something to keep in mind. 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections, the state of Wisconsin was decided by less than 1 percentage point, which is why you feel like that pit in your stomach, no matter what side you're on tonight, as you look at the map coming together, a very competitive race. And it would look like, Rick, if the Harris campaign has a path to 270, it's looking more and more like it's got to be through that blue wall, the Rust Belt, and Wisconsin. Let's take a look at where those numbers stand tonight. It's funny when you think back, you know, Biden won it by what, 21,000 votes? 4 years earlier, Donald Trump had won it by 23,000 votes. This is a state that does go back and forth. It's sort of the bellwether state of the country.
Yeah, and these are the first numbers we're seeing tonight, about a quarter of the vote in. Big caveat, we don't know exactly what vote it is. We think a lot of this is actually election day vote. We don't think we've seen any of the earlier vote from Milwaukee, which of course is the biggest city. Starting with the way the Democrats look, they have to get big numbers out of Milwaukee for starters, and that seems to be happening so far. Harris pretty close to what we think she would need to do in the city of Milwaukee to be competitive across the state, with about 40% of the vote in. Madison is just a huge vote engine for Democrats. She's getting close to that 538 benchmark, but not quite there, running a little bit below Biden's numbers from 4 years ago. But here's some big news, and hat tip to Reince Priebus, Mr. Wisconsin over there, for highlighting some of this. In Kenosha, which is a swingier part of the state, Donald Trump carried it just by 50.7% last time around. He's up 7 points. Harris down 5 points from where she was. That's significantly below the benchmark. This is one we've been looking for as well in the western part of the state, South County. Again, Harris a little below the benchmark. And up here, Door County, this is one that people love to talk about as the classic bellwether type county. Donald Trump right now a little bit up in this county. The numbers are small. We're not talking about huge counties, but as the numbers come in, we're seeing Trump continue to hit numbers. Waukesha County, which is in the suburbs there, Trump just slightly below the benchmark. A lot of vote still to go. Again, we've got less than a third of it in, and a lot of it is going to be the early vote, but it looks like it's going to be a tight race there. And you're right, David, especially especially if Georgia fades a little bit toward Donald Trump and North Carolina trends there as well. That really leaves Harris with that path that you guys were just talking about that includes Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all of which she's leading now, at least numerically.
But it's not an easy path, you know, if that's your only path. And Wisconsin, I took note of all the counties you just showed. She's almost hitting her benchmark, but Donald Trump is surpassing his benchmark. They're small counties. We're not talking about huge amounts of vote, but in every one of those counties you just showed, Donald Trump was slightly above his benchmark in each of those Wisconsin counties. Let's go to Deborah Roberts, who's on the ground in Wisconsin. Deborah, what are authorities telling you there?
Hey, David. Well, you know, once again, they're expecting that Wisconsin will keep us on the edge of our seats until late into the night, because, as you mentioned, those absentee ballots tend to come in a little bit later, and that happens in Milwaukee. They get a lot of those absentee ballots. But where I am here tonight in Madison, which is a university town, might be the one place that Harris may be able to pick up a little bit of good news, because the University of Wisconsin is here, and those young voters, those first-time voters, tell me today that they're really energized. I spent the morning at University of Wisconsin in the classroom of Professor Allison Prash. She teaches a presidential rhetoric class, and the students there told me they became more energized over the last couple of weeks because they just didn't like what they were hearing from the Trump campaign. Also, I should tell you that this particular city has just seen tremendous growth over the last few years, and a lot of those folks who have moved in here have been highly educated, blue-leaning voters. So this is becoming a much deeper blue part of the state, too. So that might cut into some of those margins that Trump might have in those red counties. So this might be the place where Harris might find a little bit of good news with those youth voters, like around the country. They've been standing in lines today, waiting to vote. So we'll see what it actually produces as the night goes on. But waiting for those absentee ballots to be processed, that is the thing that takes so long. So that will keep us sort of waiting throughout the night. But they tell us that it's moving along smoothly. They had a small snafu earlier, but it was just a small technical glitch. They think that's going to move along. So Milwaukee and, of course, Madison will probably deliver well for her. And the big question is going to be how big, because, as you said, 20,000 votes or so for Biden last time. Can she do better than that? That's what she's going to have to probably do to feel solid here in Wisconsin. David?
Deborah Roberts in Madison. Deborah, appreciate it. 28% of the vote in. Kamala Harris up by about 41,000 votes. Ryan's got about a minute before we have to hit a break here. What do you make of what you saw? I saw Donald Trump surpassing his benchmarks that he needed to ever so slightly, but in each one of those counties Rick showed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rick showed Kenosha, Wisconsin, where I grew up. That always was a Democrat town. It's where Chrysler American Motors was. 57% is huge. He was at 50% in 2020, about 47% in 2016. The key for Wisconsin right now, though, is Madison, Dane County, that blue in the middle. If Donald Trump can stay above 24%, I think Kamala Harris is going to have a tough time. The difference in 2016 and 2020 was about 80,000 votes, which was a difference. It was 1 percentage point, and he's running 2% higher.
You're a single mom pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. I'm just out here super copping.
Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a totally cool person with a disability who could do most anything.
He just said, would you like to be my wife? They're never gonna stop us from loving each other.
America's #1 most-watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what?
The View.
I love it. I'm all in. Second that.
This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
A detective and a waiter, partners.
Follow me.
Jeez. Solving cases, catching bad guys.
Can I place an order to go, please?
Well, close!
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. ABC News now projecting Trump will win North Dakota, South Dakota, and Texas. ABC News also projecting Harris will win Colorado, Illinois, and New York. New York coming in 28 electoral votes. Here's each candidate's and where they stand right now. 91 going to Harris, 162 to Donald Trump. As you know, to win, candidate needs 270. And one more note from New York, the equal rights proposition, which adds new anti-discrimination protections to the state's constitution, is projected to pass. New York is one of the 10 states with abortion-related initiatives on the ballot. Let's check in now on battleground Pennsylvania. The seat Kamala Harris at 50%, Donald Trump 49.1. It's close, 41% of the vote that's in. Let's head to Matt Gutman now. He's in Philly tonight. Matt, we're seeing roughly 22% of the vote now. Vice President Kamala Harris seems to be holding on to her lead over the former president. As we know, Pennsylvania has the most electoral votes of any swing state, Matt.
19 of them, Kira, and the math doesn't work for either candidate unless they win Pennsylvania. And Kamala Harris jumped out to a very big and early lead. That has dwindled to what we are seeing right now. And this is why there's so much focus tonight on the count, when it will be done. Governor Josh Shapiro telling me 2 days ago and coming out again saying, we aim first to be accurate. That is the most important. But everybody knows here that there is this dissonance at play. They've got to be fast and accurate. In 2020, it took them 5 days to tabulate the entire vote. They now hope to do it in a much shorter amount of time. All the counties here have committed to not stopping the count until they are fully done. Every vote is tabulated. Kira.
Our Matt Gutman in historic Philadelphia. Thanks, Matt. I'm Kira Phillips. Glad you're with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
We shared a strange, unusual experience, but seeing you here tonight just opens my heart up again.
Welcome to the very first ever Golden Bachelorette Men Tell All.
I didn't expect to be that famous.
I love these guys. They're friends for life. We all came looking for love with Joan, but we got this, which is incredible, really.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're gonna love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
10 p.m. in the east, 7 p.m. in the west. Polls are now closed in 44 states, including the swing state of Nevada, with its 6 electoral votes. As those numbers start coming in, we'll go right back to the Nevada board. At this hour, all 7 battleground states are now closed, and ABC News can take a look at the numbers coming in from each one. Georgia, 79% of the vote is in. They said they would have the vote in tonight. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump in that state. We'll dive in whether or not she can make that up anywhere in Georgia. Also, North Carolina tonight. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump. He leads 52 to 46, 16 electoral votes on the line, 66% of the vote in. We'll dive into where that vote remains. In Pennsylvania at this hour, Kamala Harris holding onto a very slim lead in the very important state, Keystone State, 19 electoral votes. Very difficult to win the White House without the state of Pennsylvania. As you can see, about 43% of the vote in at this hour. Kamala Harris with the slightest of leads there. In Michigan at this hour, another battleground state, part of that blue wall that the Democrats are hoping to keep. 15 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with a lead over a former President Trump, 466,000 votes to his 419,000. Just 16% of the vote in at this hour. Wisconsin, we were looking at a moment ago. Wisconsin, the numbers starting to come in tonight. Very close race there, about a point between them. And as I mentioned, 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections decided in that state by less than a point. Arizona tonight, another key battleground state. The number's not in yet, though. The polls have closed. 11 electoral votes on the line there. We do have states ABC News is ready to project at this hour. Let's take a look. Utah tonight, 6 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. Montana, the 4 electoral votes going to Trump there. We're going to watch that Senate race very closely. The Democrat John Tester trying to hold on in a state Trump has now won repeatedly. Colorado, Kamala Harris wins the state of Colorado. 9 electoral votes goes to the vice president. So take a look at the map. The road to 270. Kamala Harris winning 7 states in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump winning 17 states. 172 electoral votes for him, up to 91 for Kamala Harris at this hour. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election continues right now.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come. Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president on this historic night with the stakes so high? Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back, ABC News live election night headquarters here in New York City. And we are getting not only numbers in, but more exit polling data from the key battlegrounds. Lindsay, what do you have?
All right, well, so interesting enough, the Harris campaign has really doggedly pursued the Latino vote. We've seen that really ratchet up, in particular in recent weeks. Donald Trump equally. He was in Pennsylvania recently, just last week, and he said, I love the Latinos. He was in New Mexico a few days ago. He said, I love the Hispanics. And it really appears that there is some appeal there for the Latino voters when it comes to Donald Trump. If you look at the race in Nevada in particular, the Latino vote making up 17% of the electorate there. Here we go, 48% going for Kamala Harris there in Nevada, 46% for Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is actually doing 4 points better. Actually, I'm sorry, that's in Arizona. Harris is doing 4 points worse than Biden in Arizona, and Trump doing 4 points better than he did in 2020. If we want to look at that board there in Arizona, Kamala Harris getting 55% of the Latino vote. They make up more than 1/4% of the population in Arizona. Donald Trump getting 41%. But in both cases, he's doing much better. Trump 11 points better than he did in 2020 in Nevada, and again, 4 points better than he did in Arizona in 2020.
And this is exactly what the Trump campaign wanted to do, was to peel away some of the Latino support that President Biden got 4 years ago. And Martha, you traveled through Nevada and through the Sun Belt, and what did you hear?
Well, I think what I heard was surprising in some ways. I mean, you think, oh, the Latino vote is going to go to the Democrats. Absolutely not. I mean, that's not the impression you got on the ground. You had unions out there canvassing for Kamala Harris, but it all came back to the voters I spoke to the economy. And even those Democrats who were out canvassing for Kamala Harris knew that was an issue. Like, how do you explain to people the economy that people trust Donald Trump more on that? And they said, well, we tell them it just takes time. So that message was not really resonating. Nevada has the highest unemployment rate of any state in the country. They were devastated after COVID. And that is the issue. You know, you can talk about exaggeration. You can talk about them calling Puerto Ricans garbage. You can talk about all those things, but it came back to the economy. They can hear lies. They can hear mistruths. They can hear exaggerations. But their truth is their grocery bills, their gas bills. And that's what it came back to on many, many people I interviewed.
And the high cost of housing in Nevada, too.
Exactly. Very, very high costs of rents. And immigration, of course. And you could talk to Latino voters. There was one man, he said, I don't care about any of that other stuff. Donald Trump is going to be best for the border. This is a man who came into the country 50 years ago illegally. He is now a citizen. He doesn't want any more migrants, and that's why he's voting for Donald Trump.
Yeah, really interesting. And part of what Lindsay was showing us, I mean, she still is leading among Latino voters, but not by the margin that President Biden did 4 years ago. And that's got to be very concerning for the Democrats and the Harris campaign, Mary.
Yeah, look, I would just remind over and over again that they had said from the very beginning, and they're saying again tonight, their most straightforward path is through those blue wall states. And when you look at what we're seeing coming in, that certainly seems to still be the case, and I suspect is still their hope. You know, the Harris campaign is well aware of all of those issues, especially in Nevada. It's why she, unveiled her housing plan in that state. She knew that she had to hammer home the issue of the economy and make clear that that was going to be her top priority, that lowering the cost of groceries was going to be at the very first thing, her very first priority when she gets into office. She always said she would pass, if elected, this big economic package of bills to do just that. The question is whether that message got across and was enough.
Rick Klein, what's the blue law looking like at this point?
Yeah, we've seen some numbers come in that shifted the lead, again, numerically, because it just has to do with the pace of vote. But right now, Donald Trump with a 33,000 vote edge. We've gotten a lot of rural vote.
This is Pennsylvania.
This is Pennsylvania,
yep.
Yes. You asked earlier about Wilkes-Barre, Luzerne County. That has flipped red, at least as of now, with 57% of the vote in. Donald Trump racking up some numbers there in an area where Democrats had some hopes to build things up. You can also see what's starting to happen in the western part of the state. We've got some significant numbers north of Pittsburgh and Butler County. This is a place where Donald Trump is coming close to his benchmark number. Really, this is a function of a lot of vote coming in the redder parts of the state. We still have a lot to go in Philadelphia. That's it's by far the biggest city. We're seeing Delco go very strongly for Kamala Harris. She's outperforming where she would need to be, also outperforming where Joe Biden was, and the same story up through Montgomery. And this is still an interesting one. Bucks County, a lot of folks are keyed into that. A lot of votes still to go. Unclear exactly what kind of vote that is, but at least now Kamala Harris outperforming that benchmark. So it's just a long night to go, but we're getting close to half the votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this would appear to be her strongest state so far as her benchmark performance, at least meeting that 538 average of where these candidates need to be. Donald Trump, in a number of the counties you just showed, slightly below the benchmark, though getting very close to it, which explains why the vote is so close right now. 46% of the vote in, Donald Trump with a very slight lead in Pennsylvania. And you were looking at the Latino vote in Pennsylvania and some of the counties where they live and wondering if this 11th hour push by the Harris campaign to try to reach out to Latinos would actually work.
Yeah, and as Martha was talking about what she saw there in Nevada, I was thinking about what I saw personally here in Pennsylvania. This is Berks County, which includes Reading. Donald Trump has a campaign office here. This is a county that has a large Hispanic and Latino population. Reading is 72% Latino. This is one of those counties where we are going to see this split screen because you have Donald Trump's rhetoric. You have that rally after Madison Square Garden where that speaker compared Puerto Rico to an island of garbage. This is also a county where the economy just matters so much. They're still dealing with high poverty. Let's take a look at where Donald Trump is here. I will tell you he's already meeting his benchmark with 76% of the vote in. You could see where he was just 4 years ago, 53%. He's already there. We're still waiting on a large amount of election day vote as well as early by mail vote as well. And then again, right here, David, he's already performing really well here. While he was campaigning here in Reading, Vice President Kamala Harris was in Allentown. This is Lehigh County. You could see just how well she's doing here. Right now, she's ahead of by 6,000 votes or so, but still a lot of vote left to be counted, 43% in right now.
Thanks, Rachel. Rick, one of the things that's very telling is the map with the sort of circular diagram that shows you where the vote still remains. Can you just show us in Pennsylvania at this hour where the vote still has to be tallied? I want to take this over to Donna and Reince, the one that shows the outstanding vote.
Yeah, you can see that's Philadelphia and the suburbs. Gives you a good amount of vote in Pittsburgh as well. When you see a purple dot like that, that's more of a battleground county, so it's probably not going to advantage either candidate. But there's a significant amount of Republican votes still outstanding as well, and what looks like it's going to be a close state.
The battle for Pennsylvania, Donna. What do you make of it?
First of all, I've taken my meditation early because, once again, Democrats are going to come in late. They're going to come in late in Pennsylvania. And clearly in Georgia, what's happened is that Democrats are not overperforming in DeKalb and Cobb and Fulton. You have to overperform because Donald Trump is doing 4 points better in some of the rural areas. So, again, Democratic cities tend to come in late. I'm seeing that pattern once again. I have, good information that Philadelphia is going to come in much stronger than in 2020. And by the way, in some of these areas, you can compare apples to apples, but Kamala Harris has had to build a different coalition. So I'm also looking in some of these suburbs if the issue of abortion, the threat of democracy, if it worked in those areas in terms of pulling out her vote.
And those are the collar counties around Philadelphia. Can we take another look at that based on Donna's point here, whether or not Harris is having success in those counties, getting the numbers up to where they need to be?
Yeah, for sure. Chester County is a key one there. It's about 5% of the whole statewide total. Not a lot of information in yet. We're seeing Harris run a little bit below where she'd need to do to hold even there. Montgomery County, an outperformance so far, again, with less than a third of the vote in. And I've kept my eye on Bucks throughout the night to try to track this, because this is good news if you're the Harris campaign. Delco, similar story. And as Donna said with Philadelphia, one of the interesting little quirks is just how Clinton's vote share actually went down a little bit with Joe Biden. Biden wins the state, but Clinton actually did a little bit better in the city of Philadelphia, even though it was elsewhere in the state that he was able to make up votes. So what kind of coalition is built becomes really important through all of this. You can also look at some of the more battleground, closely divided places. And again, it's hard to know how much of the vote is election day versus vote by mail. There's still a lot of it that is the in-person vote that might shift some of these numbers. These are not horrible numbers. You asked me earlier about Erie County. That's that boomerang county. Very little of the vote in right now. But this just looks like it's a battle.
A real battle, Ryan. So what do you make of what you're seeing in Pennsylvania?
Well, I think it's going to take a long time. I mean, we're just going to have to be patient with Pennsylvania. They're pretty slow at getting these results in. There's even though not as much as 2020, just a boatload of early votes that still need to be counted, a lot in Philadelphia County. So I'm a little bit slow to opine on Pennsylvania, but I do think things are looking very interesting south of Pennsylvania and Virginia still. And I think that's something that there's not getting a lot of attention yet, but I think people are going to start focusing on Virginia.
The closeness of Virginia. Let's take a look, Rick. Where does Virginia stand right now?
Yeah, this is just one of those really strange ones to see a 4,000 vote edge. A lot of votes left in the Democratic areas. Those are our bluer dots. But again, it's just not. One of the things that strikes me, David, looking at the map as it's filled in so far, the fact that the Democrats are sweating some of the places that should have been safe. We haven't made a projection in New Hampshire. We haven't made a projection in Connecticut. Rhode Island, we talked about earlier, closer than we thought. Of course, Virginia. These are places that Democrats flat out have to win if they're going to have any chance.
Take us through some of those states. Let's see where New Hampshire stands, because we saw some tightening in the polls leading up to Election Day.
Yeah, we did. And this is a state that we kind of thought would be called a little earlier in the night because they have a pretty tradition. Most of the Democratic votes are in the southern part of the state. And again, Harris is leading. The question is going to be really how much she wins by.
Outperforming herself in
outperforming there. But to me, the fact that we're even talking about states like this tells you how things are at least tipping early in the night. And the southern states, clearly there's an edge right now in Georgia and North Carolina. North Carolina, I've been tracking a lot, 230,000 vote margin. That's hard to make up when you're at 70% of the vote. The thing that is keeping it, though, out of anyone's win column is Mecklenburg County. That's Charlotte. Kamala Harris is winning there. She's not hitting the 538 benchmark number, but you want to see a really big dot emerge. There it is, and that's almost 500,000 votes that are still out in the Charlotte area. But if she's winning at 60-40 instead of 68-20 or 68-30, that means you're just not getting as many votes out of it, and that makes it hard to catch up against that number.
No question about that. We're going to check in with Trump headquarters in Florida. We're going to check in with Harris headquarters, see what the mood is on the ground at this point in the night. And we're going to keep digging into these Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, because that appears to be the path as we continue in the night, at least for the Democrats to keep this alive. As Rick Klein just points out, and smartly so, the reason North Carolina can't be called is because of the outstanding vote in Charlotte, which is a Democratic area. But given the margin between the two, it might be really difficult to make that up. So we're going to keep our eyes on the math. We'll get right back to it right after the break.
Your voice, your vote. Election night 2024. The race for the White House continues in a moment on ABC.
Yo, partner.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss.
Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping. High Potential, all new Tuesdays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
In It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
This version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what?
The View.
I love it. I'm all in.
Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
A firefighter gunned down in his own driveway. Stunning true crime.
Every step was shocking.
As it unfolds.
Just when you thought you heard the most shocking part, there was another part.
Fire and Vice, 2020, Friday night on ABC. You're watching ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Election Night headquarters in New York. We have some races to call at this hour. We can project that in Mississippi, the winner of that race, former President Donald Trump, picks up 6 electoral votes in Mississippi. He also wins Ohio, 17 electoral votes. Used to be a battleground state. Trump has won Ohio before. He wins it again tonight. Of course, we're watching the Ohio Senate race right now. The Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown seeking a 4th term, trailing businessman Bernie Moreno, who's never run before. Colombian roots. He leads by almost 5 points here. It's going to be a difficult race to make up that kind of ground with 76% of the vote in. We're going to keep our eye on that. We do have another race to call, and a race that makes history tonight. In Maryland, voters have elected Democrat Angela Alsobrooks to serve in the Senate. Republican Larry Hogan, the popular governor there, had been challenging her for that open seat. Angela Alsobrooks becomes the next senator from the state of Maryland. And Lindsay Davis, she makes history, and a lot of history made tonight. She'll be the 2nd black woman elected to the Senate on this election.
We're talking about Carol Moseley Braun and Kamala Harris, obviously. Prior to this day, in our country's nearly 250-year history, you'd only had 2 black women ever elected to the U.S. Senate. And tonight, you have 2 more. What's really significant, I think, to put this into broader perspective, is we've still never had a black female govern a state in this country. And so tonight, the Democratic Party is asking American citizens to do something that they haven't even done on a state level. They're asking to vote for this woman to run and rule and reign over this entire country, which it just really puts in perspective that we're just now getting to this point of having 4 black women elected into the Senate. It was interesting when I had a chance to speak with Angela Alsobrooks just last week. She talked about how her family is from South Carolina, and it was because her great-grandfather had been shot by a white sheriff's deputy that they fled to Maryland, and that's what made her decide that she wanted to be a prosecutor and ultimately get into politics.
And Donna Brazil, Angela Alsobrooks has talked about how, as a young prosecutor, she got advice from another prosecutor.
That's right. Vice President Kamala Harris was elected prosecutor in 2004. She mentored Angela Alsobrooks, but I also have to take a moment of personal pride. She was my first intern on Capitol Hill. So I'm very excited about that, but she's been a terrific executive. In both her primary campaign, she was outraised almost 10-1, as well as in general election. Look, Larry Hogan is a great guy. People love him in Maryland, but they understood a vote for Mr. Hogan was a vote for Mitch McConnell, a vote for the Supreme Court. Angela had her message focused on the economy, the issue of abortion, because abortion was on the ballot in the great state of Maryland. But she also had a special appeal, I think, to young women across the state. That's going to be the hidden story tonight after my friend next to me finishes boogie-woogie around all of the counties.
Let's get a long night ahead. And Rachel Scott, you're looking at the Senate. Not only is this a win for Angela Alsobrooks, she makes history, but I flashed up that Ohio Senate race. Sherrod Brown, it does not look like it's going to be a good night for him there.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to make up, David, as you already said. 78% of the vote that is already in, and you could see that Moreno is ahead right now by 239,000 votes, roughly, compared to Sherrod Brown. You know, I've been studying sort of how he won the last time around. And listen, that was 2018. Donald Trump was not running, and so this is the first time that Sherrod Brown, the last remaining statewide Democrat in this state, is really trying to outrun the top of the ticket. I want you to just pay attention to some of these counties, because these are areas, they're red now, but these were blue in 2018. These are two counties in which Sherrod Brown did really well in 2018. Now they're red. You could see just how well Moreno is doing here. He's ahead by 4,000 votes. Sherrod Brown underperforming where he was in 2018. And you could see Vice President Kamala Harris at 41%. This is obviously a red state here. Sherrod Brown, the last remaining Democrat, if he is able to carve this one out, it would be pretty remarkable here. We're still waiting for a good number of votes here in Franklin County, which is home to Columbus.
What does it say, John, about the shifting nature of not only Ohio, but you're looking at Florida as well? And Sherrod Brown, very popular in that state, obviously not enough to win tonight, but the margin became smaller and smaller each time he ran.
Yeah, and look, this show's really tough night it's shaping up to be for Democrats in the Senate. I mean, the Democrats talked about two seats that they thought they really had a chance, a chance to pick up. Florida, Texas, neither one of those looks good. Sherrod Brown, they thought they were going to keep. Looks like he's in real trouble. Tough for Democrats in the Senate.
All right, John, thanks. When we come back here, your local news is standing by, and we have new reporting from Donald Trump's campaign headquarters, who's with Donald Trump tonight, what they make of what they're seeing on the board so far, and then we'll focus right back on that blue wall, the Rust.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
When you're 61 years old, you have few opportunities to change your life. I don't feel invisible now.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go.
The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a carry in it.
How important is made to USA? Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hey, good morning, America.
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 Every day of your life.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. We are watching the results roll in. ABC News now projecting Trump will win Mississippi and Ohio. ABC News also projecting Harris will win Illinois and New York. Here is where each candidate stands right now. 91 to Kamala Harris, 195 to the former president. As you know, a candidate needs 270 to win. Let's take a look at some states that we are still waiting to call. Here's the latest out of Wisconsin, where the last two elections were decided by less than 25,000 votes. VP Kamala Harris at 49.1%. The former president at 49.2%. 47% of the vote is in. It is tight. We want to turn now to our Deborah Roberts. She is in Madison, Wisconsin. Deb, we know that election workers there are working hard to process more than 1 million absentee ballots. Let's just talk about what that process looks like.
Well, it's a long process, and it's a late process, Kira. We talked to the chairperson of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, and she tells us that we can just expect, once again, a long night. Wisconsin is one of those states that doesn't begin to process and tabulate those votes until the morning of Election Day, which is today. And that is really critical when it comes to those absentee ballots. And as you said, a lot of them to tabulate, particularly in Milwaukee, the largest city in this state. And they do this in a very exacting kind of manner, where they lay out the votes and they crease them and they process them through the machine, and it just takes a very long time. They had a little bit of a snafu earlier today. They said they rectified that. They've made up some time, but they expect that it's going to be a late night here in Wisconsin, and those votes might very well determine how much of a margin Harris will have here if she continues on this path to being ahead.
And Madison was also one of a handful of places today that received bomb threats at polling sites. What more can you tell us?
Well, there have been a number of places, as you know, that have had this kind of thing around the country. And there were even reports of people getting phone calls today here in Madison, voters who said that they were very strange calls, people asking personal information. And then these bomb threats at a couple of polling locations, schools that were, of course, closed, but polling locations turned out to be nothing. But once again, still concerning. Election officials say it was just mischief. And they said Ann Jacobs, who is the head of this election commission for the state, said it was just mischief. It was mischief, but bad mischief, but they didn't know what they were up to. So far, a night that seems to be moving right along, but it's going to be a late one.
It sure is. We're glad to have you, Deborah Roberts. Thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Glad you're all with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. We'll be bringing you election results all throughout the night, so don't go far. Our coverage of the race to the White House continues.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+.
You're a single mom pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. I'm just out here super copping.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are. I watch you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a totally cool person with a disability who could do most anything.
He just said, would you like to be my wife? They're never gonna stop us from loving each other.
Hey, good morning, America.
Good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Every day of your life.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live. This is an ABC News special. Election night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage. 10:30 now here in the East, 7:30 in the West. We're 30 minutes away from polls closing in California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. California, of course, with 54 electoral votes at stake. You're looking at the electoral value sort of the portion of the map, 270 to win. Let's take you to the floor and we'll show you where things stand at this hour. Kamala Harris with 91 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 201. You need 270 to win. He's picked up 19 states tonight. She's picked up 8 states in Washington, D.C. Let's get right to Trump headquarters, Palm Beach Convention Center. John Santucci, who's covered Donald Trump for us for quite some time. What's the mood there, John? And who's with Donald Trump?
Well, David, you can hear the mood here at the convention center. They're going through results, and the crowd here supporting Donald Trump, very excited. Donald Trump is not here, David, at this convention center. He's over at Mar-a-Lago, where, David, I'm told he's been gathered with senior staff and family in a war room that's been set up at his club, going through results. And just in the last couple of minutes, David, he actually went into the grand ballroom at Mar-a-Lago, according to reporting from my colleague, Catherine Falders and I, where he actually went around and greeted supporters and donors that are there. Our sources tell us, David, that in addition to donors and club members, he's there with his new campaign surrogates, billionaire Elon Musk and RFK Jr. And in addition to the family, David, who's been advising and campaigning with Donald Trump, his eldest sons, Don Jr. and Eric, there with Dad tonight. Barron Trump also there. And a photo, David, that Melania Trump, the former First Lady, just tweeted in the last couple of minutes. Barron, who turned 18 this year, David, casting a vote for his father earlier today. David?
John Santucci with some color inside Trump headquarters there, Palm Beach Convention Center. John, thank you. Let's go right over to Eva Pilgrim. She's at the Kamala Harris headquarters, Howard University in Washington. Eva, what's the mood there?
Yeah, they're watching the numbers as they come in right now. They are watching a speech from Angela Also Brooks, who was just declared the winner in that Maryland Senate seat. You can see the crowd here cheering. The flags, those are American flags. Those flags back there, I just want to point out, those are college students in that back area. They're sort of pinned in back there. They've been here since very early. They got here. And they've been cheering and excited. I wish you could hear earlier. There was loud music. Everyone was dancing everywhere they are. You know, we've been speaking with the campaign as they've seen these numbers come in tonight, and they've sort of stuck with what they told us yesterday when we last spoke with them, which was the idea that this event here tonight on Howard's campus, as they watch the election results come in, was going to be an information center for them. They've been very clear with their supporters about how they expect these numbers to come in. The expectation that a lot of the red states would be reporting early and that the blue states would come in later, and to wait for those numbers to come in and for those states to report. And some of those blue states, as we all know, take a little bit longer to come in. And so this isn't an event that they thought they were going to have a result at tonight. This was an opportunity for people to come here. This was an opportunity for them to have a place to get information out, to keep people informed, to keep them, their supporters, calm as they watch these numbers come in tonight. But they are still cautiously optimistic as they wait to see exactly what unfolds here tonight, David.
All right, Eva Pilgrim at Howard University. Eva, thank you. Mary Bruce, you've been in contact with your sources at the campaign. What are they saying about the night? I gather they'll say this was the path that we knew we were working towards, and that means it's a late night.
Bingo. They they knew that this was going to be tight. They knew this was going to take a long time. The message coming from the Harris campaign right now is just everybody wait. They are not prepared to say at this point that it's, blue wall or bust. They still feel that they, have a chance in North Carolina and Georgia, that some of those places that are left to report out, may be more of their supporters. But look, they always knew that this was going to be a very close race and was going to take a lot of time. And we certainly are seeing that play out right now.
Right. We can project another winner here in the state of Iowa. Former President Donald Trump picks up 6 electoral votes in the state of Iowa. This is particularly interesting. We thought Iowa would go to Donald Trump, but then a lot of news in the last few days before this election. The final Des Moines Register poll from J.N. Seltzer, obviously respected political scientist. But there are going to be a lot of questions about what she missed in the poll.
I mean, she was tracking a narrow lead for Kamala Harris. It sent shockwaves throughout the political world. What it could mean for other states, not just Iowa. So to see Iowa coming in for Donald Trump, and apparently by a very convincing margins, looks like a serious swing and a miss from a usually reliable pollster.
I'll head over to the big board here with Rick. Let's just dive into some of these Rust Belt states, the so-called blue wall. I'm curious, Wisconsin, we were looking at a moment ago, and you were showing me a number of the counties. Let's look at the WOW counties, which are conservative-leaning, Republican-leaning, what she would have to do in those counties around Milwaukee. Waukesha, for example.
Yep, exactly. The Waukesha County is one of the classic suburban counties with a good history of being going Republican. You see how Kamala Harris did. We also see where she's doing vis-a-vis the 538 benchmark.
So she's outperforming in Waukesha.
That's right. That's right, which is the most Republican of the county. So she's got to like these numbers. You're losing by 45,000 votes. That's never good, but it's better than the opposite.
But just look at this. This is a 1,000-vote race in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, you do this to us every time. You're doing it to us again tonight. Between these two candidates, a very close race. Let's look at some of the other counties surrounding Milwaukee.
Yeah, Ozaki is another big one, and we're seeing her just a smidge beyond where she would need to be to make this a 50-50 race. Washington County, she's a little bit below that. Milwaukee, we know that there's a lot of the vote that probably isn't going to be accounted for a while. They had to rerun a bunch of the ballots, an 84,000 vote edge here, more than making up for it. We've also been looking at Madison. That's a liberal stronghold, but functionally speaking, she's not going to get as many votes here, in all likelihood, as even though she's getting close to the benchmark, she's not going to get as many votes here as Joe Biden did, both in terms of the margin as well as the total number of votes. You have to just kind of rack it up in Dane County, in Madison, and Milwaukee if you're going to win as a Democrat in Wisconsin.
You're talking about the University of Wisconsin right here, obviously.
That's right.
I'm just curious because we haven't talked about this yet tonight. I mean, obviously, it's a blue county, right? Let's just look at the benchmark where Donald Trump needs to be. See, he's outperforming slightly, but that matters on both sides here as they rack up the vote. I'm curious, in university towns, I wonder when we look back, the young male vote from some of these university towns, that was a huge part of the Trump campaign. I don't know if that's going to bear out, but that might be part of the equation in some of these university centers on why she might be just underperforming slightly from where she would need to be having a winning night here. Obviously, she's ahead by 1,800 votes. Very close race in Wisconsin, but these are the tiny little margins we're going to be looking at.
And we're seeing that in so many different places, David, too. We're just seeing places where Donald Trump is doing better than his 538 benchmark. Sometimes it's not as dramatic as this is. If you look at the final votes here, Harris isn't even close to where she was last time in Green Bay. A bunch of places where you're just not seeing the Harris numbers and you are seeing the Trump numbers. It's very striking. There's a similar storyline that's playing out throughout Pennsylvania tonight. Again, we're waiting on a lot of vote. We're waiting on all of these Democratic places. It's all there. But it isn't too early to say, look at a county like Schuylkill, where the 538 benchmark would have Harris needing to get 28, 29 points. Not there, not even close. In some of these counties, they're not that big, but they've got most of the vote in already. And you're seeing Donald Trump tick up a little bit from his margins last time around. And that adds up over time, even if these aren't big places.
No question. Let's look at Allegheny County.
Yeah, Allegheny County, Harris is hitting her number almost exactly. But again, it's not right now enough to kind of outweigh what's happening elsewhere in the state.
The Erie County, which was obviously one of these boomerang counties.
Yeah,
she appears to be holding on.
She appears to be holding on. We have a lot of votes still outstanding.
The benchmark is here.
Yeah, she's doing well beyond it, but there's so much vote outstanding, and it's hard to say what it is. Scranton is another great one to look at. Kamala Harris is not quite where 538 would suggest she needs to be, not quite where Joe Biden was, a little bit better than Hillary Clinton. Meanwhile, Trump, look at the other side of that. Trump is doing better than he did either time that he ran in Lackawanna County.
So 123,000 votes separates the two of them. Donald Trump in the lead in Pennsylvania right now. Michigan, what are we looking at?
Yeah, in Michigan, we're seeing a lead right now for Harris of almost exactly the same, and we have a lot of the urban areas in the state still to go. I mean, start with Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor. You talk about your college towns. Here's an interesting one where Trump is doing a little bit better again than the benchmark. So that might play out that theory. Lansing, there isn't a lot of vote there, but so far we're seeing a little bit better than the benchmark would suggest in a place that will be pretty liberal at the end of the night. And of course, we're going to be really dialed in into Wayne County. That is Detroit. It's also Dearborn, where there's a very large Arab American population that's been critical of Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden Israel policy. Not a lot of vote there to learn much about it yet.
And what's the benchmark? How is she doing compared to where she needs to be?
She's
in
doing
Wayne County?
far better, but there's so little vote in there,
Right,
and
right.
we believe it's the early in-person vote, which happened for the first time in Michigan this time.
We're looking at margins of 100,000 votes in Michigan, 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania separates them, and what, 1,500 votes in Wisconsin?
That's right. That's 5,000 votes.
Yeah.
It's less than 5,000 votes in Wisconsin. And again, that is the only path she has left if North Carolina and Georgia don't go her way. And we've had some significant news in North Carolina. We were talking earlier about that big vote that was out in Charlotte. Well, we got a lot of that vote now. It's 90% reporting. Kamala Harris did very well. She picked up 170,000 votes out of Charlotte, but she's still losing by 130,000. And those big blue dots are getting smaller. Less and less of that outstanding vote there for her to make up significant margin. And that 135,000 is significant when you're already in a state that has got 84% reporting.
Yeah. All right. Well, North Carolina, it's narrowing the chances in North Carolina, which really then looks like the Rust Belt would be the only path. Virginia's been interesting to me. How close is this race still?
Yeah, we're seeing Harris begin to open up a little bit more of a lead, but again, this shouldn't be close. That's I think really going to be the story of Virginia, is that there really wasn't a world where this should have been close. And you look at some places where Kamala Harris is running significantly below Joe Biden, Loudoun County, which is the suburbs of Washington D.C., which makes it a bluer state. You know, Trump's not getting to his benchmark, which means he's not going to win the state, but he's running significantly better than he did the other times that he ran. And that, to me, is just that is almost across the board storyline tonight, that places where, whether it's blue or red, Donald Trump has beaten his number by a little bit.
Not only beating his number from last time, but beat his number when he ran against Hillary Clinton in 2016. He's outperforming in some of these counties. Let's head up to Rhode Island, New Hampshire, some of these other states that typically we would call earlier in the night.
Yeah, Rhode Island is projected now, but it was closer than it should have been by all rights. And you see some more working class parts of the state tending to do a little bit redder. You know, even in the capital of Providence, Kamala Harris not quite Joe Biden's numbers. You start to see that kind of erosion, that slippage. It doesn't really matter where it is. Yeah, New Hampshire, we haven't had a projection yet. We're talking about a 20,000 vote margin in a state that gets a lot of political attention. A lot of the Democratic votes are here in the southern part. We have to wait to see if we get more, about half of it in so far. But the earlier point still holds, that places where Democrats should get a projection pretty early, Connecticut and New Jersey. New Jersey, she'll win New Jersey, but the fact that we'd even mention it on air in election night, Connecticut on air, a 24,000 vote margin, tells you that there's something that she hasn't really been able to bring out her base in places that don't get a lot of attention at the presidential level.
The Democratic base, and it's a question of what kind of coalition, if she's able to pull this off, did she put together in order to pull it off? And if not, the questions will be why wasn't she able to pull it off? Show us in each one of these three blue wall states the map that shows us the outstanding vote, the percentage of the vote.
Sure. Start here in Pennsylvania, again, down 120,000 votes. That's Philadelphia and the eastern suburbs. A little bit in Pittsburgh. Places like Harrisburg, State College, Erie, they're 50-50 splits or close to it, so you're not going to net as much either way. That's the path that's still there, and it's very much an existing path. I think Pennsylvania, very realistic. Michigan, I mentioned how little vote is in Detroit right now. I think you'll see it come up in a very dramatic way there. I mean, some of these bubbles overlap because the counties are so close, and there's just a lot of vote that's left there. Harris, right now, we see some new numbers, it's 100,000 votes or so. And Wisconsin, again, Milwaukee is just going to be huge here. Madison, most of the vote is already in a heavily Democratic place. Right now, it's only about 3,000 votes as the numbers continue to roll in.
And I know, Rachel, you've been diving into some of these college towns, actually. This is going to be something we look at later, how young voters split if the gender gap was what we think it could be potentially going into election night. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we know Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, quite frankly, trying to get young male voters to turn out. Vice President Kamala Harris trying to get younger voters to turn out in general. La Crosse, home to 3 different colleges, thousands of students. Let's take a look at how she's doing here. 52% of the vote. She's ahead by 3,500 votes so far. She's pretty much almost where President Biden was, with 71% of the vote in. Eau Claire, another one. Take a look here. She's still leading in this county as well, ahead by 4,000.
Let me just check on the benchmark, though. I'm just so curious of where she's just slightly under where 538 thought she should be. Can you show us back? Let's go back to La Crosse just for a second. Yeah, she's just under where she needs to be in these college towns. Where else were you looking?
Also in Madison, Dane County, this has high voter turnout here. You still have 89% of the vote in. 90% of this county turns out to vote. I don't know where that happens anywhere else in America, but she's going to need to do well here. And then, of course, Waukesha for former President Donald Trump, going to be absolutely critical. This doesn't have to go Republican. It has to go super Republican. This is really where he has to super energize his base. And then also, you know, Rick was talking about Milwaukee. Former President Donald Trump campaigning here also multiple times. Look, traditionally, yes, this does go towards Democrats, of course. Vice President Kamala Harris right now, 66%. Let's see where she is with the 538 benchmark. Just under that right now. But former President Donald Trump, Waukesha is where he earns the most votes, 2016, 2020. The second highest for him is Milwaukee. So he still has to run up the score in Milwaukee in order to do well.
All right, this is the key number at this hour. 6,500 votes between them. Donald Trump leading in Wisconsin tonight. We're going to keep our eye on all three of these states, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Don't go away. We'll dive into these numbers even more right after the break.
I didn't have to spend my life trying to find my calling. Mine found me at an early age.
At Ram, our calling is to build trucks. So when you find your calling, nothing can stop you from answering it.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news. ABC Election Night.
When we fight, we win! We will soon be a great nation again.
Who will be your next president? Election Night. This is where America turns for answers. ABC Election Night Live.
Attention teachers, no child is to be sent to the principal's office today. Kids, if you want to do crime, now's the time. Happy first day in school.
Yes. Weren't there like 4 more of these?
Yeah, we were robbed.
Hey, buy 3, get 1 free.
I'ma call your mother on you. Bring the rest back here, boy.
Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most,
a special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu. ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America.
This ship is heaven. Doctor, it's your job to keep everybody alive.
Clear. Come on.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
What's good to watch? Read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
This is ABC News coverage of Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live coverage of Election Night here. We do want to call another state, Kansas. The 6 electoral votes of Kansas will go to former President Donald Trump. In Nebraska tonight, Donald Trump picks up 3 electoral votes. And John Carl, explain to the audience how that works in Nebraska. They split these up.
They split them up by congressional district and then overall winner. So there is a single electoral vote coming out of Nebraska. It's in Omaha. Sometimes they call it Obamaha because Obama won it, helped him win the presidency in 2008. So, look, if we're looking at a scenario where Kamala Harris's path to winning the presidency is to win the blue wall and not to win any of the other battleground states in the Sun Belt, it would be 270 votes to 268 votes. The single vote that would put her over the top would be in Omaha. It would be that split electoral vote in the state of Nebraska. Of course, we got a long way to go tonight before we're at that point. But that's why Republicans tried to change the rules in Nebraska. Lindsey Graham made a trip all the way out to Nebraska to try to convince
this election cycle.
Yes, this election cycle. Donald Trump got involved. He called some of the state legislators to try to get them to change the rules there. They didn't change the rules, and that could be a very pivotal single electoral vote.
Could be. But it's early. It's early.
It's early. We got a long way to go.
So let's go back to some of these Senate races. We want to call a few more races here. In New Jersey, we can call the Senate race now for the Democrat. Congressman Andy Kim, a 3-term congressman running for Senate. He wins. He's going to now take over the seat that was once held by Robert Menendez until he was convicted. So Congressman Andy Kim wins in New Jersey. In Virginia, seeking a 3rd term, Senator Tim Kaine has been reelected in Virginia, though the race has not been called in Virginia on the presidential level, which is quite extraordinary for this time of the night. In Texas at this hour, we can say Republican Senator Ted Cruz, who was seeking a 3rd term, has been reelected to the Senate. He'd been challenged by Congressman Colin Allred, of course, former Baylor University Tennessee Titans football player, a 3-term congressman himself. He had campaigned on so many issues, reproductive rights, one of them. Lindsay, you interviewed him in just the last week or two, and the Democrats really thought he had some prospects there. They were putting some late money into the campaign.
As you know, David, football is a little bit more of a popular pastime in Texas than politics is, and Colin Allred really staked a lot on that. Even his campaign ads really started on the football field, ended on the football field. He talked about how he'd taken down a lot tougher opponents than Ted Cruz before. But look, this really was an uphill battle for him. It's been 30 years to Election Day when a Democrat was able to win a statewide position in the state of Texas. And so really, this was a fierce, it shouldn't have been really when you think about it, but Ted Cruz has a pretty high unpopularity rate in the state of Texas. But for Colin Allred, this is really a disappointment. He actually thought that he was going to be able to do it. And I do want to give a shout out to Andy Kim, the first Korean American to ever be a U.S. senator.
Now he'll represent New Jersey in the Senate. No question. Let's get right to John Quinones on the ground in Texas. John, what do you make of the news?
Well, this was one of the most closely watched races in the country, David. The incumbent Republican, Ted Cruz, once a presidential candidate himself, challenged by 3-term Democratic congressman and former, like Lindsay said, former NFL linebacker Colin Allred. They campaigned bitterly in the state over women's reproductive rights, the border, transgender rights. Cruz calling Allred too liberal for Texas. In the end, amidst a changing political landscape here in Texas, Ted Cruz survived the challenge just a few minutes ago. In his victory speech, Cruz specifically thanked Latino voters in this state, which he says have proven all the political prognosticators wrong.
John Quinones on the ground there in Texas. John, thank you. And look at the margin there. That's a much bigger margin than even Beto O'Rourke when he took on Ted Cruz. Came almost within 2 points of defeating Ted Cruz, Rachel.
Yeah, within 2 points, much bigger margin this time. And that is because Colin Allred really underperformed in some of the big cities. So let's take Harris County. This is home to Houston. You can see the 538 benchmark that we have has him at 58. He got 53. Let's go over to Austin. This is Travis County. 74% is what he needed to meet. 71 is where he was. David, I will tell you, Lindsay already said it, but, you know, Ted Cruz, deeply unpopular, even in his own state. He's tried to rebrand his image to be more approachable, to be more bipartisan. I don't think there's anywhere else in this country where Cancun was talked about more than in this state. You remember those images of Ted Cruz at the airport after that deadly winter storm, calling all red, ad after ad on that, but ultimately Ted Cruz remained victorious in this state.
Rick Klein, you're over at the big board as well. What are you seeing in some of these key battlegrounds? How's Pennsylvania looking at this hour?
Yeah, Pennsylvania right now is still a problem for Kamala Harris, an advantage Donald Trump, 100,000 vote margin, a lot left of the vote. And some of these bubbles will tell you the story about what's left. 175,000 votes left in Philadelphia is our estimate. Another 193,000 in Delaware County, Delco, a place where Harris is winning very big. Bucks County, still a lot of votes to be counted there, 240,000. So that's what's keeping this as a competitive state right now. But we've seen the numbers shift as more of the Republican parts of the state have fallen in line for Donald Trump. It's been almost consistent across the board. Again, not the biggest counties, but places where he's been able to build on his lead consistently.
I think that's a good example. What you pulled up Perry County. Just look at the threshold, the 538 threshold of where he needs to be. And this is the story of the night. He's outperforming slightly in all of these rural counties. I think we're seeing this in a number of the swing states, which is helping him to build these margins against Kamala Harris.
That's exactly right, and it adds up over time, and I think that's similar to what we've seen in Michigan, similar in Wisconsin. Michigan doesn't have a lot of vote in right now, but you're seeing some areas where Donald Trump in the past has not been that strong. This is more of a swingy type county. You can see where Joe Biden was. You see where Kamala Harris is. You see where Donald Trump was. You see where he is right now, and in many cases, it's that he's beating himself twice over. Right? This guy's been on the ballot a lot. Voters have had the opportunity to vote for him or vote against him several times now. So, again, it's not the big urban areas. That's going to go pretty Democratic. And it's still possible that Harris pulls out enough of the vote in Madison and Milwaukee where we're still waiting on vote. But it becomes difficult as time goes by. And that really is the story that's developing now in North Carolina. When we look at our remaining votes, these blue dots have been getting smaller throughout the night. And when you really get into it, you're talking about 115,000 votes. OK, that's if you win that 2-1, you start to chip away at that 145,000 vote lead. But there may not be enough of those blue dots left in a Georgia or North Carolina based on what we're seeing tonight.
All right, we're going to continue to drill down on these blue wall states with Rick Klein and Rachel Scott over at the board. We're closing in on 11 o'clock here in the east, 8 o'clock on the west. 4 more states set to close, including California with its 54 electoral votes. Your local news is next, and we'll see you just minutes from now with more numbers coming in, including the Sunbelt states. We'll be right back.
Yo, partner.
We're not partners. I'm the detective and you are the consultant. I see you brought your baby to a crime scene.
She is just spectating.
You're a single mom with 3 kids pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. Still think my theory's flimsy?
That big brain of hers is going to help us close a lot of cases.
I'm just out here super copping.
High Potential, all new next Tuesday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Look at all these happy wedding guests.
I'm getting married.
Cap, are you crying?
I'm a sucker for love.
All of this is a lie.
You have to help me.
I need you to come with me right now.
I just don't know what to do.
Code Alpha.
This is all my fault.
Hi, my name is Patrice. I am a totally cool person with a disability.
Patrice always sees the best side of life. I just looked at her and I said, would you like to be my wife?
If you get married and you're collecting a Social Security benefit, your benefit will be cut.
I don't take anything for granted.
I don't see what anyone can see in anyone.
They're never going to stop us from loving each other.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
I love this version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View. You all heard it
it here first.
I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in.
I'm in. I'm in too.
I'll be here.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Tonight, now 11 p.m. in the east, 8 p.m. in the west. Polls are now closed in 48 states, including California, with the biggest prize of the night. It's 54 electoral votes at this hour. As you can see in Georgia, we're also following these key battlegrounds. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump by about 2 points in Georgia, 89% of the vote in. 16 electoral votes on the line right there. North Carolina tonight, still, we can't call this race either. A close race, 85% of the vote in. As you can see, a margin of just about 150,000 votes between them. In Pennsylvania, perhaps the biggest battleground state prize of the night, 67% of the vote in. Donald Trump taking a slight lead over Kamala Harris. There's still significant outstanding vote in the Philadelphia area and other Democratic strongholds. The question is it enough to help catch her back up? And how tight will this race be in the end? We always knew Pennsylvania could be very tight. 19 electoral votes on the line. Michigan at this hour. Take a look. These are the numbers. Kamala Harris with a slight lead in that state, just 29% of the vote in at this hour. The vice president leads the former president in that state. And in Wisconsin, 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections, Wisconsin decided by less than a point. 59% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes on the line, and you can see a very close race. About 30,000 votes in between the two candidates. Let's look at Arizona at this hour. Look at that, 49.5, 49.6 in Arizona. Obviously can't call that race. Nevada tonight, the numbers have not come in yet. Another battleground, though, obviously, where the polls have closed. There are projections we can make at this hour, so let's get right to them. In the state of California, Vice President Kamala Harris, where she was once the Attorney General and the Senator of that state, she wins in that state, picks up its 54 electoral votes. In Idaho tonight, former President Donald Trump picks up 4 electoral votes from Idaho. Washington State, the polls have closed. The raw vote coming in. The number's not there yet. The moment we have it, we'll put it back up on the screen. Too early to call. And in Oregon, the polls have just closed. Cannot call that state as well. Let's look at the map tonight. 270, again, the magic number in the Electoral College. Here's what we've got. Kamala Harris with 9 states plus Washington, D.C., 145 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 23 states, 214 electoral votes. And, of course, those key battleground states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of them. The votes are coming in, and in all of those states, it's extraordinarily close. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election, it could last for weeks. I'm not sure. I was just making sure you're all still here with me. It continues right now.
This is an ABC News special. Election Night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Good evening. As we come back on the air in the West, it's great to have you with us here. ABC News election headquarters here in New York. This is an extremely close race in all of the key battlegrounds. I want to get right to Mary Bruce, covering the vice president, covering the Harris campaign. And basically, you got your hands on a memo that went out to internal staff saying this is going to buckle up. This is going to be a long election.
This email reads like a reality check from the Harris campaign manager to her staff. We've obtained this by ABC News. And she says what we have all been talking about, that they knew this race was going to be razor thin. She says this is exactly what they prepared for, and that their clearest path to 270 remains to be through the blue wall that we've been talking about all night. She says we feel good about what we are seeing. That said, she is cautioning that this is going to take some time. She runs through those blue wall states, saying in Pennsylvania they overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia. Philadelphia. She says they're seeing especially high turnout with large non-white and student populations. And then in Michigan and Wisconsin, she notes, they are still awaiting a significant amount of the vote to come in Michigan, pointing to Detroit, also saying other results in Michigan are harder to parse. In Wisconsin, she points to remaining vote in Dane and Milwaukee counties. And then what she says, David, is what we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. David, she urges their team to, quote, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow.
John?
But can I say that is absolutely the message that we're hearing tonight from the Kamala Harris campaign. But I am also talking to Democrats, not precisely on the Kamala Harris campaign, but with very much a vested interest in what's happening here, who are feeling that this is looking very bad for her, who are very concerned about the trends they're seeing, both in those Sun Belt states, concerns about what they're seeing in Wisconsin, and seeing a path. Sure, this is not over. It's certainly not over, but seeing it as a very steep and narrow path for Kamala Harris.
And do they recognize in a lot of these Republican counties, it's sort of like Donald Trump performing just over the threshold of where he needed to be, and the numbers adding up in each one of these battleground states. It's not necessarily sort of the urban centers where they thought Kamala Harris would do well, as Rick has shown us. She has done well in a lot of those areas. It's in the Republican counties where he's done better than he did 4 years ago, and in some cases is doing better than he did in 2016.
Which is astounding, because he did far better than anybody anticipated in both of those presidential cycles, in those rural, deep red Republican areas. So yes, that's the primary factor here, is Trump really appears to be turning out his voters and turning them out at a level perhaps even exceeding what they expected. But there are pockets where she's not doing as well. You look in Wisconsin, that area around Madison, Dane County, she's done very well. She has to do very well, but she's fallen short of where Joe Biden was. Milwaukee, again, a lot of votes still be counted in Milwaukee, but so far what's coming in not as well as Joe Biden did. Same thing we're seeing in the area around Charlotte, in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina. So a lot of deep concerns among Democrats, very vested in this campaign. Although, to be sure, as you've heard from Mary, the campaign, the Harris campaign, still very much sees a path and says this is going to be long and we need to be patient. And I think when they say long, they don't mean a long night, they mean a long week.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's sobering, John Carl. Appreciate it. Take no offense. We appreciate the reporting and the analysis. And you're right, because you point to Madison, you point to Charlotte, and some of these other cities where she has performed, but not to the level that they hoped that she would in order to pull this off. Donna Brazil, you are a veteran of these campaigns, and when you hear what the campaign chair is saying within the Harris campaign, you've actually heard that before.
Well, I just opened up when I heard Mary said, I said, oh, I got a memo finally. Look, I've worked on too many Democratic campaigns to throw in the towel. This is when it gets really good. If you're a good Democrat, you know you got to stay up past midnight to find some joy. There's some outstanding ballots, and of course, Philly. We talked about Milwaukee. I'm still waiting for Detroit to come in, because for the first time, Wayne County allowed people to vote on the same day. It's going to be close. We're not going to win all 7 battleground states. The blue wall is clearly more important than ever. I don't want to feel like 2016. By 11:20 at night, we were calling into Milwaukee. They say, there's nothing left. Well, if you call into Milwaukee now, there's still a lot of votes left. Philadelphia, a lot of votes. So be patient. Democrats, don't go running for the refrigerator and finding a beer. Just be patient. We're not there yet.
Donna Brazil asking the country to be patient tonight. We do have some news coming in here. The decision desk here at ABC News has not projected Georgia, but we can report that Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, has now said at a press conference moments ago that Donald Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding in the state of Georgia. He said, it looks like this is pretty much done. I think the results are pretty well baked in. And of course, you all at home remember our reporting on Raffensperger, the Republican who famously stood firm during that key phone call when Donald Trump asked, just find me the 11,000 votes when he lost to Joe Biden. So this is not someone who's necessarily obviously very friendly with Donald Trump. He stands by the process. He stands by the hard work in that state to make sure that this election was safe. And tonight, moments ago, again, we haven't projected this at ABC News, but the Secretary of State in Georgia saying this is insurmountable, that Donald Trump has won there.
And look, Brad Raffensperger is a Republican. He's elected Republican, but he is a straight shooter. No doubt about it. So Again, we haven't called it, but I would take what he said very seriously.
Let's get right to the ground in Georgia. Steve Osunsami in Atlanta. Steve, what do you make of this? And you've talked with the Secretary of State. Facts are facts, and he has said that it looks like it's insurmountable at this point.
Well, as John said, he is a straight shooter. You know, when I talked with him, he told me that, you know, his job is to call balls and strikes, not to put his finger on the scale. You know, his reputation speaks for himself on that issue. I will tell you that we've all been here, the producer I work with, Brandon Bauer, we've been really practicing our math skills, trying to figure out, you know, whether or not there are enough votes for Harris to make up the deficit, which at one point was about 150,000 votes. We're seeing those votes come in from the different county, and it's not clear, as Raffensperger has pointed out, that there are enough votes, even if she were to continue sort of the break that she has had in some of those counties and some of those vote-rich counties like Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, where there's still a little bit of vote outstanding to make up that deficit. I'll tell you, I've also talked with both campaigns. You know, the Trump campaign is celebrating tonight. They're already looking forward to being able to say that this is a state that they won. They point out that they did very, very well in the rural counties. You know, we had a setup here, rural versus urban, and they clearly performed well in the rural counties. Some of those counties where we saw up to 70% turnout, those counties made a difference. What's interesting is when you look at the numbers and the turnout here and the way the vote fell, it wasn't that Harris did so much terribly than Biden performed 4 years ago. What you do see is that in the rural counties, the rural voters showed up and showed out.
I wonder, Steve, if part of that is the encouragement to vote early, the combination of early voting and day of voting, if that did just help them rack up the vote, the Republican Party in Georgia. When you look at sort of county by county, I think your point is well made, that they were really able to increase the margins. And I was saying with Rick Klein earlier, Donald Trump has outperformed himself in many cases, even what he did in 2016.
You know, we saw a huge early vote among Republicans, which we didn't see in years past. You know, we were sort of expecting, a lot of people were expecting that what we were going to see today was that when the pre-vote came out, that Harris would have a significant lead, or it would have been closer than it was. But I think that evaporated in large part because we saw so many Republicans in the pre-vote stand in line in the Republican counties that had pre-votes. You know, one thing that's interesting is something else we saw today. You know, there are a number of counties where there isn't an early vote. A lot of these red counties also had good turnout today. We didn't see, as we were driving around the city and sort of anecdotally talking to different people, we didn't see the craziness that we've seen in years past. And a lot of that is because a lot of this election happened in the pre-vote. That's when most of this was decided.
Steve-O in Atlanta. Steve Osunsami, thanks so much. Ryan, what do you make of this?
Well, it's not where you want to be if you're the Harris campaign, on one hand. On the other hand, there was never, the Trump campaign was always planning on winning Georgia and North Carolina. But clearly Kamala Harris's team decided that maybe they could get lucky and pick one of these two off. It's not over yet, but the fact that they spent so much time there thinking that they might get lucky there, it doesn't look like they will, and now all their eggs are going to be in that blue wall. The other thing that's interesting about all this tonight is that one change in the law from 2020 to 2024, these states are counting a lot of these early votes right now. I mean, Georgia started counting this morning. North Carolina started counting at 5 o'clock. Wisconsin, 7. Michigan, 7. Pennsylvania, 7. One note, and Rick hit it earlier, which is important about Wisconsin. Right now, the last I checked, Donald Trump has a lead of about 38,000 votes. That was just a few minutes ago. I don't know if it held. But there's 31,000 ballots that still need to be counted in Milwaukee. So the Republicans in Wisconsin are saying Donald Trump's going to have about a 21 to 24,000 vote lead before those 31,000 votes get counted. So this is going to be very, very close. And if you look at Racine and Kenosha County down in the southeast corner, you'll see that those two counties together, if you go up one north in Racine, there's only 23% in But that's a huge, those are some huge numbers where they need to be.
So let's just drill down on that, Ryan. What are your sources telling you? Where does Donald Trump need to be before these final votes in some of these Democrat-rich counties?
Right. People believe, and I was just talking to Governor Walker on text about this, and he agrees that Donald Trump needs to have about a 21,000 vote lead before those 31,000 absentee ballots get counted or entered into the system in Milwaukee that are still sitting out there. So it's, you know, he's got a 41,000, Trump's got a 41,000 vote lead right now. There's more to come, and there's more blue votes to come in as well. So a long way to go, but rather be Donald Trump here than Kamala Harris.
In Wisconsin. Say that again, Donna?
I would rather be Kamala Harris. Look, you know the state better than I know it, but I also know how difficult it is to get all of the votes counted in Milwaukee. And also Dane. I mean, Dane had not only a significant early vote, but also a great turnout today with the same-day registration, as well as some of the young people in line. So I still believe the verdict is still out. We may not know Milwaukee, the final verdict until sometime tomorrow morning. It's too early.
You could be right.
Well, you owe me a beer.
I don't think you're going to be right, but you could be. I'm not saying
I'll take Milwaukee best.
I mean,
I'd rather be where we're at.
Spotted cow. But Dane County, they've already counted 94% of the vote. And she seems to have fallen short. That's a...
John, these are razor-thin margin.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
come on, let's not try to win by a blowout. I mean, she's getting there.
But let's look at the map that shows the outstanding vote, Rick.
Yeah,
by party here.
Yeah, I mean that's Milwaukee. That's exactly what Ryan's just talking about. It's a huge amount of vote that is Milwaukee. That's why 43,000 is not necessarily a safe lead. Madison, a little bit of a smaller dot, but there's some red spots on the map as well. You go out to the west, to St. Croix. I mean, we don't really have any vote there to speak of at all. So there's still Republican votes too, but Ryan is right. I mean, as with all three of these Midwestern cities, we're not really going to know until we have a complete portrait of what's going on inside Philadelphia, where there's still, according to our numbers, about 120,000 votes that are outstanding. That's just Philadelphia, not even counting its suburbs. Similarly, if you go up to Michigan, we don't have a lot in Detroit, only about 15,000. That's another 750,000 votes in Detroit, Dearborn, in Wayne County. And as we just talked about, Milwaukee. But those are the big urban areas, and that's what makes any lead right now potentially illusory. North Carolina and Georgia does look different right now, David. It's very hard to see how that ground gets made up, because you start to see those blue dots shrink over time, and there's less and less vote. And if you get into it, you realize, oh, Fulton County, that's 93,000 or 93% of the vote in, only 41,000 left. So where you get enough votes to shrink the margin becomes difficult to see at this hour. Mecklenburg, Charlotte already came in as well, and we're starting to see Trump, really romp the score. I mean, this is obviously not a meaningful number at the end of the night, but as of now, he's winning the popular vote by 5,600,000 votes. That will change with California. There's a lot of votes out there, but that's not a result that a lot of people saw coming, that it would even be close on the popular vote side. I think it's a function of all that rural run-up and how close he has kept it in all these other states.
Extraordinary night unfolding. Rick Klein over at the big board. Rick, thanks. We do have some calls at this hour. ABC News can now project that that Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up the 8 electoral votes from Oregon. She has won the state of Oregon. She's also won the state of Washington tonight. The 12 electoral votes from Washington will go to Kamala Harris. And we have a race to call in California tonight in the Senate race. Congressman Adam Schiff, 12-term congressman in California, beats Republican Steve Garvey. Obviously, that was an open seat after Dianne Feinstein, the late Dianne Feinstein. Let's get right to Kana Whitworth in California covering this race. Kana, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so David, this will now be the first time in 3 decades that California will be represented by 2 male senators, and it is certainly an exciting night here for Democrats in California. We are at the Democratic Party, where they do actually expect Adam Schiff to address the crowd here momentarily. This has been a race that Democrats have been very, very confident in this win. He is certainly a name known well across this country in terms of politics. He has been one of the leaders against Donald Trump in several issues, and he feels like any anytime Donald Trump invokes his name negatively, that actually bodes well for him and his campaign. He's also been spending a tremendous amount of his own political capital helping other races in other battleground states, as well as down ballot races here in California, in particular, some of those hotly contested and very expensive House races in particular. And you guys, I just spoke with Rusty Hicks, who is the California Democratic Party chair, and he said, you know, California is generous with time, talent, and treasure, and he says they have doubled down on that this year because of who is at the top of the ticket, the daughter of California and Kamala Harris. He says they're sending busloads of people. They're making phone calls in other battleground states, David, including Nevada and Arizona.
All right, Kana Whitworth on the ground in California. Kana, our thanks to you. I want to get right back over to Rachel Scott. Rachel, you got some interesting numbers coming in from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and really looking at State College. This is the county of Center. This is home to Penn State, and this is a college town here. So Vice President Kamala Harris hoping to do well here. David, I want to show you President Biden won this county. Clinton won this county. Vice President Kamala Harris underperforming where she needs to be at this moment, according to our 538 benchmark. Take a look at this. She needs to be at 51%. She's at 47%. Donald Trump ahead. This county has gone Democratic for the last 20 years. And right now, with 81% of the vote in, Donald Trump ahead.
Very interesting. And I think there's going to be a lot about the youth vote and how it broke down and whether or not the gender gap bears out that we've reported on, John.
And Trump had a huge rally in State College in these closing days. It was one of his biggest of the final rallies. A lot of college students turning out, waiting in line for a long time, sitting through a long rally. Really quite a story.
And you have some exit polls on the youth vote in Pennsylvania. What are you seeing?
Yes, Donald Trump actually doing 8 points better with the group 18 to 29 than he did when he was in 2020. But Kamala Harris is winning. It's still just that he's doing better than he did. 53% of the vote, a little more than half, going for Kamala Harris. And this is a group that certainly she has gone after. She has talked about how Gen Z is impatient for change. The baton is in our hands. She's talked multiple times about a new way forward. We're seeing more of the same in Wisconsin, where she's edging him out, but still he's doing much better than he did in 2020. Here she has half of that youth vote in Wisconsin for that 18 to 29, but Donald Trump's still outperforming himself from 2020.
Wow, it's really interesting because when I was over looking at Wisconsin with you, and we were looking at Madison, and I was wondering if the youth vote and the gender gap is going to become a story in some of these key counties. And when you see Lindsay saying that Kamala Harris eking out by 2 points in the exit polls among young voters, and what is the benchmark of where she should be in Dane County? I mean, obviously she's beating him there, but she's,
a full point behind, and that's exactly it. And it's not just the percentages; it's often going to be turnout as well. And this is a county that Biden was able to get, I think, around 180,000 votes out of it. I talked to someone, a Wisconsin specialist, who said that's what you need for years now. Reince knows this better than anyone. Democrats have been running up the score in Madison, the liberal college town, and said got as much as they can, and maybe they reached a limit tonight.
I think it's really interesting. Thanks, Rick. We're going to stay on this. We're going to be laser focused on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which we sound like a broken record. We say this every 4 years or so. And I think it's interesting that both Reince and Donna believe that this is going to be very close, particularly in a state like Wisconsin. And, you know, Reince is from there, so he knows Wisconsin better than any of us. So the numbers continue to come in. We'll be right back. Your local news, we're going to check in with your local news teams, and we'll see you a short time from now. Our live coverage of Election Night 2024 in a moment.
David Muir, ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most,
a special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
This version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View.
I love it. I'm all in.
I second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
The night Karen was last seen, she went to a Halloween party.
What lurks in the shadows
And there he was, in my backyard.
can be very real.
Why is this happening?
Only 2020 with the full story, now streaming on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. The results keep rolling in. ABC News now projecting Trump will win Nebraska, Iowa, Idaho, and Kansas. ABC News also projecting Harris will win California, Oregon, Washington, and New York. Here's where each candidate stands right now. A candidate needs 270 to win. VP Kamala Harris at 165. Former President Donald Trump, 214. Let's get right to Colorado. ABC News can now project that Colorado's ballot initiative ensuring the right to an abortion in the state constitution will pass. The amendment needed 55% of that vote to pass. Let's also take a quick look at the Senate. Overall, at this hour, 34 seats in play, one notable win. Republican Senator Ted Cruz in Texas is projected to hold his seat after a tight race with Democratic Representative Colin Allred. Let's go straight to our Whit Johnson. He is in Mar-a-Lago tonight at Trump headquarters. Whit, let's talk about Team Trump and all the supporters. How are they feeling tonight?
Hey, Kira, well, the energy is really starting to come alive here at Trump headquarters. You can hear the music behind me here, and they are celebrating as these states are being projected. And North Carolina has just popped up here on the screens here. Now, I should note that the Trump campaign has been putting some of these projections out here before we have, but I can tell you everybody's very excited and energized. One thing that we've also learned is that Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to travel from Louisiana to here to Mar-a-Lago to be with former President Trump tonight. He told the crowd he was actually at an event in Louisiana, and he told them that he was going to Mar-a-Lago. And that's something, forgive me, a lot going on here. But Speaker Johnson among those very confident in the way things are playing out for Donald Trump tonight. Kira.
And possibly Elon Musk showing up there as well. Whit Johnson, we'll keep checking in with you there in Mar-a-Lago. Now to the Harris headquarters at Howard University. Eva Pilgrim is there. Eva, let's talk about the atmosphere there.
Well, Kira, I can tell you there has been a real vibe shift here in the last 30 minutes to 45 minutes or so. We were actually starting to see some people that are leaving. There have been streams of people going. The crowd has thinned out just a little bit. You know, we've spoken with campaign sources who they tell us that they think that they can still hold the blue wall. But when we talk to people within the Democratic Party, there's a real concern that's starting to build as they look at the margins in these blue wall states, in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan. There's nerves, a lot of nerves tonight about the numbers that they're seeing coming in and just how she's performing versus how Joe Biden did 4 years ago. One of the things the Harris campaign keeps sending us is information about the long lines at college campuses. And one source said to me, we can't count on those votes for Harris. Kira.
All right, Eva Pilgrim, thank you so much. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad that you are with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by our David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed.
Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City, getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news, only on ABC News Live.
This version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views,
That's what we're about.
voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Your voice, your vote. Election Night 2024. Live from New York City. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage. You're looking at the big board tonight, the race to 270. Kamala Harris with 165 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 214. Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the big board. Rick, you're tracking Arizona. What do we see?
Yeah, first numbers we're seeing out of Arizona, obviously a little bit of a later poll closing time. And this is about what we expected. It is a absolute horse race in the first big data dump that we've gotten. 51% of the vote in. So we think that is the early vote up through last week. So there's a big chunk of vote, including the people that dropped off ballots on Election Day that aren't there. The key county to watch here is Maricopa. It's the biggest battleground county in the country. We still have more than 1 million votes outstanding. So any of the numbers we're getting now are really going to be preliminary. I will say we were keeping an eye on one smaller county to see if it was true that Donald Trump was making inroads with Latino voters. This is a heavily Hispanic community down on the U.S.-Mexico border. And you're seeing Donald Trump beat that 538 benchmark by about 5 percentage points. This was a place where Hillary Clinton got 70+% of the vote. Joe Biden got down to about 67. Harris is below that right now with about 60% of the vote in. Pima County, that's kind of the Democratic base of the state. We're seeing Kamala Harris run a little bit above her 538 benchmark. And it's a little bit intriguing to think about. We talk about how the blue wall is now the main strategy for Harris with things looking good for Trump in the South. There is a bit of a backup plan. If Harris were able to win Arizona and Nevada, it could potentially trade off a loss in Wisconsin and Michigan. Nothing trades off a loss in Pennsylvania, but Wisconsin and Michigan could be offset with a win through those two western states if we get to that point of the night.
Okay, we got about 45 seconds before we have to take a break. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Where do things stand real quick?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, we've got almost a 200,000 vote margin between the two of them with about 77% of the vote in. Keying in on Philadelphia, still 250,000 votes there in a city that's going 3-1, and still a lot of votes left, 95,000 in Delco. 228,000 in Montgomery. Bucks County, which is a little more evenly split, 200,000 additional votes. Chester County, 182. Out in Pittsburgh, to check in, about 57,000 votes. So we do have areas that the Democrats can still pick up, but that looms large. We're talking about 3.5 percentage points and 188,000 votes that have to be made up in the remaining vote in these places.
It's tall order. Rick Klein over at the big board. Rick, thank you. When we come back, we'll be joined by the rest of the country. Our live coverage of the 2024 election returns here in just a moment. Right back to the battleground states.
Attention all units. Possible elder abduction in progress.
Thursday.
Suspect is on the roof, requesting backup.
2 daring rescues.
My little brother's trapped.
He's about 20 feet down.
I'm scared.
1 new hero.
Someone's got to go down there. I don't think you're going to fit this time.
There's someone who can.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time.
Jack?
911 returns Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Choosing the right candidate for any office is a huge responsibility, no matter its shape or size. Whether the office is small or big, round, square, or even oval. If you're hiring, let ZipRecruiter do the work of finding quality candidates fast. If only every decision could be this easy.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home?
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska. Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Live from New York City and across the country, Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
We're back now with our live coverage of the 2024 election. We want to welcome back our viewers in the rest of the country joining us for coverage across the country again at this hour. And we have another state to call, Connecticut. Vice President Kamala Harris picks up the 7 electoral votes in Connecticut. We'll take you out to Minnesota. We have a Senate race to call. Senator Amy Klobuchar, she was seeking a 4th term, very popular in her state. She's been projected the winner at this hour. She returns to the Senate for a 4th term. Big shakeup in Ohio tonight. We reported on this earlier in the evening. It was going in this direction, and Republican challenger Bernie Moreno, a businessman, Colombian-born, would be one of the wealthiest senators, and now he is. He has beaten Sherrod Brown. This was one of the most expensive congressional races in history. Sherrod Brown held on even as the tide turned in his state, became a red state. But tonight, Sherrod Brown has been defeated. Bernie Moreno becomes the next senator from Ohio. And Rachel, you're over at the board. This is a pickup.
This is a huge shakeup now, especially for Democrats and any hope that they have to sort of hang on to the majority in the Senate. Sherrod Brown faced a huge challenge of trying to build back the Democratic coalition. He didn't perform as well in counties just outside of Youngstown. This is Trumbull County. You could see he underperformed here. This is also another one where Donald Trump won. Sherrod Brown won this county, Wood County, back in 2018, not performing as well here either. Bernie Moreno was Donald Trump's choice in the primary. This now means that Donald Trump has handpicked 2 of the Ohio state senators, of course, the other one being Senator J.D. Vance, his running mate.
All right, Rachel, thanks. We do have a state to call, and this is a big one. It's North Carolina. 16 electoral votes go to former President Donald Trump. He has won the state of North Carolina tonight. Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the board. Let's show our viewers how this played out. North Carolina now in Donald Trump's column, and we can start doing these hypotheticals, the sort of the rest of the pathway to get to 270.
Yeah, this is the first major battleground state that has been projected by ABC News. So this assumes that everything else happens the way that we expect, a big if. We haven't gotten results out of a lot of safe blue states in particular tonight, but this changes the electoral math in some very significant ways. Right now, Donald Trump is in a commanding position, not just in North Carolina, but also in Georgia. If you were to award him those 2 states, he is at 251 electoral votes. That leaves him the opportunity to win the Electoral College just with Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania falls for him, that's enough. But let's assume that doesn't happen. Then you've got some other possibilities. We've been talking a lot about the other blue wall states, Michigan or Wisconsin. You take one of those and any other state on the map, and you've got 270. So you can do that with Michigan. You can do that with Wisconsin. Similar situation that you need a slightly bigger state than Nevada. In that case, you need Arizona to work. Once again, for Harris, it's now a vanishingly small map. The biggest opportunity still Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and it doesn't matter that she's lost North Carolina or even that she loses these others. The other possibility that could be intriguing, given what we're seeing out west, is that she pieces something else together. Pennsylvania is an absolute must-win at this point. No question about it. She needs to win that state. But she could win Wisconsin in addition to Arizona and Nevada and get 270 electoral votes. She could also trade Wisconsin for Michigan and end up in the same place. But this does change very significantly where things stand. Just by our 538 calculations, Donald Trump already at around a 70% chance of winning, just based on the North Carolina call, not even taking into account the other trends that we've been talking about of the kind of red shift that we've seen across so many communities in this country.
So let's drill down on Pennsylvania at this hour, because this number, the Donald Trump lead has grown.
Yeah.
And is this a surmountable lead for the Harris campaign?
There's definitely still votes on the table where it can be made up, but it gets harder as the night goes on. As more vote comes in, because some of these places are places that Republicans will continue to pick up votes. Just looking there in Wilkes-Barre, 24,000 votes there. Donald Trump's winning that county 60-40. Lancaster, another place, another 13,000 votes there. So once you get into Philadelphia and the suburbs, yeah, it's a lot of vote that's still there. We're still talking about 250,000 votes in Philadelphia, but Kamala Harris isn't going to win all of them, right? She might win it by a 2-1, 3-1 margin. Then you start to chip away. The suburbs are still very big, and there's a ton of vote there. And just to add this up, that's 228, that's 200, that's 400, that's 750, 800, 900,000 votes. But they'd have to break very decisively for Harris to come through. Certainly plausible, but that doesn't take into account that there still are Republican-leading communities that are still to report, and so many of these places, as Rachel talked about before, that previously had looked a little bit bluish, are tilting to the reddish. And when you start to add things up like this and overperform, Donald Trump overperforming his numbers by 4 or 5 points in places like this, 2,000 votes, 3,000 votes there, that is really the story of the night when it comes to the maps.
Governor Christie, what do you make of Pennsylvania? What you're looking at right now?
Well, I spent a lot of time there during my time as governor, and those 900,000 votes in the collar counties in Philly are a big deal. But it just keeps getting tougher and tougher there. You got over a 200,000 vote lead now, so it gets tougher. But that part of it's not over. I look at Michigan and still see Harris in a pretty good position in Michigan. And as Ryan has said before about Wisconsin, I still think that's a jump ball. Although, look, you have to say at this point, you'd rather be Trump than Harris, given the way the map is being laid out as we sit here now. And the other thing, when you mentioned Moreno before, that's a really important seat, assuming they win Montana as well. And given the way this is moving, I think you have to assume that. The reason is that gives him 52 votes in the Senate, not 51. And if you assume that Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski might not be amenable to some of the choices a new President Trump might make for his cabinet, 51 would have been a potential problem. 52, even if he loses both of them, he gets to 50, and J.D. Vance can break the tie on any controversial cabinet members or judicial appointments. So the Moreno win in Ohio is an incredibly important governing win for Donald Trump, assuming that John Tester's beaten in Montana.
And Sherrod Brown was closer to Moreno than John Tester is to his challenger. And Martha, you've covered that race out in Montana. John Tester trying to hold on to his seat in a very red state, third-generation farmer. But it's going to be tough if you look at the rest of the map tonight.
It's going to be tough. And one of the main reasons is they've had people from outside Montana move into Montana. It's kind of like Florida. They have a whole new population in many places in Montana, even though Tester has won, he's trying for his 4th term. It's also a wild race. They have a Navy SEAL, a former Navy SEAL, running against him, Tim Sheehy, who has been very controversial because there are charges that he lied about a gunshot wound he got. A park ranger said that he had told her in 2015 that he accidentally shot himself, but he had been telling the story that he got the wound in Afghanistan. Now he is a combat decorated a veteran, a Navy SEAL, but that particular gunshot wound allegedly did not come from those battles.
Martha, thanks. Let's get back over to Rachel on the rest of the story for Ohio. Obviously, a lot of eyes on John Tester at this point. But Sherrod Brown is a major win for the Republicans tonight. The fact that he's now been defeated after trying a couple of times to get him, they got him this time.
Yeah, it's a huge win. And again, David, I just want to go back to the map here because this is important. We talked about the importance of West Virginia, a state that Donald Trump won. Also, Ohio, now that we've called it for Sherrod Brown. This is basically it here in Montana. Jon Tester, the last statewide Democrat, as Martha just mentioned, Democrats have a razor-thin majority in the Senate. Reminder, Democrats currently holding 51 seats, Republicans holding 49, and they're playing so much defense tonight with 23 seats that they are defending. That's why all eyes are on Montana and that race. And right now, as we're waiting more vote, it's not looking good for Senator Jon Tester.
Let's race across the map. Can we look at Michigan, the Senate race there? It's an open seat. Debbie Stabenow retiring. Alyssa Slotkin, obviously a member of Congress who's up against Mike Rogers, also a former member of Congress, and he's got the lead.
He's got the lead. They both represented the same exact part district in Lansing right here. Let's just take a look at how they're doing compared to the top of the ticket here. This is always fascinating for us as we're talking about split ticket voting. We have Slotkin at 56%, Harris at 55%, Mike Rogers 41%, Donald Trump at 42%. This is another one that we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely peeled on as well as they make the case in this state too, David.
But overall, statewide, he's in the lead at this point.
Overall, statewide, he is in the lead by 32,000 votes. 38% of the vote in, still a little early.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Bob Casey.
Bob Casey over in Pennsylvania. This is one where, again, White House also crossing roads with control of the Senate. Bob Casey from Scranton, very popular name here in the state. His father was a governor running against McCormick in this state. Right now, let's take a look here. You have McCormick ahead by 119,000 votes compared to Bob Casey, 81% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well. Let's start with Scranton as well here. You could just see, let's go back here. You could see. Yeah, just starting in Scranton, though, just seeing how Harris is doing here. Bob Casey, 53%, Harris at 50%. Let's see how it's doing statewide as well. Overall, Harris at 47%, Casey at 47%, Donald Trump 51%, McCormick 49%.
And so clearly Donald Trump at this point appears to be lifting Dave McCormick to a potential victory over Bob Casey. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here tonight. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat. Where does that look at this hour?
Yeah, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat here. She's been in public office for 40 years at this point. Let's go over to the Senate so we can see how she's doing against Eric Hovde. At this point, he is ahead by about 30,000 votes, 70% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well here so you can see how they're running against the top of the ticket. You have Hovde, 49%, Donald Trump at 50%. He's ahead again by 30,000 votes compared to Tammy Baldwin at 48%, Vice President Kamala Harris at 47%.
So again, we haven't called any of these races, but the portrait that you just showed is a big night for Republicans. Yes. In all of these states, it looks like Tammy Baldwin's fighting to stay alive in the Senate right now. Bob Casey fighting for his life in the Senate. And in an open seat in Michigan, Mike Rogers is in the lead at this point. John Carl, this is potentially a big night for Donald Trump and all of the Republican Senate candidates who were looking either to fill an open seat or to replace a Democratic incumbent.
Look, it's not over. A lot of votes still to count, but the trend lines are clear. And what you are seeing is potentially Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. We've seen presidents lose and come back. You know, we remember Grover Cleveland coming back, but this is...
You do.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But
we weren't around for that. No, I'm just kidding.
But a president who left the White House the way he left, impeached for the second time, 7 members of his own party voting to convict him in the Senate, facing multiple criminal trials, indictments in 4 separate cases, convictions in the case in New York, and to face all of that, come back, recapture the Republican nomination, and be on the precipice of potentially getting back into the White House is something unlike anything we have ever seen in American history. Even with Donald Trump, we've just never seen something like this. And to see the Republicans in these races, we don't know where the House is yet. The House, we're probably gonna have to wait a while, but on the precipice of potentially not just retaking the Senate, but retaking it comfortably. It gets to the question that Donald Trump would ask in the closing days at the beginning of every one of his rallies. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And as we've seen in our polling, as we've seen in the exit polls today, the resounding answer from most Americans is no. that they feel they've been hit with housing costs that have been, absolutely brutal. Inflation, the rate of inflation has gone down, but eggs are still about 161% more now than they were when Joe Biden got in. Gas prices, about 50% more than when Joe Biden came into the White House. Americans are saying clearly, I mean, even before hearing the final results, we see, trend lines that they are unhappy with the stewardship of the Democrats in the White House, and this is a rejection.
And David, if I can, it really, just to double down on that, the message Kamala Harris has been trying to get out there is things are getting better. The inflation rate is going down. But the people who have suffered through this, they'll never get that money back. And voters I talked to, it was the absolute #1 issue. And they felt that they were thriving under Donald Trump. There was a young voter in Texas, a veteran, who did not vote for Donald Trump in 2020, was disgusted by things that Donald Trump had said. His name is Carl Wild, and I checked in with Carl Wild again this week, and he said, my business has gone downhill. My wife's business has gone downhill. I am voting for Donald Trump. He said, I'm still disgusted by things he said, but this is about my family. This is about our suffering through the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, no matter the explanations about why or how that happened, that is what people are feeling. I've said it tonight before. That is their truth. They have blanked out some of the things Donald Trump has said. They've normalized some of the things Donald Trump has said, but it's their kitchen table.
And when you're paying more at the grocery store, you know
exactly.
it.
Exactly.
And so that's your most immediate concern. And as you said, as you traveled through the Sun Belt states, everywhere you went, that's what they said. I want to bring in the team at 538, Galen Druk, Elliot Morris. Do we have a camera at 538, guys? I wanted to ask them, I know they're crunching the numbers. There they are. See if we can find them in their cubicle back there. Hey, guys, are you back there? Are you still awake? Hey. I know you guys have been crunching the numbers here.
We got you, indeed.
Hey.
We are still awake.
Galen, Elliot, tell us what you're seeing in Pennsylvania at this hour. We're watching the Donald Trump lead grow. Is that something that Kamala Harris can catch up to mathematically at this point?
Yeah, I just want to lay out the math as it stands for 1 second. So here on this tool behind me, we're showing the probability of Harris or Donald Trump winning the presidency. If you consider all the projections ABC has made so far tonight, except for North Carolina, that first battleground state. But I want you to see when we assign North Carolina to Trump, for example, you see that shifts the likelihood of Trump winning the presidency to 76 out of 100 times. We also heard, of course, from the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, that he expects Trump to win Georgia. We have not made that projection yet, but I just want to give you some sense of how the scenarios play out. If Georgia also ends up in Trump's column, we see that things there look quite good for him. Now, look, if Pennsylvania were in that case to then go to Kamala Harris, as you asked about, things suddenly do start to change a bit. We get closer back to 55 out of 100 scenarios Harris can win. But then Trump just needs to pick up any of these other battleground states in order to derail Harris on the path to 270. So right now, as you can see from our projections here, the scenarios that we are running, it looks quite good for Donald Trump at this point in the night. And my colleague Elliot, I think, can talk a little bit more about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, David, this might be thought of as a best case scenario for Kamala Harris at this point. One thing that this model you see here doesn't know about is the outstanding votes in Philadelphia. And what we've been seeing there and what Rick's been telling you on his great big board, looking at our benchmarks, is that Democrats just aren't hitting the turnout they need in Philadelphia. The collar counties around that city, they are going for Democrats about what Kamala Harris would need to win, but the turnout just isn't there in Philadelphia. Look, ABC News has not made any projections in these races, but from our perspective, it's just a matter of the counting.
Got it. All right, Elliot, Galen, thank you. It's an uphill climb at this point. It would seem mathematically for Kamala Harris to catch up to Donald Trump with this kind of lead in Pennsylvania, though the Harris campaign certainly isn't even acknowledging that. They've already said this is going to be a very long night or nights. I do want to call, should we call Virginia right now? ABC News can project Virginia. Mark, right? Let's move forward here. We'll project Virginia, 13 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris with 86% of the vote in. We do take note that this is later in the evening than we thought it would be to actually project Virginia, and it's 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, which does signal tonight, Rick Klein, what we're seeing across the board.
Yeah, just think about the fact that Harris is only going to win, well, we'll see what the final number is, but the fact that it took this long to get to it is significant. And it is worth noting right now, Donald Trump is up in all 3 states of the blue wall. Pennsylvania, it's a 200,000 vote margin. Michigan, it's about 100,000. And Wisconsin, it's 82,000. Now, we've also been saying throughout the night tonight and for the last couple of years that sometimes there's mirages on the map because the type of vote that's in and where it's from. And there is the possibility for this in all 3 states. And for similar reasons. It's because we have a large number of votes that are left in urban areas that tend to be bluer. So that's the story that we see right there. In Pennsylvania, it's Philadelphia. In Michigan, it's going to be Milwaukee. A lot of vote left, as Reince has been talking about. And that's in Wisconsin is Milwaukee. And in Michigan is Detroit. So lots of votes are still out there, but they would have to break in a very big way for Kamala Harris.
All right, Rick Klein at the big board, thank you. We're going to drill down on Wayne County in Michigan, actually the Arab American population, and whether or not that could make a big difference here as well. Our coverage continues. We're going to stay on these 3 states. Very close race in those 3 states between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, though Trump leads in all 3 at this hour. We're back in a moment with our ABC News live coverage.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA 3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A 3rd hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland, from Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home? We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation. You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi, Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol, Mayfield, Kentucky, Minneapolis, Mexico, Tongass National Forest, Alaska. Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news. ABC's World News Tonight, the most watched newscast in America, and honored with the Emmy Award, winner for Outstanding Live News Program. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast. Right now, votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. All eyes on Georgia right now. Steve Ozunsami is in Atlanta. Steve, it's coming down to the wire.
That's right, Kira. Georgia hasn't been called. However, the Secretary of State here has already come out and said that it's mathematically impossible for Vice President Harris to win here. The Republicans are celebrating. The Democrats have already left their party for the night. Kira.
All right, Steve, thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC News. We've got a lot more coverage straight ahead on Election Night 2024.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live ABC November 20th.
Lowe's knows the most wonderful time of year ends up being the busiest time of year. That's why we're offering savings on select Whirlpool appliances that help you slay the holiday season. Save at Lowe's now during our Black Friday build-up event, in-store and online.
Chicagoans have trusted Deljo to keep their homes safe and comfortable for more than 100 years. Whether it's heating, cooling, or plumbing, a repair or an installation, we'll get there quick, do the job right, and for a fair price. That's the Deljo difference. Deljo is now offering the Remy Halo system, which actively reduces viruses, bacteria, odors, and allergens in your whole home or office, and it can be installed on any new or existing air conditioning system. Right now, you can get a Remy Halo installed for free with the purchase of qualifying equipment.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too. I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
America's #1 most-watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen. That's why it's called the what? The View.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi, appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail? David.
David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
It is now midnight in the east, 9 p.m. in the west. Polls are now closed in Hawaii, 49 states in all. Alaska, the only state left. The race for president as advertised, incredibly close tonight. And at this hour, let's take a look at the battleground states we're tracking every hour here. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. It is a must-win state, really, for both of these campaigns. It becomes very difficult without Pennsylvania. Donald Trump with the lead at this hour, as you can see, leading by 215,000 votes in Pennsylvania. It's our understanding that the Philadelphia area could be having some votes coming in very shortly. We'll see if it's enough to make up this 215,000 vote difference between the two. It's becoming more and more difficult as the night goes on mathematically, but not impossible. Michigan, 15 electoral votes. The raw vote coming in. Donald Trump leading there, leading by about 100,000 votes in Michigan. In Wisconsin at this hour, 10 electoral votes. Kamala Harris trailing Donald Trump by about 87,000 votes in the Badger State. In Georgia, we have not called Georgia yet, though the Secretary of State in Georgia came out, held a press conference. We are not projecting this race, but he believes, given the numbers in that state, that it's insurmountable for Kamala Harris at this point. Donald Trump leading by 118,000 votes or so. In Arizona, out west tonight, 11 electoral votes, a very close race there. Look at the margin of difference between the two of them. All of these states, as you can see, close races. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes. State of Nevada at this hour, Donald Trump in the lead by about 10,000 votes in Nevada. Those are the battleground states that we're tracking. Now let's go to a state we can project at this hour. We can project that Kamala Harris will win the state of Hawaii, 4 electoral votes. So let's go to the map right now. The race to 270, Kamala Harris winning 14 states. Washington, D.C., Donald Trump, 24 states. There you see the electoral count, 189 to 230 at this hour. And as we mentioned earlier, if Pennsylvania is called one way or another, it changes the course almost entirely. Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the wall. Rick, we've called North Carolina for Donald Trump. If we want to just go back to that column you had up there a second ago, just the hypothetical. Again, just for the audience that's with us, and we're grateful because we know it's just after midnight here in the East. North Carolina called for Trump, 69.7 out of 100 chances of winning, the simulations that our team is doing. 30% chance of winning for Kamala Harris. Show us what happens with Pennsylvania really for either one.
Well, Pennsylvania puts Trump over the top at this point. I mean, there's no way anymore to see how this doesn't it doesn't devastate her chances. But I want to get into what it would mean for Kamala Harris, because there still is a path left, and it would involve starting with Pennsylvania. That would balance things out a little bit as we look things over. And then there's still the possibility of Michigan and Wisconsin. But this doesn't assume at all, David, what we're seeing in the rest of the states. The overpowering position right now that we're seeing the Trump campaign in Georgia right now, leading by about 118,000 votes with 93% of the vote in. We're just not seeing a lot left in terms of where the vote can be. We still got some blue dots, but they are getting smaller. That means that there's the possibilities of making up ground in a DeKalb County. Yeah, there's votes left. There's no question, 44,000. But you got to think about maybe he nets or she nets 30,000 out of that. That gets you down maybe to 80,000, and there's still other places. That's where this math gets increasingly difficult, and that's where the fact that she is trailing in Georgia as well as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin makes this difficult to see. There's still the possibility of a Western path if she can piece together Arizona and Nevada. That could offset one of these losses, but not a Pennsylvania loss. And she would then need to be able to carry the other battlegrounds or the other blue wall states.
Forgive me for asking the question again, but this is what I think of viewers at home want to know on really both sides, Trump supporters and Harris supporters in Pennsylvania. Let's look at the math.
Yeah.
And again, revisit whether or not we think this is possible mathematically, and if the chances are slimming here for any sort of change of course here. Philadelphia, how much of the vote is left?
Yeah, we've seen the lead narrow a little bit as more vote comes in, I think, from the suburbs. I'll check on that in a second. We still have about 250,000 votes, about a quarter of the overall vote in the city of Philadelphia. This is overwhelmingly Harris territory, but it is less overwhelmingly so than it was for Joe Biden, and it is still below where we think she would need to be running according to the 538 benchmark. So she just isn't running up the kind of numbers. Even if she were to absolutely romp in the outstanding vote in Philadelphia, it's still going to be hard to make up that gap. Same thing in these other bluer-leaning suburbs, Chester, Montgomery, and one we're paying attention to today, Bucks is now flipped. It's now narrowly in Trump's direction, very narrowly, but this is exactly what he needed to be doing. His 538 benchmark had him at 47%. He's 2 points above that in this classic battleground suburban county.
And that's really the story of the night, at least so far, and we're getting deep into the night, is that Donald Trump ran up the margins in so many of these red counties, maybe not huge urban areas or huge populated counties, but in all of these red counties in the swing states where it truly does matter, as you know, it matters everywhere across the country. But in the swing counties, Rick, every one of those sort of benchmarks that you were showing me in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was meeting them or just outperforming them ever so slightly, and that does add up.
Yeah, you can just kind of do a tour of the state and pick almost any county and see that he's outperforming where he was projected to need to be to win the state. Almost every place, a point or two here, a point or two there. That adds up. He's adding 25,000 votes in a smaller county near State College. Rachel talked about what it means in State College. This is a place that Kamala Harris, frankly, needed to win if she's going to be competitive. It is really the story almost everywhere, not just in the battleground states, but in the non-battleground states. And that's why we've seen a map develop tonight that saw Florida and Texas get projected very early. Iowa, despite that Des Moines Register poll, went very solidly for Donald Trump. That's looking now like it's a 13-point victory for Donald Trump. And why we're still sitting here at a little after midnight, and we don't have a projection in New Jersey. We don't have a projection in New Hampshire. Virginia just got projected a little while back. We don't have a projection in Minnesota just yet. So all these bluer states have moved a little bit red. And again, the upshot is right now Donald Trump has 4.3 million more votes than Kamala Harris. That will change in the popular vote. That will change, especially with California's vote. But that is an astounding number when you realize he lost the popular vote both times he ran. In fact, both times he was around 46, 47%. Now, if this were to hold, it will not hold, to be clear. But he's got a shot at hitting 50%.
At hitting 50%. Reince, did you get a chance to reach out to the former president?
I talked to him a few minutes ago. He's pretty obviously excited, wanted to know how I felt about Wisconsin. I feel really good about it. And if you look at Wisconsin, what you'll see there is that the president up over 95,000 votes. And if there's going to be a ballot dump in Milwaukee, which is when they get the flash drive from all the absentee ballot early vote numbers. So I thought that the president would win by 40 or 50,000 votes once that happens. But if you look at Green Bay, what you're going to see there is that's going to be a big win for President Trump there, only about 35% in. That's going to keep coming the direction of President Trump. So, you know, like Rick said, I mean, Kamala Harris is bleeding in every direction. The other point I want to make is that something I've been trying to argue for the past couple of weeks is that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in 2016 went all three for Trump. In 2020, all three for Joe Biden. And one of the reasons I think that is that when you think about the undecided voter, they're the same person in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And there's a reason why these states run together. I'm not saying that's going to happen. There's a lot that go tonight, but it certainly is how it's trending, and it's just not very surprising.
I know. I think it's really interesting, Rice, and I think it comes all the way back to this central issue that we've been talking about all night long, which is the economy. And you can be told that the stock market hit 40 record highs this year, and interest rates are coming down, inflation's back down at where the Fed wants it. We're probably going to see another Fed interest rate hike in the next couple of days, even after the election. But it's how do you feel? You know, when you go to the grocery store, do you feel like you had a little more back before the pandemic? And you have more exit polling nationally and in some of the swing states, right, Lynn?
Exactly. And it goes back to what John Carl was pointing out, how Donald Trump would begin virtually every rally recently, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And what's interesting, if you look nationally, because at his rallies, obviously those are his supporters, right? And so there will be this ruckus response in agreement. But nationally, people agree. 45%, so nearly half of these American voters are saying that they're worse off now than they were 4 years ago. And then you see 30% say about the same, 24% say better. But this figure is actually worse than even in the Great Recession in 2008, when you had 42% of people saying that they were worse off than they were 4 years ago. Then when you tick through these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, 67% of voters saying the condition of the nation's economy is not so good or poor. More of the same in Michigan, 63%, not so good or poor. Wisconsin, more of the same, 66% not so good or poor. And again, it goes without saying that we've known for months now that the American people trusted Donald Trump by and large when it comes to the economy.
That's what they were saying in the polls. I do want to get to Rebecca Jarvis real quick. She's down on Wall Street. Rebecca, and you know, you and I talked about this, Rebecca, leading up to the election. This sort of, you can throw stats at people all you'd like, and I don't mean you. I mean just when we report this, because it is what it is. But you can't replace that with how people truly feel at their own family dynamic and whether or not they just remember a time when their money was going further.
Yeah, absolutely, David. You can define the economy in many different ways, whether it's jobs or stocks or growth. And you've talked about this. Those measures look very strong, but the way voters define the economy right now is on inflation. And I talk to voters all the time who are stretched. Even though inflation has come down, prices have not. And the typical American family is paying about $1,200 a month on the same goods and services as they were 3 years ago. While paychecks are up, people are stretched, and there are constant reminders of that. It's the grocery store, it's the rent check, it's child care payments. And people, when they look back 3-4 years ago and they remember paying a much lower amount, that's where they see the economy. And even to the point that Lindsay just made about the Great Recession, back then, there were bankruptcies, there were stock market collapses, there was massive worldwide calamity. The economy was in a much, much worse place in terms of the worldwide picture, and yet that was a jobs question and a foreclosures, a housing question. Not everyone lost their job back then, not everyone had their house foreclosed, but today, when you go to the gas station or you go to the grocery store, every person has that nagging issue around prices and inflation, and that has been a real deficit for Harris coming into this as the incumbent, coming from the incumbent's party.
Rebecca Jarvis here in New York with us on the state of the economy and the fact that it is a #1 issue in this election. Rebecca, thanks so much. A beautiful skyline of New York City behind you, Rebecca, on this election night. Thanks. You're getting some new data tonight about the shifts in voting across a multitude of states. And I just wonder if part of the storyline that's emerging tonight is that Kamala Harris really couldn't sort of extricate herself from the Biden administration, that this is really the Biden-Harris administration and the economy, and how a lot of voters feel about where the economy has been these last 4 years and whether or not they felt better off, in the years preceding it.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking tonight about what took so long in Virginia. Virginia's looking like it's about a 4 or a 5 point race now. And if you look at where it stood in 2020, it was a 10-point race, right? So look at New York. This is actually a really good example right now. It's about 11 points, a convincing victory. Sure, that's great. But look at where New York was last time, 23 points. We're seeing just vanishingly small margins in all these places. Even as some of these states have fallen the way you'd want, it's similar to the point that Ryan Previous was making earlier. If you think about the whole country as this spectrum, and you just shift it a little bit one way or the other, it's going to mean some of these battleground states kind of fall into their own place. It's also going to mean that red places become even redder, and blue places become a little less so. That's why you have something like this absolute romp in Florida, which was a battleground state 4 years ago. Now this is like 14, 15-point victory for Donald Trump.
Pennsylvania. Are we getting any more votes from Philadelphia?
As a matter of fact, we have. So we've been looking at the number to see what happens. And last time we checked, it was a little more like 250,000. Now it's down to 185,000. And you've seen the margin come down a little bit commensurately. But we haven't seen a huge shift, though, in Harris's numbers in terms of carrying the place. She's still a couple of points below where she would need to be, and not getting enough votes out of Philadelphia as of now, again, with about 3/4 of the vote in to potentially overcome that margin.
Let me take this over to Terry Moran. Terry, you're watching this. What Rick just showed us, it's not just the swing states or the battlegrounds. We saw it in New York State. We saw it in several states where just the margin of victory. Virginia, for example, it took us a long time to call that tonight. What do you make of this sort of redder shift this election?
Well, it's a red shift. It's really a Trump shift. It's a remarkable thing he's accomplished, win or lose, and it certainly looks at this hour like he's going to win. What he's done is he has continually expanded that movement, that populist movement that he ignited the moment he came down that escalator in 2015. He got more votes in 2020 than he did in 2016. He's getting more votes now, and he is diversifying this coalition. Our exit polling data says that Hispanic voters nationally are going 53-45% Harris. That is the best showing for a Republican president among Hispanic voters, 45%, since 1976, right? He's young men. It's almost a 50-50 split. That is one of the targets that he had. He is making converts to this anti-establishment populist movement that he launched. And yes, 70% wrong track is part of it. And yes, the economy is part of it. But it's something he's done. He's realigned our politics in a way that no one has done since at least Ronald Reagan.
Tara Moran, thanks to you. We do have another state to project at this hour. ABC News can now project the state of New Mexico has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. She picks up 5 electoral votes from New Mexico. She won in that state by a margin of about 38,000 votes. I'm sure Rick could show us perhaps what that was 4 years ago. There's been a real tightening across this map in just about every single state.
Yeah, this is what it looked like 4 years ago, 99,000 votes, 100,000 votes last time around. And so far tonight, we're looking at like 38,000 votes. Now, we know Donald Trump did a rally there in New Mexico that he said was specifically to shore up his support among those very Latino voters that Terry was talking about.
All right, we're going to get thoughts from Chris Christie on all of this as well, and go right around the room on what we're witnessing here tonight. It's coming into a bit of a clearer focus here. Very tight races in all these states, but as you know, tight races do not win the swing states. You've got to actually win them. You've got to get over the finish line. We're going to go back through each one of them, see where things stand at this hour. We'll be right back. ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024 continues right after this.
A life in motion is a life well lived. At Advocate Healthcare, we keep you moving, achieving, striving, with care that's easier and more accessible, so you can live fully.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. Woo! Woo! With everything you need to kick off the season. Woo! Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
What's up at DQ? Your choice of 2 sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets. That's right.
DQ is serving up your favorite wing joint flavors, like savory sweet honey barbecue or rich and creamy Parmesan garlic. Yep, that's juicy all-white meat chicken strips, sauced and tossed in your choice of these wing-famous flavors. That saucy flavor can't be contained. Better hurry in and get in on the sauced and tossed action. DQ. Happy tastes good.
At Bombas, we make the most comfortable socks in the history of feet. So comfortable, you'll wish you had more. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
Welcome to the Credit Karmaverse, a place where financial progress can happen at the speed of delight. Here we help you achieve your money goals fast, like improving your credit scores in a matter of days fast, so you don't have to wait around to see your hard work pay off. Oh, well done. Simply scan your screen to experience Intuit Credit Karma for yourself.
And Wolverine, streaming November 12th on Disney+.
That's the whole package right there.
It's the biggest R-rated film of all time.
Come again?
It's action-packed.
Us? A team? Next level.
Glorious fun. Marvel's biggest triumph.
This is what I'm talking about.
Hilarious.
Something funny, Bob?
And verified hot on Rotten Tomatoes.
You really are God's perfect idiot, aren't you?
Deadpool and Wolverine, streaming November 12th on Disney+.
Your voice, your vote. Election night 2024. Live from New York City. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back. It is great to have you with us and the whole team here all night long. Election night headquarters here in New York. Let's go right to the board. The path to 270. Kamala Harris with 194 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 230 electoral votes. Everyone now waiting to see how the blue wall will go, actually, which way the wave hits when it hits shore, I guess, because it's very close. Kamala Harris's campaign believes it still has a pathway through those three states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, though it is very tight and mathematically challenging at this point. Rick, something you've noticed?
Yeah, we just got a couple more votes, another big chunk of votes out of Delaware County, Delco. This is a heavily Harris county, and we're seeing her do fairly well there, but not quite at the 538 benchmark, which is problematic in a close one. We're down to a 160,000 vote margin. We still think there's lots of votes out there, and if you're poking around, we're still waiting on Philadelphia, the 177,000 votes expected there, 120,000 votes in Montgomery, another 60,000 in Chester. That's where I've focused a lot of attention, but there's still some Republican areas that are outstanding. Johnstown, which is an area that is going to go a lot redder, almost certainly. Right now, they've got about 58,000 votes, too. So it's kind of one step forward, two steps back, potentially, as Harris tries to make up ground.
Show us Michigan. What do you got?
Yeah, Michigan is really not going to come into clear focus until we see a lot more out of Detroit, out of Wayne County. Wayne County is the biggest in the state. It's also really where the Democrats vote. It's also home to Dearborn, which we know has had kind of a lukewarm reception to Kamala Harris and to Joe Biden both. Right now, she's only netting 36,000 votes out of Wayne County. That's obviously going to go up quite a bit. We'd expect that it has to, but. Well, we just saw a little jump in the vote here that changes some of the numbers. It gets it down to 160,000. So that's going to take a while based on our reporting. But really, we're just waiting on the urban areas in all three of those big battlegrounds.
And Wisconsin, where are we now?
Yeah, Wisconsin right now is a 96,000 vote margin, and Milwaukee is just going to be the one that we're waiting on so much. 190,000 votes in Milwaukee alone. As we've been talking about tonight, you can make up some of the ground, but it's hard to make up big chunks because Donald Trump will net some votes there as well as in other parts of the state.
Chris Christie, what do you make of what you're seeing here?
Well, look, I think there's a few things to look at tonight. The first one is I got asked this morning by George on Good Morning America about these conflicting poll numbers and the 72% saying we're on the wrong track versus the 60% unfavorable for Donald Trump, and which one was going to govern. And I think what we're seeing tonight is wrong track governed over his unfavorables. They don't like him, but they trust him on some of those issues more. And secondly, for Kamala Harris, she had to come up with a more imaginative campaign to what she did. And here's the thing. Joe Biden gotten out a year ago. This might be a totally different race. He's got to be thinking about that tonight.
It's the beginning of a bigger conversation we're going to have probably right after this break. We'll be back with much more. ABC News Live coverage continues here in a moment.
Managing type 2 diabetes starts with understanding. At Endeavor Health, we're here to help you navigate your journey. We'll teach you how your overall health, diet, exercise, and weight management contribute to your success. And we'll work with you to develop a personalized treatment program to help you successfully navigate type 2 diabetes.
Learn more at yourbesthealthchicago.com.
Question. If you can't see what's behind all this, how do you already know? It's Jeep. Probably the same way you know if a T-Rex is chasing a Jeep Wrangler.
It's getting away.
Yep. Or if it takes you places that make you say, whoa! And their hair looks like this, or someone says, the doors come off. Then you just know what it was, what it is, and what it always will be. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
Oh, we are back.
What are we doing tonight?
Well, the dog stole your arm.
Again?
And the humans are shopping with Rakuten.
What's Rakuten?
It's cash back at your favorite stores.
So it's like shopping the sales?
Better. It's cash back on top of sales.
What? I didn't know you could stack savings.
Girl, you can stack anything. Look at us.
Oh, look at us. Oh, shh. Don't look at us.
Don't look at us.
Rakuten. Whew, that was close.
Votes are being counted, and tomorrow, GMA is right there with the morning's first news and
breaking developments from our powerhouse political team.
Tomorrow morning,
when the story matters most.
A special edition of Good Morning America with the election coverage you need.
This killer is taunting us.
Who is Grotesquerie?
This is evil.
One of the most shocking plot twists of all time.
I know who did this.
FX's Grotesquerie. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House. The results keep rolling in. ABC News now projecting Trump will win North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. ABC News also projects Harris will win New Mexico, Virginia, Hawaii, and New York. Here's where each candidate stands right now at this hour. 270 votes, as you know, to win. VP Kamala Harris with 194, the former president with 230. Let's take a look at the Senate overall at this hour. Dems have 13 seats, Republicans 12, 9 yet to be projected. One battleground state that we continue to follow, still not called, that's Michigan. Trump won by less than 10,000 votes in 2016, but Biden won decisively in 2020. Let's check in with our Juju Chang. She is in Detroit. Juju, what's the latest there?
Well, Kira, the information is just trickling in. We just spoke with the Secretary of State here who explained why the information is coming in late. Here in Detroit, the tabulations have been done, but the county, Wayne County, has yet to upload those results. But Wayne County is really a microcosm of some of the troubles, some of the cracks, if you will, in the blue wall here in Michigan. One of them is underperformance of African-American voters. That's something that is of concern. And there are many other factors here in Wayne County that we're going to have to continue to watch tonight. Kira.
All right, we'll continue to check in with you, Juju. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC throughout the night. We have all your election news here in 2024.
You're a single mom pretending to be a cop.
I am not pretending. I spot things that detectives miss. I'm just out here super copping.
Me and you, parent-teacher fight night.
Ding, ding, ding. Time to fight. A parent wants to fight Gregory.
That's how Fresh Prince began.
No one start without me.
There isn't going to be a fight. Shane starts tomorrow.
The eye of the tiger.
From the twinkle in their eye to the sparkle of their smile, the holidays fill our hearts with magic. This holiday season, give the gift of a Disney cruise and discover where magic meets the sea.
Jenna likes to win. So when she couldn't lose weight, she came to us for access to GLP-1 medication. It's the only thing that curbed her cravings and quieted her food noise. Now she's lost almost 20% of her weight in a year with diet and exercise.
Now that's a win.
We got you, Jenna. Connect with the provider at ro.co/TV.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Hey, Good Morning America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be there.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
GMA 3. What you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
I love this version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views,
That's what we're about.
voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View.
I love it. I'm all in.
Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Welcome back to Election Night 2024 on ABC. Here again, David Muir.
Hello again, everyone. We're so glad you're with us now. 12:30 here in the East. Welcome back. This is the road to 270 here. As you can see, Kamala Harris with 194 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 230 electoral votes. Of course, the blue wall, the Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all still too close to call. We're also tracking Nevada and Arizona, and we also want to go to Whit Johnson, who has some late reporting from the Trump campaign. Whit, I would gather the Trump campaign is very happy with what they're seeing, and we heard from Reince here a short time ago that Donald Trump himself extraordinarily pleased with how the night's going.
That's right, David. The party is really energized here tonight. A lot of confidence in the room. And a Trump campaign spokesperson tells us that the former president is actually on his way right now to the convention center where we are from Mar-a-Lago. We don't have exact timing on when he might speak tonight, but I just checked. It's about a 4-mile drive, maybe about 12 minutes without traffic. So we know that he's on his way. He's in the motorcade, and we're expecting to get some more guidance from the campaign shortly. But you mentioned the energy in the room. People here very excited. It's become kind of the who's who in the room right now with people like Senator Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, both potential cabinet picks in a potential new Trump administration. We also saw Rudy Giuliani here. And Rubio, as he was walking out, my colleague Jay O'Brien here tried to grab him to ask him how he was feeling. Senator Rubio said, "We always knew it was going to be a good night for Trump, but we didn't expect it would actually move this quickly." So again, a lot of confidence here. We're also getting more information about what the event was like at Mar-a-Lago tonight. And there's actually another photograph here. This is of former President Donald Trump speaking with Elon Musk and UFC President Dana White. If you can take a look at that photo here, this from a post on X by Elon Musk. So you can see that was that one of those more private gatherings that were taking place at Mar-a-Lago, what was described as sort of a war room there with the former president, some of his friends, colleagues, top donors and top advisors and family members. But now, once again, as we're told, the former president is on his way here to West Palm Beach. David. All right, Whit Johnson in West Palm Beach tonight. Whit, as soon as he gets there, you'll let us know. Let's go over to Eva Pilgrim. She's in Washington, D.C., Howard University. Eva, I gather the temperature of the evening has shifted there.
Quite remarkably, very different than what Whit is seeing there at the Trump campaign. You can see this was a very crowded area just a short time ago, when we last came to you. The crowd is leaving. They have been leaving for some time now. And, you know, the campaign is telling us that they still think that there is a chance that they can hold that blue wall. But there are a lot of nerves and a lot of reservations that people are having. We heard Whit talking about the fact that the former president is on his way to his campaign event. At last check just a moment ago, the vice president is still at the Naval Conservatory, which is the vice president's residence here in D.C., is not on her way here. And as you watch that crowd there shifting away, I mean, it has become dramatically smaller. People just waiting. We've heard repeatedly from the campaign that to tell staffers to go home, that they are not anticipating a result tonight, to get some sleep. But a major vibe shift here. I had one Democratic source tell me that the vibe is not good. And this is brutal for them, David.
Eva Pilgrim at Howard University tonight in Washington, D.C. Eva, thanks to you. We're going to focus here for a moment on Arizona. We haven't taken a lot of time yet to dig into the numbers that we have so far on Arizona. They're going to ask us to pause here in a moment, Rick, so just be aware of that. This just means the rest of the country is going to rejoin us here. But in the meantime, where do things stand in Arizona?
A little more than half of the vote. Most of the vote comes right there in Maricopa County, which is Phoenix, Scottsdale. We know those retirement communities. It's a battleground county. It's a county that Donald Trump carried the first time, Joe Biden the second time. Right now, Harris is up there, but just by a little bit. Looking at another battleground county out there in Yuma County, someplace that Kamala Harris needs to be getting about 45% of the vote. She's really around 35, but it's so early in terms of the vote. We think this was actually early vote for more than a week ago. We'll have to see how this goes. This becomes key to her chances. If she isn't able to win a Wisconsin or a Michigan, she will need to carry those states out west, Arizona and Nevada.
Okay. We have 15 seconds here. We're going to go to Elizabeth Schulze, who is on the ground in Arizona. Before we bring her in, we're just going to pause here in just a moment, just so that the rest of the network can join us here. Let's pause here. That's the quietest this room has been all night. Let's get to Elizabeth Schulze in Arizona. She's on the ground there. And Elizabeth, as you know, we always expected it would take some time in Arizona to get the results. What are we looking at so far? And what are they saying as far as how long we have to wait?
David, the Secretary of State told me earlier today that it could take up to 13 days for the votes to be fully counted in Arizona. And what we're seeing here in Maricopa County, they are counting those votes. They're going to be doing that 24/7. But there are still a lot of votes outstanding. And both the campaigns that we're talking to here are pointing to that for a reason for optimism. They say they've had good ground game across Arizona. It's still too early to say which way this will go. But I will say I was just talking to one official with the Arizona GOP. He says he likes what he is seeing in other states, and that bodes well for Trump here, especially when it comes to Latino voters. We are seeing Trump outperform in some of those more rural counties of Arizona that could tip him in a state that is so close. Remember, David, this race was decided by just 10,000 votes in 2020. This is expected to be tight again, and because of that, this counting will go on. It will take time. Officials here, we're talking to them, they say, be prepared to be here for the long haul, David.
Elizabeth Schulze right there in Arizona. Elizabeth, thank you. I want to bring in Lindsay. You've been diving into the exit polls for Arizona specifically. What are they saying?
And virtually every possible metric, David, Trump is outperforming himself from 2020. When you talk about women, when you talk about Latinos, those without a college degree, senior citizens, and independents. Let's look at independents in Arizona in particular. 40%, by the way, of those in Arizona identify as independent voters. Donald Trump getting the best of Kamala Harris by 4 points there. And if you take a look at by age, senior citizens, a number of retirees out there in Arizona, those who are 65 or older, which 31% of the electorate there, he's getting Kamala Harris by about, if my math is right, 8 points there. So he's getting more than half of the vote there. And if you look at his performance from 2020, he's increased by 3 points with regard to that older, that 65 and older group.
Lindsay, thanks. That's the portrait of Arizona. We have another state to call, and this is a big one, Georgia. And as we heard from the Secretary of State earlier, forecasted this moment, 16 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. He wins the key state of Georgia. He lost it to President Biden 4 years ago by about 11,000 votes. He was determined to win that state back. He has done exactly that tonight, a margin about 100,000 votes or so between him and Kamala Harris. This is a big win, Rick.
Yeah, it's huge, and it changes the electoral map in a very significant way now. Because if you now put both of those southern states in the Trump column, this puts all of the pressure now on Kamala Harris to run the table in the upper Midwest. She will absolutely need to win Pennsylvania, in addition to most likely Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, the 538 chances, just based on these states, and that doesn't take into account the margin in the other states, an 80% chance of a Trump victory. And if you're just looking at the pure math right now, if you flip Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 270 electoral votes right there. If you put this back here, give him a Wisconsin and a Michigan, that gets you to 270, or Michigan plus a Nevada. There's a lot of paths that are now open up to Donald Trump because he was able to hold those two states. One of them he won twice. The other one he won once and then gave back. And we remember that margin, 11,779. It became famous because of that recording. And it looks like tonight it's going to be a lot bigger margin than that in the state of Georgia. Right now it's 118,000 votes. There's still some votes left, but we've seen these blue dots shrink over the night. The story will be that the Atlanta area did not come through in the same kind of margins. And the redder parts of the state, as we've been discussing tonight, we just have seen Donald Trump hold his numbers and overperform his numbers in county after county, bringing his numbers to a level that, frankly, he hadn't seen before. And that to me is just a remarkable part of the story tonight, to see how many places he was able to not just do what he had done before, but build on what he had done before, to grow his vote share in county after county to add up to this win tonight in Georgia.
What do you make of this, Donna?
Well, it's clear to me that Donald Trump understood that he had to expand the electorate, he had to grow his votes, and he had to get them in early. What's happening in Georgia and in North Carolina, you have these big Democratic centers, but they would have to overperform in order to make up for what Donald Trump has been doing in the rural areas. Yeah. That's a concern now that we're looking at the blue wall. Nobody wants to go to bed at night thinking we just got the blue wall. We saw how it was cracked. It wasn't cracked because really Donald Trump didn't hit anything. Hillary kept the door open. And now we see that we have a situation where Philly's going to have to overperform, but there are red places that are still coming in Pennsylvania. In Wisconsin, Milwaukee will have to overperform. So, yeah, there may be a narrow path, but I don't know if I have my rosary beads on me.
Yeah, Reince.
This is so far, it continues the trend the wrong direction for Kamala Harris, the right direction for Donald Trump. Every one of these states is continuing to move in Donald Trump's column. This is shaping up to be a really big night, obviously, for Donald Trump. It's not just a reset. I think it's more than that. It's a realignment. This isn't a victory because of better mechanics or, Trump had a better ground game. This is a matter of people making a decision, whether you're black, white, Hispanic, Asian in this country, that you were tired of the open border. You were tired of hearing about how the economy is great when you didn't feel it. You were tired about the sanctuary cities. You're tired about all of these things that, some of it's economic, some of it's cultural, and people are making a conscious decision in this country to say, I've had enough of this stuff that I'm hearing from this other side of the aisle, and they're completely repudiating it and going the other direction. Look, we may have 55 senators tonight. It's possible. And we still have Nevada and Arizona to go. That is an amazing evening so far.
It is a big evening. Governor Christie, what do you make of what Reince just said?
Well, part of, what Reince said about the economy and people not feeling the economy, it reminds me a lot of 1992. In 1992, George Bush 41 kept saying after the recession that he stewarded over, the economy's getting better, inflation's going down, interest rates are going down, stock market's getting better, and all that was true, but nobody felt it yet. And there is a lag. There is an 8 to 12-month lag of when these numbers start to get better to when real people start to feel it, that they have more money in their pocket. And in the end, that is something that kind of timing will be deadly for the incumbent, just deadly. And it was deadly for him. Look, that was a three-way race in 1992 that Bill Clinton only got 43% of the vote and George Bush 41 still couldn't beat him. Tonight, what Donald Trump is showing is that people still vote with their pocketbooks. That's what they were doing tonight. There are other issues that Reince mentioned as well. And don't forget about the Hispanics, David. The Hispanic vote tonight at 45% slightly beats what George W. Bush did in 2004, if it stays there. And it shows that they don't want an open border either.
And David, if I can say, the one thing that strikes out is that question, the are you better off? Well, only 24% in our exit polls said that their family's financial situation is better than it had been. And you had 45%, almost half, say that their families are worse off. If you combine that with the number who said it was about the same, over 70% said they were either worse off or the same as they were 4 years ago. So Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She's facing a situation where 70% of the country thinks the country is on the wrong track. And then when she is asked in the closing days of the campaign what she would have done differently from Joe Biden if she had been president, she was just vice president, what would she have done differently? And her answer is, there is not a thing that comes to mind. That may have been the single most devastating answer that she gave.
It was those words and the pause, too, because, so much of political campaigns, as you know, is the visual, it's the moment, it's the interaction. It was from The View on ABC, and it was that question. And she did pause, and it was just, in that moment, you knew that that is not what the voters who feel like the economy is issue number one, and some of the other issues that Reince Priebus just listed, which we know are real issues to Americans, Democrats and Republicans. And Mary, you talked about that moment, too, perhaps being one of the defining moments. She had some really great moments along the way, but that was probably one of the weakest ones.
Yeah, and I think her campaign was well aware of that, and that she never really was able to give that solid answer of how she would differentiate herself from the Biden administration. I do have one update, which is that we had expected to hear from Kamala Harris tonight. We now know a source telling us that is not going to happen. We do expect shortly Cedric Richmond, her senior advisor, to come before that watch party and tell everyone essentially to go home.
And in fact, that was the message just moments ago. Let's listen.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Never an easy moment for whatever campaign has to make that announcement into the evening and say, hold on here, and we're gonna hold out hope in the early morning hours. And what a marked shift from how the campaign was feeling. And I know they thought this was going to be very close and still a challenge. Kamala Harris herself said repeatedly, we are the underdog here. But they did sense there was some wind, some momentum in these final days, did they not?
Kamala Harris herself said that the momentum was with her. And I think in part that was because of the huge crowds she was getting. I mean, I've been at almost all of these rallies in the last few days. She was pulling crowds of 20,000, 30,000 routinely in these final days. They felt that they were reaching all of those key demographics, that big, broad coalition that her campaign talked about so often, that they felt was going to really propel them across the finish line. We are not seeing that broad coalition at all showing up here tonight. In fact, quite the opposite. And There's going to be, I think, a lot of soul searching and a lot of questions in this campaign as to, what went wrong. That said, they are still, holding out hope. That's a very, somber Cedric Richmond there delivering that message. But as we heard from the campaign manager in this memo to the Harris team earlier tonight, stressing they expected this to be close. They do still see a path, but certainly not the path they were hoping for.
An extraordinarily narrow one mathematically at this point. Governor Christie, you mentioned something a few minutes back about President Biden, whether or not, obviously there'll be a lot of questions if and when this race is called. And if it doesn't go Kamala Harris's way, the obvious questions would be a lot of attention on President Biden, whether or not that decision should have been made sooner so that the Democratic Party could have looked at Kamala Harris and others and what have you. This has been a conversation we've heard before. It's just going to get more scrutiny now, given the way this night continues to proceed here. 107-day campaign is what Kamala Harris had time to conduct here until Election Day.
Well, look, it's really hard to go from a standing stop to set up a national campaign. She had to adopt all of the Biden operatives. She didn't have time to put in. And I can tell you as a candidate, you have to go out there and work. And you've got to be able to believe that the people who are working for you have your best interests at heart and only your best interests at heart. And I'm not saying that these folks didn't, but she had no reason to necessarily believe it. They were Joe Biden's folks. But to go back to Joe Biden, because I really don't want to put this on staff. This is not staff. Joe Biden made a promise to the American people when I was sitting in this seat 4 years ago. He said, I am a transitional figure. The implication of that, David, was that he was going to serve one term because of his age and he was going to move on. And when he broke that promise, he did two things. One, he broke faith with the people who voted for him. And two, he put his party in an awful position to where they had to replace him when he put on one of the worst debate performances in presidential history, if not the worst. And so Kamala Harris had to inherit all of that. Like it or not, that's what she had to inherit, and she had to overcome it. And it appears, at least tonight, that she's not going to be able to do that. So every candidate deserves some measure of blame anytime there's a loss. But I would say this, that Joe Biden should be looking in the mirror tonight and thinking about what did he do? What did his lack of keeping his word on that central promise from 2020 do to this election tonight?
Reince?
Well, first of all, I would also point a finger at the Democrat Party. I mean, they should have had an open contest. They should have let their leaders of their party pick their nominee. But I don't think it would have mattered because, like I said, the American people are choosing a path. And they're choosing the path that it will dramatically, I think, take away power from Washington, D.C. And we're going to go talk about all these issues. But the fact that Kamala Harris is going home tonight, I think, is amateur hour. You know, she has an obligation to speak. This pathway for her might be narrow, but it's also might be walking through the eye of a needle. She should say something to the people that adopted her as their nominee because they were just told by the president to do so. And she's leaving the country hanging now all night. And I think it's ridiculous and it's childish.
Well, first of all, we're a very divided country. We're very polarized. And while, I'm not sitting here excited about the returns or the results, there's still a path. There's still a path.
And we'll come back to all of you right after this. Our live coverage continues here in a moment. A slim path, but a path continues. Election night continues here in a moment, too.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning.
You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are
They're part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a tear in it.
How important it made to USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
In downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
ABC News Live everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Here in London.
From the front lines.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley? Did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
This version of me.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what?
The View.
I love it. I'm all in.
I second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
What more do you want? What more do you want?
Let's get this started.
You're pregnant? I keep trying to tell him. My relationship with Catherine is complicated.
Apologize.
Let's get this started.
You think you're God's gift to this hospital? You're just another doctor.
There is a patient in the ceiling.
Oh my God. Oh, hell no. I'm gonna sue you.
Your lawyers know where to find me.
Let's get this started. Whoa, oh, oh, whoa.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News and the race to the White House, and a race it is. Here is the latest. ABC News projecting Trump will win Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. ABC News also projecting Harris will win New Mexico, Virginia, Hawaii, and New York. One state that has not been called Nevada because we have no data yet. Stand by for that. But let's go to our Maria Villarreal. She is in Nevada. Let's talk about, Maria, how this state is indicative of what the Latino vote looks like right now.
That's exactly right. And Kara, we want to bring you the latest information. We've just confirmed with two different counties, Washoe and Clark County, that they have had their last voter vote in their respective counties. And that basically means we're going to start to see numbers trickle in, results coming in from the Secretary of State very soon. So we'll definitely be able to bring that to you, as soon as we can get them. But, you talked about the Latino vote. I think this is indicative of what we will likely see around the country. The idea that, yes, they were a huge, powerful voting bloc, but Nevada here, it was not the immigration issue that really concerned them. It was the economy, the cost of living. That was important to them.
All right, Maria, we'll stay in close touch. We'll wait for those numbers. The most critical, outstanding state, Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at where the candidates stand right now. 92% of the vote recorded so far. You can see where Kamala Harris and the former president stand right now. Let's get straight to our Matt Gutman. He is in Philadelphia tonight for us. Matt, there are 19 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. We're seeing former President Trump hold onto a lead over Vice President Harris right now in the crucial battleground state. What are you hearing at this hour?
Democratic officials are sounding very glum at this hour. There's about a 200,000 vote lead that the former president has. It might at this point be insurmountable. The economy obviously playing a huge issue. The price of eggs has gone up, Kira, 161%. That is something that matters to people. There's also something else here. People say they didn't know Kamala Harris, and the former president has a tremendous amount of name recognition, having been in the limelight for already 9 years now. People know him, and clearly they've been voting for him. Kira.
Matt Gutman, thanks so much. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad you're with us tonight. I hope you'll continue to stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by our David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson host the CMA Awards live, ABC November 20th.
Choosing the right candidate for any office is a huge responsibility, no matter its shape or size. Whether the office is small or big, round, square, or even oval. If you're hiring, let ZipRecruiter do the work of finding quality candidates fast. If only every decision could be this easy.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland. Now streaming on Hulu.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA 3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
1 a.m. now in the east, 10 p.m. here in the west. So glad you're still with us. Polls are now closed in all 50 states. The 2024 election painting quite a picture here tonight. The picture is not complete, but you'll remember about 12 hours ago when we started. It just feels that way. We were talking about the House and the Senate. That we know the House Democrats needed a net gain of 4 to take back control of the House. On the Senate side, Republicans need a net gain of 2. If President Trump, former President Trump, wins tonight, they'll just need 1 because then the vice president would have the tie-breaking vote. So again, we laid out the stakes of control of both the Senate and the House and what both parties are trying to pull off here tonight. As far as the House is concerned, though, 16 Republicans are actually in districts that Biden won 4 years ago. They're trying to hold on. 5 Democrats are in districts running for re-election where Trump won. So trying to hold on, and a few of them have lost their seats tonight. So I hope that makes sense. Let's show you a couple of them that have switched right away. In Pennsylvania 8 tonight, the Democratic Congressman Matt Cartwright, he was seeking a 7th term. He's lost to Republican Rob Bresnahan, the construction company CEO. Bresnahan Jr. will become the new congressman. That switches to Republican. New York 22, up near Syracuse, New York, the Republican Brandon Williams was seeking a second term. He was elected the same election that Biden won, trying to hold on to his seat. Now the Democrat has won in upstate New York, central New York area. John Mannion has won. He was a state senator. Now he'll represent central New York in Congress. North Carolina 6, Republican Addison McDowell wins. This was a solid switch to Republican that was expected. North Carolina 13, Brad Knott wins in North Carolina 13. Redistricting, North Carolina 14, the Republican Tim Moore, that was expected to switch to Republican. And Alabama 2, new district, the Democrat Shamari Figures, an attorney, has won there. That was a likely switch to Democrat. It is now switched. Let's go right over to Rachel. You've been tracking this. This is your other beat. You have like 4 or 5 beats tonight, but this was the effort. Both sides are trying to hold on to seats, and some of them lost.
Exactly, David. And so we've sorted those key races that will ultimately determine control of the House here. We sorted them by poll closing time, as you can see. No really room for panic here yet among Democrats because some of these were expected. You mentioned redistricting that happened in North Carolina. Those were obvious flips to Republicans, so much so the Democratic incumbents didn't even run there. We had our eye on Pennsylvania 8. You mentioned Matt Cartwright, 7 terms. This is a district that Donald Trump won. Ultimately, he is defeated. This is just another example about how the top of the ticket, Donald Trump doing really well in the Scranton area, also around that area as well, which is really helping carry Republicans across the finish line. Also have our eye on Ohio 9. This is Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in Congress right now. She's barely hanging on here, just about over 1,000 points. And one more, David, Virginia 2, I just want to point out. I talked to Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries just yesterday, and this is a district where President Biden won, Donald Trump won 4 years earlier. Glenn Youngkin also won this district, the Republican governor of that state. You have the Republican, Jen Kagan. She's hanging on here, 21,000 votes ahead, 63% of the vote already expected in here. I point out this one, though, because this is a bellwether. Every single year, election year, this is a bellwether of just who possibly is going to hang on to majority in the House. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries told me if they do well here, it's a sign that they could be on track toward the majority.
All right. Rachel Scott, thanks so much. We're going to come back to you on the Senate in just a moment. I want to bring people up to speed on the battleground states that we're still tracking at this hour. Take a look, still too close to call. Obviously, Pennsylvania is the big prize, 19 electoral votes. The path, Kamala Harris absolutely needs to try to pull this off in Pennsylvania in order to have any kind of path left. But Donald Trump has grown his lead now to 219,000 votes in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, 15 electoral votes. You're looking at the raw vote right there. He's also ahead by about 217,000 votes in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes up for grabs there. Donald Trump leads by about 116,000 votes in Wisconsin. That's the so-called blue wall, the Rust Belt. That was Kamala Harris's path to 270 tonight. It's looking extraordinarily difficult for Kamala Harris to pull this off, though the campaign is signaling we are certainly not giving up yet. Let's head out to the Sun Belt, Arizona, 11 electoral votes. We heard from Elizabeth Schulze on the ground there. Donald Trump leading by about 12,000 votes. Arizona had prepared voters that this could take some time to tally the vote. Nevada, 6 electoral votes up for grabs. And again, Donald Trump with the lead, 34,000 votes. And in Alaska tonight, 3 electoral votes. Not enough information, though Alaska has closed. As soon as we get some numbers from Alaska, we will bring them right back to you. You heard Rachel Scott talking about the House there. Democrats looking to try to take back the House. And if that were to happen, obviously, Hakeem Jeffries becomes the Speaker instead of Mike Johnson. It's just too early in the evening to know where that's all headed. The Senate, we can take a look and we can really see where the Senate is headed. If Donald Trump is on the precipice of a second presidency here, he's also looking at potentially here not only the majority in the Senate, but a bit of a mandate in the Senate as well. Let's go through some of these. Tammy Baldwin, you've got up here from Wisconsin. She's behind Eric Hovde, the businessman who had out-of-state business in California, came in and has given her a tough fight. This looks like a poll from the presidential, Kamala Harris's struggles in Wisconsin is now reflecting in the Senate race here.
Yeah, in fact, in all of these blue wall states, David, this is exactly the trend that we are seeing here. You have Hovde, who is ahead right here in this state, ahead of Tammy Baldwin. Again, she has been in public office for 40 years here, and now she is behind. Just take a look at Michigan as well. Mike Rogers ahead of Alyssa Slotkin. And even in Pennsylvania, once again, you have McCormick ahead of Bob Casey. We're seeing that this is the exact result of former President Donald Trump overperforming performing in these states. And now you have voters just voting right down the ballot.
And we always talk every 4 years about split ticket voters, but it's a concept that's pretty hard to wrap your head around if you're heading into the booth and you feel strongly about whoever's at the top of the ticket.
Yeah, really the only place that we are really seeing this right now on the map in a real way is right here in Arizona. This is where you have Ruben Gallego. He is running against Kari Lake, the Republican who lost the gubernatorial race just 4 years ago to Governor Katie Hobbs. You know, it's interesting because there's really not much daylight between Kari Lake and former President Donald Trump, both former TV stars, both didn't concede the last election that they lost. But what we're seeing here is you have people who are supporting Ruben Gallego who are not voting for Vice President Kamala Harris. Ruben Gallego and Donald Trump endorsed by the same police association. He talked about being in Phoenix and being at restaurants and people coming up to him in MAGA hats saying that they're going to be supporting him as well. So this is breaking away from some of the shifts that we are seeing. But again, for the most part, Donald Trump helping a lot of these Republican Senate candidates, especially in those blue wall states.
John Tester, can you take us out to Montana?
Yep, of course. Yeah, so Montana, remember, we did call the race. We did project the race for Sherrod Brown was defeated here in Ohio. Bernie Moreno. The other last statewide Democrat is right here in Montana. John Tester really fighting for his political life here, trying to defy the political odds. You heard Martha talk about just how much the state has changed, how you've had an influx of people move into this state. And so it's really a question of whether or not John Tester, who was born and raised here, Montana through and through, is really resonating in the same way with some of these voters. Right now, you could see that he is ahead by about 2,000 votes, only 28% of the vote in. So we're still pretty early here.
It's early, but fairly close. But again, it's still early. One other race I wanted to ask you about, Nevada, obviously, Jackie Rosen trying to hold on. She's the incumbent Democratic senator up against Sam Brown. He seems to be helped here. He was behind in the polls behind Jackie Rosen, so far helped by perhaps Donald Trump.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. Jackie Rosen right now ahead 4,000 votes, 48% compared to Sam Brown at 47, only 69% of the vote in so far, David.
Wow, that's extraordinary. As you look at this list of a half dozen or more Senate races that we've been tracking, about 8 of them, the majority of them look like they're leaning toward the Republican candidate, even in these races where they are longtime names in these states. Bob Casey, whose father is a former governor. I mean, this is an extraordinary night for the Republicans, John.
It is, and it also points to what Donald Trump will be looking at if he gets back into the White House. This is a Donald Trump that will be significantly, I believe, more powerful than he was the first time he got around for a number of reasons. First of all, you have a Supreme Court immunity decision that will empower him. The Supreme Court basically saying that virtually any action that can be tied to your official actions, you are immune from prosecution. Obviously, Jack Smith is fired. The federal prosecutions go away. And the Republicans, when he came into Washington, there were prominent figures in the Republican Party who were willing to stand up to him and had the standing to stand up against him. People like Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan, who was the Speaker of the House when he first came in, and they're, for the most part, all gone. You know, no more Mitt Romney. Mitch McConnell will no longer be the Republican leader in the Senate, and you have a situation where he may have the largest Republican majority that he's ever seen in the Senate, and it's a Republican majority that is a Trump Republican majority. 7 Republican senators, David, voted to convict Donald Trump in his impeachment trial over January 6th. 5 of them will be gone. 5 of them will be gone. 10 Republicans in the House voted to impeach him over January 6th. 8 of them are already gone. 2 are clinging to possible re-election. But the resistance is gone.
Let's go to Nebraska right here. Senate race. ABC News can now project that Deb Fischer will win. She'll hold on to her seat, the Republican. Are we going to put this up on the screen? Deb Fischer holds on in Nebraska. We've called that race. She faced a tough fight from Dan Osborne, the independent there. Did not say who he would caucus with. But Deb Fischer holds on to that race. I want to continue with this conversation that John Carl just started because he's spot on by sort of if Donald Trump is elected president for a second term here, and it's still an if. John paints a picture of a lot of these established Republicans being long gone, having left Washington. This was part of the closing argument on Kamala Harris's team and her campaign, and from the vice president herself. She had help from Liz Cheney. General John Kelly, who's not political, came out and talked about what he witnessed firsthand in that administration as chief of staff. Their campaign was, if you reelect him, he will not have the guardrails. Martha, clearly that argument did not resonate with the American people here tonight.
It clearly didn't, or at least half the country that did not resonate. Felony convictions, the call that our democracy would be over, the John Kelly statements about the military, and that former President Trump had said that they were suckers and losers, the men and women who had died during wars, all of that. Some of the voters I talked to, in fact, one of them who was very strongly for Trump and stronger than he was in 2020, stronger than he was in 2016. I said, do you have any reservations at all, January 6th? And he said, absolutely not. The more you all talk about that, the more Trump voters you will attract. So this election was not about that. But in the end, here we are. This is democracy.
Martha, thanks. We do have a major call to make at this hour, and it's the power of the Senate moving forward. It's precisely what we've just been talking about with this conversation. Republicans will take control of the Senate with that call in Nebraska. Deb Fischer holding on to her seat tonight. If Donald Trump is named the next president, he will have a Republican Senate. We do not know who will control the House, but this is significant. And now the only question is, Rachel Scott, is how strong that Republican control will be. Will he have a mandate, because the majority will be more than just a one senator majority?
Yeah, spot on. It's not a question of whether or not Republicans are going to have the majority. It's just now a question of precisely how much. This is going to be the outlook, at least where it stands right now. Republicans 51 seats, they've netted 2. Remember, that's all they needed to net by the end of the night in order to take control of the Senate. Democrats currently have 41 seats. And again, David, we talked about these key races, but I just want to emphasize one more time, we're talking about Republicans possibly expanding their majority in the Senate. Wisconsin, you have the Republican candidate ahead. Michigan, the Republican candidate ahead, and also in Pennsylvania as well.
So, Governor Chris Christie, this brings us back to what you and I were talking about earlier in the evening. That comes down to everything, including the decisions made right at the beginning of an administration about who you're going to put in the cabinet.
Oh, yeah. No, look, he's got free reign now if he wins. I mean, there's no doubt about that, because not only does he not worry about the margin nearly as much, but as John said, he elected these folks. You know, he wants their vote. He's going to call, if Dave McCormick's there, he's going to call Dave in and say, hey, Dave, you know, you wouldn't be here but for me. I need your vote on this judge, this cabinet member, this piece of legislation. Now, I also want to remind people that as someone who served 2 terms as an executive, that lasts for 2 years. Because when the midterms come in 2026, you become a lame duck. And there are things that you can still do with the power of the governorship or the presidency, but people then begin to move on. And those folks who are going to be very loyal to you in those first 2 years are going to be looking to see who's next. And so, you know, he's going to have a narrow window, a powerful window, but a narrow window. It's going to be 2 years, David, where he's going to have a chance to do what it is he wants to do with Congress. And then after that, they're going to be moving on. His own vice president may be moving on from him at that point and wanting to run for president himself. And I just say this, that's going to be something to watch. Because the first time J.D. Vance holds a fundraiser for a PAC for himself or starts to talk about running for president, it'll be interesting to see the way a new president, Donald Trump, will react to that.
Right. And by the way, this is the first time we will see Donald Trump not running for re-election, not running for election again. He declared his re-election the day he was inaugurated in 2017. And now and he saw virtually everything through the prism of what would help him win re-election. And now you see a Donald Trump and the minute he gets in, I mean, he said we have a constitution that says he can't run again. He will not be running for re-election. Astounding how that affects.
Just a reminder, he's been running for well more than a year, and Kamala Harris has been running for 107 days.
Yeah.
This is an extraordinary election we've all witnessed here together. Rick Klein, I know you're still drilling down on the Pennsylvania numbers to see if the math is even possible, or how narrow the path is for Kamala Harris. Does it exist still?
Oh, look, anything's possible. It's just really hard to see how you have to squint to see the path at this point. I think we've been looking at these bubbles. They've been shrinking as the night goes on because that's less and less vote, but we haven't gotten a lot of vote out of Philadelphia, 177,000 votes. But even if every single one of those votes was for Kamala Harris, she'd still be trailing Donald Trump. Similar, if you look around to the outstanding vote in Chester County, 62,000, 65,000 in Montgomery, Bucks County. A lot of these are split counties anyway. So it's very hard to see how she makes up that kind of ground. 500-something thousand votes would have to be made up across those 3 states. And there's something that's really interesting to key into in Pennsylvania. There are 2 counties on opposite sides of the state, and a lot of different demographics.
Erie County, here we go,
Erie County, and I'll talk to you a little about Erie County first. Look at the numbers there. Hillary Clinton, 47%, goes up to Joe Biden. He's able to flip that county back to the Democrats, and then Harris is down a point. Our 538 benchmark said that Harris had to be doing better. Instead, it's Donald Trump up a point.
What about Northampton?
Yeah, exactly. Go to the other side of the state. You see Northampton, just east of Allentown. And this is a similar story where Donald Trump needed to get about 49.5. He got 51. Kamala Harris is a touch below where Joe Biden was. And that, to me, is the story of the night. So many communities like this, whether they're red or more purplish, where you just saw people going back to Donald Trump, back to Donald Trump's Republican Party. It had an impact down ballot, and it had an impact, a big one, at the top of the ticket when you add up these numbers across a state like Pennsylvania.
And let's go back to Terry Moran before we go to break here. Not only did they go back to Donald Trump, and in a lot of these red counties, they went back to Donald Trump and allowed him to best himself from 4 years ago, and in some cases, even from 2016.
That's right. And that is a problem for the Democratic Party, not just in Pennsylvania, but across the country. They make it so hard on themselves to get to 270 because they stopped competing in so many different parts of the country, primarily rural areas. And just let's take a little quick walk down political memory lane. Look at the map that's there right now. Okay, it's gonna fill in. Let's go back just a little bit in history. Okay, Bill Clinton, this was his map. All right, look at all that blue. In the South, Missouri, Arkansas. Look at Iowa, Ohio, Florida, mountain states. All right, so there was Ross Perot in the race and all that. You know, George Bush comes in. He takes a lot of it back. But Barack Obama, look at all that blue. Iowa, Ohio, Florida. And then Donald Trump comes in and it looks like that, and it's going to look something like that or even more this time. And what that represents is the Democrats essentially saying, well, we can't compete in Ohio. We can't compete in Florida. We can't compete in rural areas. They did compete in rural areas. I mean, here's Wisconsin, right? And let's just take a look at what Barack Obama did there. And that's, oops, sorry. No, got to do that. Yeah, all right. Well,
you know what?
But it was, yeah, it was something like that. No, they competed in rural counties along the Mississippi River aggressively. Those counties went blue. They wouldn't think of going blue today. That is a question the Democratic Party has to ask, not just about rural counties, but increasingly, if you look at the demographics of this election, about Hispanic voters, about young men, about all kinds of voters that they keep hemorrhaging.
Yeah, about messaging, too, because you mentioned Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, and you showed in the shading on the map that they were leaders who did break through. And Bill Clinton famously, whether he exactly said the words or not, but it's about the economy, stupid. Reince.
Well, a lot of this has to do with the messaging. I mean, populism is alive and well in America. I will say this, if Bernie Sanders were running, he'd win some of those counties.
Exactly.
He'd win some of these counties in Wisconsin and Iowa. So, look, there's a reason why we're here. I mean, the Democrats put Donald Trump on the ballot. They put all of these issues, they wanted this to be about Donald Trump. That was going to be their way of making this happen. And Donald Trump he put himself on the ballot, and people made a decision. Now, the next thing that's being talked about here is looking at the popular vote. Now, we still have a ways to go in California. I understand that. But the fact that Donald Trump right now is over 5 million votes ahead of Kamala Harris, I know that this is something that's sort of bothered President Trump over the years, that he couldn't win that popular vote. Now, it's match play. This is not stroke play. But nevertheless, the fact that we are looking at potentially Donald Trump not just having this big night and taking 5 senators plus with him, that he's looking at winning the popular vote it's the mandate that Jonathan Karl was just talking about.
Ryan, you're
There's a
right.
significant drop-off of Democratic voters, and that's something that we're going to have to take a look at, not just in the so-called battleground states where all of the resources and all of the attentions and all of the surrogates and the principles, but also when you look at New York, New Jersey, which I keep looking at the governor like, come on, New Hampshire, Minnesota. I think Amy Klobuchar won. I think Kamala Harris will win Minnesota, but we shouldn't be talking about Minnesota after 1 o'clock. So there's some drop-off there that Democrats will have to assess as well.
Her running mates, the governor of Minnesota, how in the hell have they not called Minnesota when her running mate is the sitting governor of a blue state? I mean, that's extraordinary, and it also calls into question the whole choice of Tim Walz. Well, if he can't, if the sitting governor of a state that is traditionally blue has her sitting at 50.6%, I mean, he should have never left the State House.
Well, there are going to be a lot of questions about whether Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania might have been a better choice for VP pick, just based on numbers and the importance of the Keystone State. Not for me to debate, but by myself up here, but it will be a question that Politico's ask in the days ahead if Donald Trump is reelected here. I do want to take you to a picture coming from Palm Beach, Florida. They are preparing right now at this hour to hear from the former president, expected to greet those who have gathered in Palm Beach, and we will dip in and listen right after the break. ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024 continues. Thanks to everybody here in this studio and everyone at home staying up with us. We'll be right back.
The night Karen was last seen, she went to a Halloween party.
What lurks in the shadows can be very real.
Why is this happening?
2020, now streaming on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
I love this version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here this morning. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy. I'm in. I'm in too. Michael, George, Clara, Ginger.
One great idea can change your life.
That's the American dream right there.
I want to be on a team with you.
Shark Tank, new Fridays on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Almost 20 years of flicks, kicks,
and tricks.
We're celebrating the 500th episode.
33 seasons, 394 stars, 124 Emmy nominations.
Stunning performance. I loved it.
And more moves than we can count.
Season 33 is hot.
Now we are in business.
Dancing's 500th episode, live next Tuesday on ABC and Disney+, next day on Hulu. Your voice, your vote. The race for the White House. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back now, 1:25 in the morning here on the East Coast. We're glad you're still up with us. I'm David Muir in New York with the whole powerhouse political team. We want to get right to Whit Johnson, Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach tonight, where they are awaiting Donald Trump, the former president, to speak to the crowd. And Whit, quite a night for Trump supporters and for the former president.
David, it sure is. The anticipation is mounting here. We are seeing senior staff and leadership of the Trump campaign coming into the building. The crowd is cheering as the projections are being read behind me. And I should note that they are projecting some states that we haven't quite projected just yet. But we know that Donald Trump is on his way. J.D. Vance is in the building. We've also seen Donald Trump's teleprompter guys set up the teleprompter on stage. And the former president said earlier today on the radio that he did not have a speech prepared, but if he knew that he was going to win, he would come up with something quickly. So again, we are anticipating that he should arrive here at the convention center at any moment. And to put things in perspective, remember he spoke in 2016 after 3 a.m. In 2020, it was after about 2:20 a.m. Two very different speeches. If he comes here within moments, then that'll be earlier than both of those speeches. And the Trump campaign obviously projecting a lot of confidence about where they are right now. They believe that they're going to pick off some of those other states that still remain. And depending on how this plays out, it's worth going back to that early vote, because the Trump campaign had been telling me for days and days that they were overperforming and that Kamala Harris was underperforming. Of course, we know that 2020 was an anomaly because of the pandemic, and it was unlike anything we'd ever seen before. But the Republicans had been saying that they were making these steady gains, and they insisted that on election night, tonight, that Kamala Harris was going to have to make up ground and do something that no other Democratic candidate had done in a recent election. And so far, that's proven to be the case, especially in states like Georgia and North Carolina. Of course, we're awaiting some other states as we await for the president to walk in here tonight. David.
Whit Johnson, we really appreciate it. Whit Johnson in West Palm. Let's go to John Santucci, also on the ground there in Florida. And John, you've been talking to sources close to Trump. The mood and next steps here.
Well, as far as the mood, David, I can tell you from speaking to many senior sources and members of the Trump family, as they saw the returns coming in tonight, they were feeling good. They were feeling confident. Many sources I had spoken to saying they felt it on the ground, David, in the last couple of days, not only when Donald Trump was out campaigning, but when they were out campaigning themselves. We know that Donald Trump's two eldest sons, Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump, both of whom I've spoken to tonight, David, telling me that they felt it when they were out there. As Eric Trump said to me, it felt a lot like 2016 in just the last couple of days while they were out. Of course, referring to Donald Trump's first run for the White House. As far as what comes next, David, I mean, listen, if he is indeed successful, if this does indeed go his way, you have to imagine that we will begin talking about transition, what a Trump cabinet 2.0 would look like. We've already seen indications of what Donald Trump has said based on who's been around him. Expect not only members of the family, but folks like Elon Musk and RFK Jr. to play a big role if that is indeed to happen, David.
Have they said anything more about what RFK Jr. would do? We know that what RFK Jr. has publicly said about what Donald Trump has promised him, obviously, if he's declared the winner here tonight. But have there been any specifics floated behind the scenes as to what this could look like?
You know, David, it's interesting. It's a real divide when you talk to people within Donald Trump's inner orbit. Some say he can do whatever he wants. Others have said, well, hold on a second, we're not going to give him the run of the House. And look, for example, David, Howard Lutnick, Donald Trump's longtime friend, the billionaire, who at the moment is chairing the Trump transition. I only say at the moment because we know, and I know Governor Christie is with us tonight, we know that the Trump transition team of yesteryear went through a transition itself after the 2016 one. Lutnick came out and actually said, nah, we're not going to give him a head of HHS or head of healthcare or anything like that. So I think that's going to be a bit of a question, David, in the coming days. There's been a lot of reporting, including by us here at ABC, about different lists that have been put together. As one person said to me, Donald Trump is very superstitious, David, as we all know. He has not leaned into a transition fully, not leaned into these conversations about a list. But if he wins, you better believe that's where his attention will turn quite quickly, David.
Really appreciate it. John Santucci with great reporting here for us, John. Thanks. John Carl, you've actually talked to former President Trump today and in recent days. Does he ever go there with you?
Look, what he's told me is that it will be very different than the last time. He said that when he got elected president the first time, that he didn't know anybody, he didn't know Washington, he relied on advice, perhaps advice by people like Reince Priebus. This time, he says he knows who he wants to be there, and that means he can staff his White House and his cabinet with true loyalists this time, not people that will ultimately defy him. I have to say, I just spoke to a very senior advisor of Donald Trump's who told me, this may not shock you, but that when he comes out on that stage, he plans to declare victory, flatly declare that he has won this race. He did that, of course, in 2020, but unlike that, we haven't called it. At least he has a solid reason for coming out and saying that. In fact, we've also heard on Elon Musk's X platform from Mark Cuban, who, of course, was a very prominent surrogate and supporter of Kamala Harris. I interviewed him just over a week ago. He's saying, congrats, Donald Trump, you won fair and square. Again, we haven't called it yet, but that's a very prominent supporter who was out there campaigning for Kamala Harris, going out and saying, congratulating Donald Trump, and by the way, also congratulating Elon Musk as well.
But that's certainly not the message coming from the Kamala Harris campaign. Just to be clear, Mark Cuban may be a very, a top supporter of Kamala Harris, but their campaign is still insisting they have a slim path here.
But even they recognize that in kind of going dark tonight or going quiet, that they're opening up all of this sort of airtime and conversation to the real possibility that Donald Trump is going to return as president, particularly given the mathematical path here that we see ahead of us with the blue wall. I mean, there's no way around it. He's had a very impressive night, not only in the Sun Belt, but right through the blue wall states. And so in not giving any sort of more explanation from the Harris campaign, this is where the conversation's going to go.
And they know that. Look, they made a choice. Kamala Harris not coming out tonight to speak, likely because she didn't really know what to say. I mean, they still want to see the rest of these numbers come in. The last sort of official word from the Kamala Harris campaign is that they are waiting this out. They want to see, every last vote counted in these key states, but they are seeing exactly what we are seeing. This is certainly not the night they wanted and had hoped to have. Are they ready to come out and say that definitively? No.
All right. Former President Trump expected to speak at any moment in West Palm Beach. We'll go there just as soon as he begins talking. We'll be right back after the break, and we'll see you.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Hello. You know my name?
For decades, Chinatown's been the epicenter of crime in the city.
I need someone on the inside.
Follow me.
Jeez. A detective and a waiter. Partners.
Freeze.
Solving cases, catching bad guys.
Can I place an order to go, please?
Well, close!
When you order Domino's online, we'll give you a free pizza to use for a future pizza emergency. So you'll have an emergency pizza. A free pizza when you need it most.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Enjoy.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
The night Karen was last seen, she went to a Halloween party.
What lurks in the shadows.
And there he was,
in my backyard.
can be very real.
Why is this happening?
Only 2020 with the full story, now streaming on Hulu.
America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. This is going to be must-see TV. And so much could happen. That's why it's called the what? The View.
ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America.
Are you ready? They are ready. Covering the biggest events in the country right now.
There's a lot going on here. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
I am here and so happy.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
Michael, George, Clara,
Ginger.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
Wherever news breaks, ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Your voice, your vote. Election night 2024. Live from New York City. Here again, David Muir.
Now about 20 minutes before 2 a.m. in the East here, you're looking at the path to 270. Kamala Harris with 194 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 246. On the precipice of perhaps another presidency if and when Pennsylvania is called. That is, as we've been saying, the battleground of all battlegrounds. Really, both campaigns desperately needed a win in Pennsylvania. Our decision desk not ready to call that state. There is still outstanding vote, and so let's get over to Rick Klein. That path is still extremely narrow for Kamala Harris, and if she were able to pull it off in Pennsylvania, she'd also then need Michigan and Wisconsin as well, where she's trailing in both states at this hour, too.
That's exactly right. We're up to 94% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and we've gotten a lot more vote in Philadelphia, as well as some additional estimates. We think there's actually maybe as few as 30,000 additional early by mail votes still out there to be counted. And right now, with the outstanding vote in Philadelphia estimate, even if she won every single one of those votes, as well as all the votes in Delaware County, in Chester County, Montgomery County, I mean, you'd have to run up enormous margins to begin to close this gap. So all the votes are going to be counted. Our decision desk is looking at the data, being very careful with any kind of a projection. But this is a very large lead this late in the evening. Michigan is a little bit of a different story, just because we're waiting on so much vote still out of Wayne County, Detroit, Dearborn, the 600,000 outstanding votes. You can see something coming together there. I think it's even a little more possible if you look at Wisconsin. Although again, we have so much of the vote in, it becomes hard to make up this margin. Pennsylvania, though, to me at this hour looks like the steepest climb of the three. And just to give you a sense, that's 19 electoral votes. That would put him at 265. The reason that it isn't quite at 270, Alaska, where polls have, I believe, just closed pretty recently. They're going to take a while to count. There's also one electoral vote that has not been awarded in Nebraska that usually favors Republicans, and one in Maine. So you add those 5 together to the 19, and you get to 270 electoral votes.
Got it. But those haven't been called.
They have not been called.
Alaska, and obviously Pennsylvania hasn't been called either, just because of the extraordinary care that our decision desk is taking with the votes outstanding. John Carl, any new reporting from the Trump campaign?
Thanks.
Waiting on him to come out to deliver what will be a victory speech. I mean, he's gonna declare victory. This, according again to one of his top advisors.
So obviously, we just have to make it clear that we haven't called it yet.
We haven't
will
called
definitely
it.
listen in, and
yep.
You know, that is the direction that this race is absolutely taking. And no matter how you look at this is a major night for Donald Trump across the map, through all of the battlegrounds, even the ones that haven't been called yet. The turnout has been extraordinary for Donald Trump. And not only that, the effect it's had down ballot, immediately down ballot in the key Senate races, which will then, should Donald Trump return to the White House, he'll have not only just the majority of the Senate, but quite possibly a significant majority.
Yeah, he could have a significant majority in the Senate, David. This is already sort of the outlook for the Senate right now. Republicans expected to take the majority. They've netted the 2 seats that they need to. Let's go back to the nationwide map. I'm going to highlight the states that will ultimately determine how big this majority is for Republicans. And just a reminder here, these blue walls where we're seeing former President Donald Trump still have the lead in every single one. The Republican also still leading over the Democratic candidates in all 3 of these states. So, yes, it becomes a question of not whether or not they have the majority, but simply just by how much.
That's pretty extraordinary. John Tester also in Montana.
John Tester in Montana, the last statewide Democrat in Montana. Take a look here. John Tester, 47%. Sheehy at 51%. He's leading by 7,000 votes. Still only about 31% of the vote in right now, so we're still waiting for a lot of this to come in. But again, this goes back to a lot of people moving into the state of Montana, even though John Tester, a third-generation farmer, Montana through and through. A question of whether or not that even really matters. Tim Sheehy, not even from this state at all, but still appealing to voters here clearly, and also potentially getting a boost maybe by former President Donald Trump.
Also getting a boost, Sam Brown, it would appear. And again, the vote hasn't fully counted, obviously, in Nevada. It's still early, but he's doing much better than the polls leading into Election Day had him up against Jackie Rosen.
Yes, and he has been campaigning out there with former President Donald Trump. I was just in the state of Nevada with the former president and Sam Brown, both together campaigning. Take a look at this. Jackie Rosen, 47%. You have Sam Brown. He's only ahead by a little bit here, 636 votes, 71% of the vote currently in. But yes, once again, David.
Well, and in Arizona, perhaps the one Republican candidate who was most loyal to Donald Trump with her rhetoric and sticking by him and not conceding in her own race for governor a couple of years back, she might be the only one, perhaps at this point, that it looks like might not be carried with this Trump wave, if that's what it is that we're witnessing here tonight.
And I think more than any other Senate candidate, I think Kari Lake was really hoping to ride on the coattails of former President Donald Trump in this state. She was driving around this state in a campaign bus with her face, Donald Trump's face next to it. She basically has been pitching herself along with the former president. Yes, this is Kari Lake, who obviously still has not conceded the election that she lost against Democrat Katie Hobbs in this state, like former President Donald Trump, who never conceded his own race in 2020. But this is where we are starting to see the split ticket voting here. Ruben Gallego, he's up by 109,000 votes, and you have Donald Trump ahead by 16,000 in this state.
Okay, two quick questions. Yeah, real quick, John, just because
veterans,
I want to.
By the way, all military. We've got Sheehy, right? We've got Sam Brown, who was a
Afghanistan vet, right?
Yeah,
Purple Heart.
Purple Heart, horribly wounded.
And a roadside, right?
With burns by a roadside bomb. I think he'd only been there about 4 months and was badly wounded. But again, they don't know him very well. But these are the people who've gotten, except for Gallego. But he also a combat veteran. A lot of those, about 100 veterans.
John.
And I was just going to say, Democrats right now are looking at one thing, especially tonight, where they still are clinging to hope. And that is the House. As Rachel just walked us through a little while ago, we're probably not going to know who controls the House for maybe, it might even be a couple of weeks till the final results in California, which can take a long time. But I talked to Hakeem Jeffries yesterday, and I asked him, do you see a scenario where Donald Trump could get elected president and you could still become Speaker of the House? And he said, absolutely. I see it's so close. It's on such a knife's edge, the House. So we don't know what's going to happen. We haven't declared the presidency yet either. But the House is very much still in play. It's either going to be Democrat takeover, a Speaker Jeffries, or it's going to be the narrowest of narrow majorities for the Republicans.
And those are two very different scenarios.
Of course.
If you have Speaker Mike Johnson, you have a Republican Senate, not just by 1 or 2, but possibly by several Senate seats. and Donald Trump in the White House. That's quite something. It's very different from Hakeem Jeffries suddenly playing the role that Speaker Pelosi played for a few years of a sort of a check and balance between Congress and the White House.
And that's what you're hearing from Democrats. That's the place. That's the place that can be the bulwark against a full Republican takeover. But we may not know for a while.
Yeah, and of course, we still haven't called the biggest race of the night. I do want to ask, we are waiting to hear from Donald Trump. When he takes the stage, we'll go out to him. I want to take this back to Kate Shaw and to Dan Abrams, our legal team back here, because one of the other questions always with the presidential election is the Supreme Court. The makeup of the court. Donald Trump had a profound impact on the makeup of the court during his first presidency. If he's declared the new president of the United States, how many justices are we looking at potentially retiring, and what's his opportunity moving forward if he's the next president to shape the court even further?
Well, I would expect that Justices Thomas and Alito would be at the top of the list, likely to leave the bench during Trump's second term, if in fact he's going to have one. And that would mean they'd be replaced by much younger justices. And so that doesn't change the composition of the court, but it cements for many decades a very conservative supermajority. And then, of course, if one of the Democrats needs to leave the court for health reasons or others, you go from a 6-3 to a 7-2 conservative supermajority, which is an enormous difference. So I think all of that is obviously on the line.
And if he's declared the next president, Dan Abrams, does Jack Smith go away? Does the federal prosecution goes right away?
Absolutely. Jack Smith's going to get fired, done, those prosecutions are over. The more interesting question is going to be the two local prosecutions, right? The one in New York, where he's already been convicted, there's a sentencing scheduled for the end of November. Think about that. The president-elect would be sentenced for a New York State crime at the end of November. It is hard to imagine a judge even considering, at that point, jail time. The Georgia case would at the very least get delayed until 2029, if disappear altogether. Just one other point on the Supreme Court, which is, remember, this is why the Senate becomes so important. And it's a follow-up a little bit on something that Chris Christie said earlier. The more you get in terms of the majority in the Senate, the more autonomy that Donald Trump is going to have in who he picks, right? I mean, he might pick someone who some Republicans even have concerns about. But if you don't have enough Republicans to object to that, he's really going to be able to pick anyone that he wants. So the Senate becomes very important with regard to what happens with the Supreme Court moving forward.
All right, Dan Abrams, Kate Shaw, thank you. We're going to go to break, a very quick break. The moment we hear from the former president, we'll come right back to you. Stay tuned.
America's #1 most-watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in. Second that. This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA 3.
You're going to love it. We'll see you then.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo,
Uvalde, Texas,
Edinburgh, Scotland.
From Poland once again tonight. Thank you so much for streaming with us. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw.
Do you think you'll ever be able to go back home?
We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City.
Splintered houses and splintered lives. The magnitude of the devastation.
You're streaming ABC News Live. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Santa Fe, New Mexico, Raleigh, North Carolina, the U.S. Capitol,
Mayfield, Kentucky.
Minneapolis,
Mexico. Tongass National Forest, Alaska.
Getting you behind the stories as they happen, giving you a front row seat to our world as it plays out in real time, live. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights, America's most honored streaming news program, only on ABC News Live. Streaming free right now wherever you stream your news. ABC's David Muir, the most watched newscast in America. More Americans watch World News Tonight with David Muir than any other newscast.
Welcome back, ABC News Live coverage. We're expecting to hear from former President Donald Trump at any moment in West Palm Beach, Florida, where a crowd has gathered at the Palm Beach Convention Center, with Johnson also there among the crowd. Whit?
Yeah, David, the crowd is cheering very loudly. That's because some other networks have projected the race for Donald Trump. Of course, we are still waiting on a few states to come through, but this is the cheering that we're hearing in the crowd, just adding to the anticipation of the former president, who they expect to be the new president once again, to come in here and speak. We did see the Secret Service peeking through the curtains, checking out the room. But as far as we're told, the doors are still open as they're letting people out. And the big signal will be when those doors close that it's likely that Trump would come speak to this crowd. But I'm also thinking about some of the things that we heard in the closing message down the stretch here, because I spoke to a lot of different Trump supporters at some of these different events, and most of them focus on the top two issues that we heard over and over again: the economy and immigration. And one of the things that we heard from Trump on the campaign trail, starting all of these rallies, is he would ask this question: are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And thousands of his supporters would yell no. And that was really the message that they were trying to hammer home down the stretch, that Kamala Harris and the Biden administration broke it, but Donald Trump can fix it. And we have to say, like, we've been talking to, I mean, he's been running for president for nearly a decade now, and we've seen him take over the Republican Party and really transform this MAGA movement. And the crowds here are much different than they were in 2020. They're different than they were in 2016. They're younger. They are more diverse. Despite what a lot of critics thought, that he wouldn't be able to bring together this diverse crowd, we are certainly seeing this in this room tonight. We've been seeing it at the rallies lately. So again, we're still waiting for some information on when exactly former President Trump is going to speak. But there's a lot of anticipation, a lot of energy and excitement in this room, David.
All right, Whit, we really appreciate it. We'll come right back to you as soon as we hear from the former president. I want to get right back over to Rick at the big board here, because it's all, you know, obviously this hinges on Pennsylvania here being called. I know we're being extremely careful. Can you show us again where the outstanding vote is? Maybe that other map that you have that shows sort of the dots, where there's any blue or any red left on the map?
Yeah, 188,000 votes are separating the two candidates. And really, the only place you're going to find any significant vote at this hour is Philadelphia and some of its immediate suburbs. But we've seen these numbers shrink as the night has gone on, and that's what the difficulty is right now. We're looking right now, we think we've got about 3/4 of the mail vote, 86% of the election day vote. So even if this number's right, and that's probably a little bit high right now in terms of the estimated remaining, that's not really nearly enough to begin to make up that gap. And if you look even in the other populous counties here, 44,000 estimated votes in a 55-45 Trump county. If you assume they go the same way, 60-40 county with about 65,000. I mean, look, you could add this up and slice and dice. You got to really have to, you'd have to a perfect inside straight at this point for the Harris campaign to catch up to a margin that big.
You could easily see some narrowing, but not narrowing by.
Correct. It almost certainly will narrow, and that's what the Harris team is pointing to. But it's very hard to see how any of these numbers are going to break in a way that overcomes a deficit like that. So our team's being cautious about it because the stakes are so high, and that's the prudent thing to do. Everyone's vote should count. And of course, that doesn't account for Michigan, where there's a lot more votes still outstanding, but a larger margin of more than 250,000, and Wisconsin, where there's 120,000 that's separating the candidates.
Did the Trump team, there'll be a number of things to look back at both of these campaigns. One of the things, though, did they flip the script on early voting, getting the early vote up and then sending people out on election day as well, enforcing the Democrats really to try, and we heard it from Donna Brazil, you have to really overperform in the urban areas. You have to overperform in Detroit, in Philadelphia, in the collar counties. You have to overperform in Madison, in all these battleground states in the key urban areas. It really put the Democrats on defense come election day to try to catch up with the Republican turnout for a change. And I know that was Donald Trump driven because 4 years ago he said don't vote early. It might have hurt himself back then by doing that. But tonight this election, it seems, by really encouraging the early vote and then continuing to push to get people out to the polls, that was clearly a strategy that worked much better for Donald Trump this go around.
Yeah, 4 years ago, it's been called political malpractice, what he did to downplay and actively urge his supporters not to vote early, especially during COVID, when it was made easier to vote in so many states and there was a record turnout. More than 100 million people voted early, and that meant that Republicans went into election night. 44% of the electorate early was estimated to be Democratic, 34% Republican. The difference coming into today, instead of a 10-point gap to make up on election day, they only had to make up a 2-point gap. So early voting was no doubt a major part of the strategy. And yes, Donald Trump reluctantly and sometimes contradicting himself inside the same sentence embraced early voting in a way that Republicans took advantage of. And we were told by the Democrats, look, don't worry about it. We've got our own ground game. We're gonna overcome that. That does not appear to be the case tonight in the major battlegrounds where we have vote-in.
I want to bring this to Terry because, first of all, this time Donald Trump embraced early voting, right? And the fact that the Democrats were then on defense come election day to try to run up the total, to run up the score in these urban areas. Have the Democrats, one of the things in the postmortem, I think, for both of these campaigns, but certainly for the Democrats, will be you can't just count on the urban areas. You've got to connect with rural America, with working class America. You can't win these races. You showed the evolution of the electoral map over the last several presidential cycles. Moving forward, the Democratic Party is going to have to figure that out somehow, are they not?
This is a moment of truth for Democrats. 10 years ago, what was it, a little bit longer, that Democrats thought demography is destiny and they were the natural party of government because America is becoming more diverse. There'll be a lower share of white voters. And it turns out that's completely wrong. You have to talk to people, meet their needs, and answer their questions. And that includes rural voters as well. And it includes, voters that for whatever reason have bought into what Donald Trump stands for, which is the end of the ruling establishment. Not just in government, but in all kinds of institutions, including the media. People like that.
Yeah, and some of it might be that, the institutions, but some of it's just, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? I felt like my money went further. There are a lot of people, I think, hurting in the country, even if they see the stock market, 401ks going up or interest rates finally coming back down. I do think that this is what Martha and I hear when we're out in the country, that the people just, they want to feel like they've been heard. And so, yes, I think...
And Donald Trump does say, I can help you stabilize and get rich. But he says a lot more than that. He says, let's go get him.
Yeah, very true, Terry. Okay, so we're waiting on Pennsylvania. We're waiting on former President Donald Trump to take the stage here in Florida. John Santucci, who has reported on Trump for some time for ABC. John, talk to us a little bit about some of the people that you recognize there in the crowd, some of the people who certainly were helping Donald Trump. They were the architects of this moment, this what appears to be a very real comeback. Who do you see there in the room?
Well, so far, David, it's interesting. So I've seen some of the junior level campaign staff that have been working with the former president. I haven't seen senior staff just yet. But, David, just off the stage is a little seating area, if you can believe it, somewhere up there. And so far, we've seen former White House press secretary Sarah Sanders, of course, Donald Trump's former White House press secretary, now the governor of Arkansas, obviously someone who was with Donald Trump all throughout his years at the White House, David, and was campaigning with Donald Trump in just the last couple of days on the trail. I've also spotted South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. We know another person that has been with Donald Trump on the trail. And David, also earlier tonight, I actually laid eyes on Rudy Giuliani, Donald Trump's friend of decades, his one-time attorney that dealt with so many matters that were in the White House. And we know though, of course, David, coming into this cycle, it's been a different legal team. Our colleague Catherine Falders actually spotted moments ago members of Donald Trump's current legal defense team. I know we were talking earlier with Dan Abrams about some of those cases. That sentencing Dan mentioned just a couple of weeks away for the Manhattan DA's case. A question, though, about how soon Donald Trump would do something about the special counsel's cases, David. As people have been pointing out to me, the first thing they can't wait, as one person said to me, can't wait for Donald Trump to do is fire special counsel Jack Smith. We know from Donald Trump's own words, David, that would be the first thing he would do within 2 seconds of taking the oath of office, David.
Let's stick with this live picture and bring Pierre Thomas and Aaron Katersky into this conversation. Pierre's our chief justice correspondent, as many of you at home know. Aaron Katersky, our chief investigative correspondent. Pierre, you heard the John Santucci report there, and it's not a surprise that getting rid of Jack Smith would be one of the first actions. And Aaron Katersky, you can speak to the felony charges and convictions here on the local level here in New York City. Pierre, let's start with you and what your sources within sort of the justice community make of sort of the evolution of this evening.
Well, David, if this holds up, and it looks like it will, Donald Trump is about to become the most powerful president in modern history, primarily because of the fact that the Justice Department will be completely at his beck and call. The Supreme Court basically made that clear. And think about this. The FBI director, Chris Wray, is probably on borrowed time as we speak. He'll be gone, more than likely. And he will have the ability to install, after Senate approval, a new FBI director. That person carries extraordinary power to investigate. And at the end of the day, in terms of the DOJ, the president, because of that Supreme Court ruling, the Supreme Court basically said it's okay for the president to weigh in at DOJ about whatever he chooses to. And all these different guidelines that the Justice Department has set up in terms of the president should not weigh in on criminal cases and all these things, that is likely to potentially be null and void.
Aaron?
And David, the former president scheduled to be sentenced November 26th here in New York after he was convicted of 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. His attorneys who were there with him in Florida successfully delayed that sentencing twice. That's looking like a pretty prescient decision because it's hard to imagine now Judge Juan Merchan sentencing him to anything that would represent a meaningful sentence for that felony conviction. The sentencing can go forward, but undoubtedly the judge will be influenced by these new circumstances.
A lot of people watching the developments as they unfold tonight. Aaron, Pierre, our thanks to you both as well. Any new numbers from Pennsylvania, Rick, particularly
Not
Philadelphia?
really, David. We're waiting on Philly and waiting to see if we get a little bit more. It is just such a daunting math, and I've been clicking around on this board to try to find any way to piece together the votes. And look, there's always a hypothetical, and you could say, well, if all of these votes that we think are out break in one direction, then maybe. But it is just really hard to strain to see the numbers in this one state, to say nothing of the 3 states that we're talking about. What we saw across the country tonight was a rightward shift, a MAGA shift. And that happened in red states and blue states, and red areas and blue areas and purple areas, all the same. Pennsylvania tells an extraordinary story. We were looking at you literally can draw a line through the state, from Erie through State College all the way to Northampton County, to find places that should have been and would have been trending toward Democrats. Democrats thought they had a good chance there, and that seems not to be the case. And then the story of turnout in cities appears to have been down. And that's why you see very narrow margins in places like New York and New Jersey and Rhode Island and across blue America, where the voters just did not turn out in the same numbers.
I'm so curious, Lindsay, do we have a handle at the end of the night from exit polling, the gender gap? Nationally, there'd been so much talk going into this election day that if Kamala Harris was going to be elected, it was going to be through the power of women voters. And you saw Donald Trump surrogates, even in the 11th hour, even today, signaling on social media, men, if you're out there, you need to vote. Otherwise, Kamala Harris will win if it's only the women, in so many words. And I wonder where we landed tonight.
It looks like, and John, I just want to verify that, was it 54% for females? 54% of females went for Kamala Harris, and 44% went for Trump. And we don't have the graphics in that moment.
10-point gender gap. And what was it for men? Do we know?
And for men,
sorry to put you on the spot with your producer,
no
John,
problem.
but he's
54 went for Trump, and 44%
So it's
went
10 and 10.
for Harris, yes.
And Gary Langer, just real quick for you, Gary Langer is our pollster here at ABC News. Going into election night, what did the final ABC News poll, if you can pull this up on your head, I'm sure you can better than we can at 2 in the morning, what was the gender gap in the final poll?
Very similar to that. This gender gap is dead normal. It's almost exactly the average gender gap we've seen in exit polls since 1996. And women are more apt by about 10 points to be Democrats than men, and therefore to vote that way. So it's a typical gender gap. What's interesting, though, is that Harris's number among women was a few points, 3 or so points, off of Joe Biden's.
So she did worse among women than Joe Biden?
Yep.
I mean, that's an astounding.
Those are the final exit poll numbers, or are we going to have final numbers?
Oh, they'll be tweaking it well into the morning.
Yeah, well into the morning.
She did 2 points worse than Joe Biden did in 2020 with the female voters.
Yeah, if that holds, that is really, really interesting.
Gary also, he had another point, which is this is the first presidential election since we've been doing exit polls, 1976, where Republicans outnumbered Democrats coming to the polls. Right, Gary? I have you right on that, right?
Yeah, just by a couple of points, but it's the first time we've seen it. And again, exit polls started in 1976. This is the first time we've seen Republicans outnumber Democrats.
Here's the call of the night. We can project now that Pennsylvania, the biggest battleground prize of the night, will go to former President Donald Trump. ABC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the 19 electoral votes in the state of Pennsylvania. We had said for many weeks leading up to this election that this was a must-win state for both Kamala Harris and for Donald Trump. ABC News now projecting Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania. Rick Klein, take us to the board. That essentially gets him the presidency, although we have not called what he absolutely needs to get there, right? But you see the path on the board. Talk us through it.
I want to be careful with the math here. That gives us, according to ABC News projections, 265 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And I want to then play things through a little bit and make the assumptions, and they are assumptions, but this is how things work in politics. If everything falls into place for some of the remaining places, Alaska with the 3 electoral votes would be a shock if Alaska did not land for Donald Trump. One of the congressional districts in Nebraska, where he's currently leading, he's already been awarded one of them, and one of the congressional districts in Maine. This is what we're looking at. That would be 270 electoral votes. So again, being very careful here. We have him at 265, but you don't.
So that number up on the board is the hypothetical.
That is
if he gets what's expected to go his way, the final dominoes here. But Mark Burstein, our producer, just tell me again what Nebraska 1 goes to Trump. There we go. We're now projecting 1 electoral vote from Nebraska will go to Donald Trump. That's the one that you thought would go his way.
Yes.
Again, this is still the hypothetical number we have up there. So the chips are falling into place in so many words here.
That's exactly right. I mean, Alaska is a very Republican state. It's going to vote for Donald Trump almost certainly, and that
Which gets into 269.
That would be that's correct. 269, which would be a tie in the Electoral College under the rules. It would be broken by the House of Representatives. Almost certainly, the House of Representatives will be controlled by enough Republican delegations to give Donald Trump the presidency. But that other district in Maine would be the majority maker. And look, we still have Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona.
And he leads in Michigan and Wisconsin.
That's correct. Right now, based on the numbers, 266,000 votes in Michigan, although there's still a lot of Detroit left, and 120,000 or so votes in Wisconsin. Nevada is still coming in. Trump is up there right now by about 99,000 votes and up 19. So he's up in every other state that we have on the board tonight.
So we're waiting to hear from the former president here. Obviously, we've just projected, ABC News projecting Pennsylvania the biggest prize of the night. Among those, really not a path here on the board for Kamala Harris at this point. It's just the final chips for Donald Trump. I'm so curious, though, will we wait for the former president and we wait for the final math to come in? States like New Hampshire we haven't called yet.
Yeah.
Minnesota, where Governor Walz is from. Can you just click on those and bring us up to speed on where they stand?
Sure. I mean, look, it's with 80% of the vote in, Harris is up 86,000 votes. It's going to be a lot tighter than it's been in the past. New Hampshire looks like it probably lands in the same place at the end of it. But look, we've talked about this shift everywhere. That's the popular vote. 5.2 million votes more than Kamala Harris. He's in a very strong position to break 50% for the first time. He He didn't really get that close, and our polling didn't show him really north of 47, 48%. Either of the times he ran before, he served without getting a majority. Tonight, he could get it.
And just a little perspective here. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by almost 3 million. Joe Biden won it by 8 or 9 million or so.
Yeah, we can go right to the
7 to 8
historicals.
million.
You can see exactly where the numbers were. It was a 7 million vote edge. He only had 47% of the vote. 4 years earlier, he only had 46% of the vote, lost by about almost 3 million votes. This is a different night. This is a different electorate. This is one that has fallen fallen in Trump's direction in a very considerable way. Red states, blue states, and everything in between.
So you're looking at popular vote, obviously, and electoral college. We've had a lot of discussions in this country, particularly with recent elections, where popular goes one way, electoral goes another. That's certainly not the storyline, at least not at
does not
this
appear
hour.
likely to be. There's still a lot of vote out west in particular, a lot of it in California. Those margins, I'm sure, will tighten. But right now, that's a pretty strong advantage and a very strong likelihood that he will win not only the Electoral College, but also the popular vote.
And that's really going to matter, John Carl, to the former president.
I mean, absolutely. And let's not forget, Republicans have had a hell of a time winning the popular vote. George W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. He did win the popular vote
2004,
in 2004. But Donald Trump wins the presidency and loses the popular vote in 2016. This is a and by the way, all indications, we don't know what overall turnout's going to be, but this is going to be a high turnout election. This is going to be a very high turnout election. It may even approach the kind of turnout that we had in 2020, which was the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900 in America. So Trump is going to claim a mandate, and he's going to have reason to claim a mandate.
No question, and people will look back at the different avenues, the different routes to reach the voter that Donald Trump used this time around. You know, he had a 3-hour conversation with Joe Rogan very late in the campaign, a huge audience, and a lot of people said that he was reaching out to voters and men and young men in particular in ways that campaigns hadn't used before. Now, Kamala Harris went on Howard Stern, Charlemagne the God. So she did try the podcast route too in these very popular programs and Sirius XM. But to go on Joe Rogan, for example, and then to have Joe Rogan endorse him in the 11th hour, those are in 2024. Those are powerful things to do apparently, and they work for a campaign.
And it was an effort to get people to vote who didn't normally vote. In some cases, never voted. And I think, and I'm sure Lindsay's got the exit polls on this, but we see Trump doing better than Harris, significantly better among those who are first-time voters.
And for all of those efforts to outreach, the Harris campaign thought all of that was just playing to his base, that it was doing nothing to expand his reach. Clearly, not the right assessment.
Yeah, we're going to stay with this live picture. We're waiting for the former president, but just talk us through what you're seeing there, Lindsay, with the new voters.
With the first-time voters, that's 8% nationwide of the electorate. 54% went for Donald Trump, 45% for Kamala Harris. What I think is really interesting, what's different, Rick Klein said tonight is different. One thing that's different is America, of course, is a more diverse country, but the electorate tonight is less diverse. And so, for example, if you look at 1992, 82% of the electorate was white. Okay, fast forward to 2020, we saw this big decrease. 67% of the electorate was white. Fast forward to tonight, it went up by 4 points. So you have 71% of the electorate was white, and that broke, by and large, for Donald Trump in his favor by 12 percentage points, those white voters who showed up. Now, the biggest significance that we've seen as far as any racial group, Latinos, the highest
He
shift
really did peel off
of
Latino
any,
support.
Exactly. 13% up over Hispanics from 2020 for him, 18% increase over Hispanic males from 2020. And so quite a big difference for him. He went after and targeted those Latino voters, and it worked for him big time tonight.
Yeah, it did, and that was a main goal of this campaign, was to try to peel away Latino support. Mark, is Maria Elena still with us? Do you know, is she listening in on the conversation?
She couldn't make the case what she does as vice president that affects our lives in a
Maria Elena, when you hear those numbers that Donald Trump was extraordinarily successful tonight, peeling away some of the Latino support that Joe Biden had 4 years ago, and Lindsay Davis describing the electorate as more white than it was 4 years ago. And comparatively to previous presidential elections. What do you make of that and the success in his campaign, his outreach to reach Latino voters? And as you have said many times on our air, you know, Latino voters in one part of the country are not the same in every other part of the country. It's very nuanced, but he did have significant success tonight.
That's true, David. And yeah, I am a little bit surprised. You know, Latino voters still support Vice President Harris and Democrats in general at higher numbers than Donald Trump. And Florida up to now has been the outlier, the only state in the country where the majority of Latino voters supported former President Trump. But we'll have to see if that changes tonight. You know, Republicans don't really need a majority of Latino voters to win. They just need to cut into Democrats' lead. It looks like from the numbers that Lindsay's giving that might have happened today. You know, the Republican presidential candidate that has gotten the highest percentage of the Latino vote was George W. Bush in 2004 with just about, you know, above 40%. But, you know, Martha was right that this time around, the economy is a top issue for Latinos, and that's what they're voting for, putting a roof over their heads and feeding their children, and they trust Trump on the economy. And as far as immigration is concerned, you know, it used to be that an issue that drew Latinos to Democrats with the promise of an immigration reform that never materialized. The views have now shifted, and they prefer a more hardline approach at the border, especially in states like Arizona. They don't want to be associated with the chaos at the border and those that Trump calls criminals. You know, just a few weeks ago, David, there was a New York Times poll that showed that 2/3 of Latino voters felt that when Trump was disparaging immigrants, calling them criminals, saying that they poisoned the blood of our country, he was not talking about them. He was talking about other immigrants. So, you know, it is surprising. It's also surprising that a sizable number of Latinos said that they support mass deportations, maybe without realizing that it would not only hurt the economy, but it's going to lead to a separation of families.
Maria Elena Salinas, thank you. Your context is always so helpful. We're waiting to hear the former president here. Eric Trump, his son, has just sent out on social media this image of the former president, presumably holding the speech that he will give tonight. We had reported earlier that he hadn't prepared a speech for this evening, but if the time came and he needed one, he said he would put one together quickly. Eager to hear that here tonight with the rest of you. And John Santucci is reporting the entire Trump family is there at the convention center, his children, including Ivanka and Barron, and his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, also there. We saw her voting with the former president.
Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural.
Yeah, David, it's remarkable, actually, because this is the first time that since the Republican National Convention that the entire Trump family has been under the same roof. And think about, David, you know, the Trump 1.0 White House, if you will. You know, we know that Ivanka and Jared were right there by Donald Trump's side. Jared Kushner's office right off from the Oval Office, Ivanka Trump right above the Oval Office. The Kushners have said that they are not going back to Washington. They have not been involved in this campaign. So should Donald Trump be declared the winner, do not expect Jared and Ivanka to go to the White House. It does beg the question, David, and I've asked many sources over the last couple of weeks, would any member of the Trump family go? And as we've been reporting, David, one of the members that has been very active in this campaign is Donald Trump Jr. I spoke to him earlier tonight. He said that his family feels incredibly vindicated by the results so far. And one of the things he said to me is that he felt that so far he had an impact on this race. And as we know, David, we reported on the air with you, it was Don Jr. that really was the driving force behind J.D. Vance being on the ticket with his father. Tonight, Don Jr. telling me my guy is going with my father potentially to the White House, David. We'll see if any member of the family joins
Any
them.
word, John, on who worked with the former president on his remarks for tonight and what the tone will be here?
You know, it's evolved, David, and I say that because as results were pouring in, sources were telling me, you know, he's going to go right up to the line from declaring victory. I can now agree with my colleague, John Carl, hearing the same thing. It does indeed feel like Donald Trump's going to come out here and declare victory, though we, of course, have not projected the race. I do think, David, the question of tone is going to be quite interesting. And I say that because think about 2016, pretty much at this hour of the night when Donald Trump came with his family into the Hilton Hotel, just steps away from Trump Tower. It sounded like a speech of unity. I don't think we're going to hear too much of that tonight. Maybe some tenors, but look at where Donald Trump has been. Look at the words that his son tells me, as I just reported a few moments ago, vindicated. I do think you're going to feel a little bit of those tones that we've been reporting over the last couple of days. Some of the darkness, some of the things that he's been talking about, feeling and seeing around the country, talking about the southern border. I'm actually curious, David, in addition to the tone, how much of the first steps of an agenda do we hear from Donald Trump tonight? Those first actions he would take come January. David?
John, stick with us here. I got a question for you. I saw some faces in the crowd there. Former Governor Doug Burgum, Governor Kristi Noem, Vivek Ramaswamy. Two of the three actually ran in the Republican primary, though they never debated Donald Trump because he didn't show up, and that turned out to be a strategically smart move for him, not to put himself up there with them. But those three names, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Kristi Noem, are they all potential players in a future Trump cabinet?
Of abortion because
everything is potential right now, David. Listen, we are not at the point of any short list. We are in the long list phase. We are in the multiple list phases. Different people have been submitting lists at this point. So I think anybody right now is possible for sure. I mean, there are already aides that I've spoken to talking about who would be the next press secretary. Some people talking about what positions they want. So it felt like over the last couple of weeks, David, if I'm being honest from talking to sources, some of them were in a place of measuring the drapes, figuring out what role they wanted in a future administration. So I do think for the group of governors and senators and members of Congress, I know Elise Stefanik is around here somewhere as well, another loyal supporter of Donald Trump, highest woman-ranking Republican in the House. They are definitely all on a potential list. But David, let's be clear. These are lists that have been built by folks without talking to Donald Trump. So whatever the lists are and have been, that's going to be a very different story come tomorrow morning, David.
Senator Marco Rubio talking to Newt Gingrich there, two other names, and certainly Senator Marco Rubio would be a real contender to be some sort of position in a potential Trump administration, which looks obviously very likely at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Marco Rubio clearly positioning for a cabinet secretary job. Senator Tom Cotton, another one. They'd probably both imagine themselves as secretaries of defense. You know what Donald Trump's going to do? It's to a degree we did in 2016 after he won, although this time, as he's told me, he knows people, but he's going to do the apprentice thing. He's going to bring people in, talk to them. I've asked him many times about what his cabinet would look like and what his White House staff would look like, and he's he's a little bit like talking about a no-hitter in the seventh inning. He's superstitious about it, wouldn't want to talk about it, but he's appointed a transition team. It's headed in part by Howard Lutnick, who's the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's they've been establishing lists of names for him. They've been begun the process of vetting candidates. I mean, the key thing you're going to see this time that's going to be different than last time is the emphasis. The primary emphasis is going to be on loyalty to Donald Trump.
Loyalty and the lessons he
Very
learned.
interesting with the military, right? I mean, how do you do that with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which isn't a political position? I mean, he has said already he will get rid of all the woke generals, but I think in some ways you'll see a loyalty test there with the military as well. I mean, the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he may look at and say, oh, this general is woke, I want him out of there. C.Q. Brown had a very emotional videotape that he released right after the George Floyd murder, talking about diversity, talking about racial injustice in this country. I'll be very curious to see what he does there.
So, Martha, how did the senior officers deal with that? Because when he chose Mark Milley, he thought he was choosing somebody that was going to be loyal to him, and Mark Milley turned out to be the ultimate, in his mind.
Yes, and we all know what the turning point for General Milley, Chairman Milley, was, and that was walking across Lafayette Park during George Floyd protests, and Milley peeled off and said this is political, and later apologized for that. So it certainly at that point for Donald Trump, he was no longer a loyalist. although he managed to stay.
Rachel Scott, from your reporting on the trail, names that you have interacted with that you think have potential shots at being part of a Trump administration.
Yeah, I had my eyes peeled on Doug Burgum, who was there, former North Dakota governor, and also Vivek Ramaswamy, who was there as well. And you're reminded of just how much this is a party that has coalesced around the former president. We all remember after January 6th, you had Mitch McConnell at the time saying that Donald Trump was morally responsible for what happened that day. He has now endorsed him. If Donald Trump is the projected winner of this race, if he goes to the White House, there is no Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. He's stepping down. He's going to be retiring from that position as the longest-serving Republican leader in the Senate. There will be a different sort of cast of characters around there. There's some questions about if there's going to be guardrails. But this is a former president that has ran this race his way, David.
President-elect Donald
Let's listen.
J.
About to take the stage. Thank you, Rachel.
First Lady Melania Trump and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. An American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great... My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words,
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try, we have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Former President Donald Trump speaking to his supporters, thanking his family, his campaign team, and certainly thanking the American voters who have said loud and clear tonight across this country, and in particular among those key battleground states. As you know, we have just called, ABC News projecting a short time ago, Pennsylvania, which is the biggest battleground state of all, vital really to both campaigns going into the night. It does very much look like Donald Trump will be returning to the White House. We are being very careful, waiting for the final results to come in Wisconsin and in a couple of other key places that will give him the math to get there. Donald Trump taking the stage. He said, we're going to fix our borders. It's the biggest political victory we've ever seen in our country. He spoke of his campaign and returning to the presidency, saying he will return as the 47th president, that it will be the golden age of America. He talked about winning the popular vote, mentioned it a couple of times, said it's a very great feeling, a feeling of love to win the popular vote. He said a star is born, and Elon Musk mentioned some of the others who have helped him win, who have supported him, and perhaps will have roles down the road. RFK Jr., he said he'll work on the health of Americans across this country. Nobody deserves this more than him and his family. The head of UFC, the CEO of the UFC, said when he was brought to the microphone to thank him for his support. He thanked Joe Rogan for his support as well, the UFC CEO, Dana White. A number of people on the stage, and it was a patchwork of supporters from all different parts of society and industry and sports who helped Donald Trump in this campaign. And we talked about this earlier before the speech, that Donald Trump and this campaign very smartly did reach out in a number of new and different ways, podcasts, going to find voters where they are in culture today, where they're listening, where they're watching, what they're interested in, and meeting them where they are. And that was part of, I think, when people look back at this campaign, the successful strategy of this campaign. Again, we're at the precipice of sort of announcing as a network here that Donald Trump will be headed back to the White House, though we're waiting for Wisconsin. We're also waiting Rick Klein for Alaska as well. And then a number of other states that are just very close that could head in that direction as well. But what are you looking at as potentially what will put him at that key number 270 or beyond?
Yeah, David, 266 electoral votes right now that ABC News projects that he will capture. Alaska is a state that is extremely Republican. Trump with 100,000 votes, about 28,000 votes more than Kamala Harris. That's going to take a little while for votes to come in, but that could easily be projected tonight. Maine's 2nd congressional district, which he's carried in the past. They award their districts separately. That could be the 270th. And as could Michigan, where he currently has a 300,000 vote lead, still a lot of vote still to come in Detroit. That might hold that back. And then you've got Wisconsin, which as we've been talking about, 121,000 vote lead. He is also currently leading in both Arizona and Nevada. And we still have a lot of votes to come in there. But it's beyond even talking about pathways to 270. 270 is within his grasp. It would be beyond shocking for him not to receive 270 electoral votes. I can't really fathom a situation where all of those things would fall into place for Vice President Harris. He's knocking at the door, and it's kind of opened it already.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the numbers coming in and making sure there's absolutely not a possibility any other way before our decision desk. And we really appreciate their great care. We would do this no matter what campaign it was, and this is what election nights are in America, and we're used to that. I do want to project 2 more states, though. Minnesota, 10 electoral votes going to Vice President Harris. Of course, Governor Tim Walz, her running mate from Minnesota. It took some time, though, before we announced that state. In New Jersey, the winner there, Vice President Kamala Harris as well, picking up 14 more electoral votes. Let's go to the map right now, the road to 270. Let's look at the map, if we could, the road to 270 and where this race stands. And there you have it. Kamala Harris, 218, Donald Trump, 266, though, as Rick Klein mentions, we see where the math will come from that will put him over 270. We're just waiting for the official projection in a number of other states that should be coming, we think, within the next hour or so. But that is where the math stands right now. John Carl, let's talk about, you want me to mention that some stations in the West are going to leave us now. I know you're standing by to bring your local viewers up to date on local news, so we'll let you do that. Thank you for joining us. Some local newscasts are going to begin now, and I'll pause here for them to join their own audiences. And we'll continue here with the rest of the network. And thank you for being here. This is ABC News Live coverage of Election Night 2024. It's now just before 3 a.m. Eastern Time. John Carl, former President Donald Trump up there, he was talking about being the 45th president, the 47th president, and he thanked his family, his supporters, and talked about the extraordinary night that it is for him.
I mean, look, it is an extraordinary night. We said it, J.D. Vance said it as well, the greatest political comeback in the history of American politics. Nothing else is even close. I mean, Nixon, we thought, had the greatest before this when he lost in 1960, comes back in 68. But this is somebody that I don't think anybody in the Republican Party, any of the leaders in the Republican Party, I don't even think our friend Reince over here would have imagined Donald Trump coming back after he left the White House the way he left in January of 2021. And then to win the way he won, to win the popular vote, to win decisively in the Electoral College, to have what appears to be, at least potentially, lining up to be a clean sweep of the battleground states. Look, Democrats spent more money than Donald Trump on this race. Democrats thought they had more enthusiasm than Donald Trump. They were proven to be wrong on that score. This was something, I was talking to Democrats in the final days of this campaign who believed that they had a chance, that Kamala Harris had a chance to basically run the table on the battleground states. They thought that something had fundamentally changed in the race. This is what we were told. I know Mary heard the same thing, and it just wasn't there. Donald Trump won and won decisively. We're waiting for our final call. But what we've called so far, it's astounding.
Mary Bruce, anything more from the Harris campaign tonight?
They are notably dark, and silence speaks volumes, I think, at this hour. We do know that she is going to come out and speak tomorrow. The remarks that she had planned to give tonight were postponed. She'll be there speaking, we believe, at Howard University tomorrow. I just keep thinking about the picture that they had been painting of Donald Trump in the last days and weeks, this really dire picture, you know, calling him unfit, saying that he simply doesn't represent and stand for the ideals of this country. Kamala Harris called Donald Trump a fascist. And she continued to argue over and over again that she could bring the country forward, that she could turn the page. And it turns out that the country did want to turn the page. They just wanted to turn the page on Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's administration. And what a remarkable, different vision we are now getting from this election. You know, elections tell you a lot about what the country stands for and what the country wants. And it is just such a drastically different vision from the one that Kamala Harris was outlining.
And some surprising numbers, given the polling going into this election, and then where we landed as far as the gender gap being, you know, just Gary Langer said, the same gender gap that we've had going back to the mid-90s.
So many gaps, and I'd like to go through them with you, David. First, I'm mindful of our colleague, Charlie Gibson, who 8 years ago on election night said what he found so dismaying were the disparities between so many different groups, whether it was young and old, black and white, male, female, college, non-college. Yesterday, we had the chance to speak with Mark Updegrove, presidential historian, who said not since the Civil War has this country been so polarized. So you have to go back almost 160 years. And so look at what we're talking about. What Charlie was saying in 2016, it's only gotten worse. So if you take a look at the male vote, for example, take a look, 54% for Donald Trump, then it flips when you look for the female vote, 54% for Kamala Harris. If you look at college, this is again nationwide, no college degree, 54% for Donald Trump. Those with a college degree, 57% for Kamala Harris. Everything flips. Look at this. This is the biggest one. The white voters, which made up 71% of the electorate, 55% went for Donald Trump. If you look at black voters, look at this, overwhelmingly, 86% went for Kamala Harris. And so the point that Charlie was trying to make is that this bespeaks a country that it's frightening no matter who wins. And so what we heard Donald Trump say tonight is we're going to help heal our country. He said it's time to put the division of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. We're going to try. We're going to try. We're going to try. It's going to happen. Success will bring us together. But I think tonight so much uncertainty reigns throughout this country, no matter which side you're on.
Yeah, and he did say that he had a taste of that, or insinuated that he did in his first presidency, that when there was some successes, that then support then comes from other corners. Martha, your thoughts on the speech and the night?
The speech and the night, when I heard Kamala Harris give her speech on the Mall, and Mary, you, of course, were there, I was driving through Arizona. And when she said, talking about Donald Trump, this is not America, I had just left a Trump voter standing under gazillion Trump flags, at a flag that said, Joe Biden is not my president. I thought, actually, this is a big part of America. So bringing this country together, bringing that divide together. Joe Biden said the same thing in his inaugural speech, unity, unity, unity. You know, Donald Trump has said it before, unity, unity, unity. It is a big, big divide. But I also met a couple on the road in Michigan, and just by happenstance, they were camping out in a lovely little family on the shores of Lake Michigan. And I interviewed the mom, and she was full on, stolen election, I'm all in for Donald Trump. Her husband was all in for Kamala Harris. So I said, how do you do this in a marriage? How do you keep that together? And he said, we just never talk about it. So I guess if they can do that and stay married, the country can certainly do that as well. But boy, is it a big bridge to cross for either side, because the split is enormous. The feelings are enormous. I also think when I look at Kamala Harris, I don't think people in the end really knew her. I'm not sure that message really got out. There was such enthusiasm. You know, I actually drove across all the Rust Belt on the way to the DNC. Such enthusiasm for her, but it just stalled. It just stopped. And I do think voters really didn't get a chance to know her.
Reince?
Well, first of all, to Jonathan's comment about how I didn't think that this could happen, I actually had a conversation with the president after 2020. And he was obviously upset about the outcome of the election. And I was talking to him, and I told him, look, I know it would have been better just to win, but if you could write the chapter in your book, there would be nothing more Trumpy than for you to lose, run again and win. You couldn't possibly think of a better ending to this story.
But you wouldn't have written the January 6th thing into the chapter, would you?
No. But look, I think two of the things he said was, number one, he wants to help our country heal. Very important comment. That was the first thing, pretty much first comment out of his mouth. But then the second thing, which I think goes to the America First message, he said, we made history for a reason. And I think from Trump's mind, that reason is to do the things that he's wanted to do, which is what I think the American people bought into. We talked a little bit about urban messaging and rural messaging. I think the story of this outcome is that the messaging of Donald Trump was working in both places. And it was eating away Kamala Harris's usual hold in these urban areas. Unions liked what they were hearing. Confront China, who's ripping off the world. Parents wanted to hear about the issues revolving around fentanyl. Illegal immigrants were going into sanctuary cities like New York, San Francisco, Martha's Vineyard, and they were making impacts all over the country. And so I think that's really the message here. And we're going to wait and see. I think it's going to be an exciting time and a great opportunity for people to make a difference.
Donna Brazil, what do you think the Democratic Party takes from this evening, and are, always postmortems? You've been part of those. You've been part of victories along the way, too. Where does the postmortem begin here?
Well, and just sitting here over the last 3 hours, and I've been in this game now for 40 years. I know I don't look a day past 18, but that's because I like to go out when I leave here. Look, winning Illinois 51-47, Joe Biden carried it by 57 points. The fact that we just called New Jersey, we just called Minnesota. I mean, you got to sit here and wonder. The underperformance of key Democratic constituencies, voters, the inability to expand the electorate, significant headwinds on right track, wrong track, the economy that is the envy of the world, according to the Wall Street Journal. But of course, your next door neighbor is struggling. So there's a lot to take away. And there's a lot to learn from, did we do better with young people? Did we do better with seniors? It's going to take a while to figure out, what happened. And it starts with the vice president tomorrow, who will have to address her campaign in the nation and give her own prescription. And I think from there, we're grown-ups. We've never had a problem being a grown-up party, and we will figure out how to heal the party, but also how to rebuild the party and to make sure that we hold if he is the next president, we hold him accountable. Look, tone matters, but also character. And while, the Trump team pulled out a better performance in rural areas and perhaps some of the urban areas, we got to fight. We're going to fight for the future of our country. We're going to fight for democracy. We're not going to stop fighting for women's reproductive health. We're not going to stop fighting for the America we believe in. But we also will try to make peace and extend the olive branch with the Republicans when that moment comes.
Governor.
I think in this election, more than any other election in my lifetime, democracy has been thrown around by both sides more frequently than any time I've ever seen. Well, this is democracy.
Yeah.
This is democracy. And so regardless of whether you agree with this result tonight or you don't agree with it, if, as Democrats now, they really believe in what they said, which is democracy at risk and we need to be standing up for democracy, well, then you need to stand up for this result and respect it. You don't have to agree with it. Right. As Donna said, you can continue to argue on the issues that you think are really important to the future of the country, and you should, because that's the way the founders set up this country to be, was to be a conflict that was going to hopefully lead to compromise and resolution. Now, what I'd say to who I believe is the president-elect is that now it's up to you to decide what kind of president you really want to be. Every time after an election is over, you have an opportunity to remake yourself and to be from a candidate to a public servant. He has that opportunity now too. And we're going to be able to judge whether he meets what he said tonight and whether or not he meets the goals of what our democracy should be. And that's what I'm hoping for after tonight, is that he meets that. And if he does, the country will be better. And if he doesn't, he too will be judged.
He's aware of how the first presidency ended. John Carl just talked about January 6th. And, you can only serve 2 terms. It's a second presidency. Obviously, you're assuming he's the president-elect. We haven't officially called it. The math is clearly heading in that direction. We're just waiting to officially have the math turned into us so that we can then call it. And Rick keeps punching the numbers to make sure that hasn't come through yet, because the moment it does, we will make the projection. But a second presidency, there is opportunity to be different, right? Because there is no re-election. You know what I mean? And there was a tone tonight, and part of that message that Reince talked about, about wanting to heal, about unity.
He has to decide, David. I mean, the great thing about being an executive, in my mind, has always been, other than being a member of 435 or 100, is you get to decide every morning who you're going to be when you wake up and how you're going to acquit yourself in a job like that, where you're really the unifying leader if you want to be. And I think that's exactly the opportunity he's got now without having the constraint of worrying about re-election. And so that's the chance he's got, and we're going to see what he does with it. But remember what I said earlier, he's got 2 years, because this country understands what democracy means too, and it means we move on. And when a president reaches the end of his term, whether he's incredibly popular or unpopular, we move on. And so he's got 2 years to do what he says he wants to do. And if one of those things could be to bring the country together, he would be providing a great service to everybody, both the people who voted for him and the ones who didn't.
And Terry Moran, this running up the score in rural America, and, you know, I'm from upstate New York. I know people feel strongly about, you know, where they come from on both sides. It's a very divided part of the country, right down the middle. As part of this postmortem for the Democrats, we were talking about this with Donna, the Democrats, you would think, are going to have to figure out a way to reach, again, not just to count on running up the score in the urban areas on Election Day, but finding a way to connect again with rural America. You might not win those rural counties, but you have to at least connect, and they have to feel like you know your message, that you hear them, that you see them.
And not talk down to them. And I think that one of the things that a lot of people have felt is, somebody once described the elections of 2016 and 2020 as the front row kids, the kids who know all the answers, telling the rest of the country what to do, and they were rebelling against that. I don't know if that's fair, but it's not just rural America. Where I was born was Cook County, Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, and I'm actually shocked at what happened there. So she's going to win Illinois, of course. She did win Illinois by about 225,000 votes. You know, Biden won it by more than 1 million. And Cook County, my birthplace, my hometown, you know, Biden won it going away there. And this year, she lost a tremendous amount. She's winning in the cities. He's winning in the cities. He's making converts to this movement. And now he's got a mandate, an extraordinary mandate, because of the election results and because of this journey that he's been on, having been brought down first by the election and then leaving Washington in disgrace after the attack on the Capitol. And he comes back in triumph, and he's promised, we know what he's going to do. He's going to try mass deportations. He's going to change our trade policy to tariffs. He's going to abandon Ukraine, right? There's no question about that. It's going to be a very different country, and it will probably have long-lasting impacts. He is a historic figure with few parallels in our history.
Rick, any developments on the board?
Sorry to say no. We're sitting here at 266. And look, and I don't think we're trying to leave any false impressions about this. You pointed out throughout the night, David, that it is extraordinarily likely that Donald Trump is going to be elected. As we look at the numbers, it is a very daunting task. And again, I'm not trying to project the possibility here where one doesn't exist. Our folks are very careful about this for a good reason. Under the principle that votes matter and the vote counts matter, we still have a large number of votes out of Detroit. We've been told we may get something in the next hour. Additionally there, Wisconsin, that 122,000 vote margin is still a very significant one. But as you can see, you've got 150,000 plus votes out of Milwaukee alone. There's also the possibility that the additional electoral votes come out of Alaska. The 3 electoral votes there have always gone to Republicans, I believe, in the state's history. That's a 15-point lead right now for Donald Trump. But the vote is very, very slow there. And the other one out there is the 2nd congressional district in Maine, which Trump has carried before. He's leading by about 18,000 votes. So there's still possibilities that get him to the magic number of 270 electoral votes tonight.
Take us through some of the other states. New Hampshire hasn't been called yet, right?
Yeah, New Hampshire has not been called, and this is similar to Illinois, as Terry just referenced, a place that is a lot closer than anyone ever anticipated it to be, a 3-4 point race. And just looking inside of it, it's got a story that is very similar to what we've seen in other places, where Joe Biden getting 3/4 of the vote in places like Durham. Doesn't matter in a night like today, because he blows it away in the southern part of the state. In addition to that, Harris just not hitting the numbers, Donald Trump exceeding the numbers. And that is one of the remarkable things as we look at this map tonight. It is urban, it is rural, it is suburban, it is red state, it is blue state, it is battleground state. Every single battleground on the board tonight, Donald Trump has won so far. The 3 biggest are the ones that have been allocated, and he's leading by a significant margin in the other 4. It could be an absolute clean sweep of the battlegrounds, and as big a margin as we've seen that you can imagine in a race that was projected to be this close. It in fact is this close because of how divided the country is. But to see things tip so consistently in the same direction, to me, is quite striking. And that's an unexpected thing. We've been talking about the popular vote, tracking it now. It's north of a 5 million vote advantage. Which is quite significant, and yeah, it looks likely that he's going to be above 50% in the popular vote.
And what's still outstanding as far as popular vote? I mean, a bunch of California, Nevada, Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, California, because it's the biggest state, is going to be the biggest piece of it. Only about half the vote is in there, so that's another 8 million votes or so. But it's hard to imagine that it comes in a way at this stage, even if it takes another couple of weeks, that changes the margin there. We do have, as we talked about, some significant vote still in those upper Midwestern states. Arizona still has a pretty fair amount, only about half of the vote in, but it's not going to add up in a way that I think that changes the math in a big way. It seems like Donald Trump will have a majority, which is something that he didn't get the time he won, certainly didn't get the time he lost. Joe Biden didn't get when he won the presidency 4 years ago, to get an outright majority of voters.
Thank you, Rick. I just want to read a couple of notes coming in from world leaders. Macron has posted on social media, "Congratulations, President Trump, ready to work together as we did for 4 years, with your convictions in mind, with respect and ambition for more peace and prosperity." And from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu moments ago, "Dear Donald and Melania Trump, congratulations on history's greatest comeback. Your historic return to the White House offers a new beginning for America and a powerful recommitment to the great alliance between Israel and America. This is a huge victory in true friendship, Benjamin and Sarah Netanyahu." And Martha, that is the next question, how the world responds. These world leaders have, many of them, have interacted, have worked with Donald Trump when he was the 45th president. What is the reaction tonight from around the world and the implications here?
Well, I think you heard Benjamin Netanyahu and former President Trump and likely President-elect Trump has said he backs Israel all the way. But what he has said about Gaza is he wants the war to end quickly. John Santucci reported tonight that, I believe it was Donald Trump Jr., not Eric, said one of the first things his father would do is Middle East peace. I mean, he has claimed that the Gaza war, or that the attack on Israel would never have happened. He's claimed the war in Ukraine, that Russia never would have invaded Ukraine. The war in Gaza, obviously, has been horrific. How he solves that, I don't know. He said he would solve these wars even before he got into office, if he gets into office. Ukraine, I think, I have talked to people very close to President Zelensky over the last couple of weeks about the possibility of a Donald Trump presidency. And surprisingly, I think there's a debate going on that they are not really happy with what the Biden administration has done. It has been a slow, painful death for a lot of Ukrainian soldiers. And they have wanted more aid. They have wanted longer range missiles and have not gotten that. So there was, with one advisor in particular, he said, I don't know, maybe Trump can help us out more than anything. Maybe Putin will be afraid of him.
Interesting. John Carl, what do you make of some of the other global impact of Donald Trump returning to the White House? The dynamics at play, NATO, the relationship with NATO, the Biden administration, and President Joe Biden very proud of what he believed were strengthening relationships with NATO, particularly in defense of Ukraine. Where does that go from here?
Well, look, Donald Trump didn't have a lot of policy specifics in this campaign. Frankly, in his White House, he didn't have a lot of consistent policy specifics. But one that he was entirely consistent on was pressuring our NATO allies, demanding that they pay more of our collective self-defense, and even doing things like coming very close, stepping up to the line of taking back Article 5, the idea that an attack on one is an attack on all, that we would come to the defense of any NATO ally that was attacked. He came very close to ordering the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Europe. This is going to be, once again, a very tense relationship with NATO. It's been a very friendly relationship with Joe Biden under very tough times. Joe Biden is a fervent multilateralist. Donald Trump's foreign policy, as he says, is America first. Very different. But one thing that I wonder about, I was in the White House when President Trump came after he won in 2016 and was welcomed in by Barack Obama. And Barack Obama made it clear to the White House staff, he said, we are going to have a smooth transition. Donald Trump has won the presidency. It is our job to ensure there is a smooth transition. There were people in that White House that were distraught. They wanted nothing to do with that. They thought Donald Trump was a threat. It's exactly what you're going to have right now in the Joe Biden White House. I think it'll be very interesting to see Biden's actions in the coming days. There's obviously been zero relationship there of any constructive form. What kind of what does this transition look like, and how does Biden facilitate it?
And Mary, obviously impossible to know, but what must President Biden be making of all this tonight?
If only I knew. It is pretty remarkable. I mean, to John's point, though, it will be something to see this handoff. I would expect, given the focus and importance that this administration, that Kamala Harris's campaign put on sort of maintaining these core, principles of democracy, that we would see a handoff. I do think about the ceremonial role that Kamala Harris will have to play in certifying any election results, which will be pretty remarkable to see. And I do think a lot about Joe Biden's legacy. I mean, we've talked a little bit about that tonight. There'll be a lot of questions about the decisions Joe Biden made, the timing of his decisions. I think when he decided to step down and step away from this race, he made clear he was doing so and passing the batons so that Kamala Harris could continue the work, could keep his agenda going forward and finish the job. That was his campaign phrase. Now, instead, the exact opposite is likely to happen. I mean, Donald Trump has made it pretty clear he's going to eviscerate much of Joe Biden's agenda and accomplishments, everything from the Inflation Reduction Act to foreign policy, as we've discussed, to climate change and healthcare policy. You are about to see likely, if Donald Trump, and it does certainly seem that's where we are headed, if he is once again in the White House, that he will reverse and undo a lot of what Joe Biden has done.
Yeah. In addition to the mechanics of how this transition is all going to play out, that's all fascinating too. And again, this is not a question that you're going to be able to answer. But when it comes to introspection about the timing of the decision of passing the torch, doing it when he did, supporting his vice president almost immediately, which a lot of people had great respect for. But when you look at the actual timing of it, that leads to all these other questions about had it been done sooner, perhaps it would have given the Democratic Party more time to do some sort of a primary between people, and maybe it would have ended up being Kamala Harris. But there's just all these other scenarios that I think people are going to look back on if this goes in this direction, which obviously the math is headed there. We're just being super careful, as we should. But I'm just so curious as to the introspection and the questions that are going to be asked and looking back at these last. I mean, really, she had a 107-day campaign. 107
days. And it was, 107-day sprint, I mean, without a primary. And we did, I will never forget, we all witnessed those hours after Joe Biden announced that he was exiting the race, to see the party coalesce around her and say, okay, we are doing this. And it came after, for weeks and even really months, so many in the party had questioned whether Kamala Harris, had what it took, if she could do this. And the party quickly sort of answered that question themselves and said, no, we're doing this, and she's the candidate that we believe has the best shot. But Joe Biden insisted until the very end. I mean, just a few weeks ago, he was saying that he still thought he could have won. It was a very bittersweet and difficult decision for him. And you do have to wonder if he is thinking, and many others in the party are thinking, he needed to make that decision a lot sooner.
Rick Klein, I know. Thank you, Mary. Rick, on Wisconsin, you're getting more of the vote total from Milwaukee.
Yeah, pretty significant shift. We had about 16,000 additional votes just come in, 9,000 for Harris, 7,000 for Trump. That tells you the problem. And when you're looking at a number like this, even when you see 138,000 estimated remaining, and that's just an estimate, how hard it is to make up ground. In addition to that, Madison, which we've been talking about, that is the Democratic stronghold, that's basically done. We're not expecting any more, our team is not expecting any more significant vote there. And we can see that drop off once again. It'll be a final number where she did not get what she wanted. And that's an area of the state that Democrats had been seeing their vote share go over and over again. That's the University of Wisconsin in Madison, a liberal enclave, almost unique in the country. And it looks like she hit a ceiling and came down a little off of it. So as we watch those votes, and again, we're still waiting on Michigan, it's so fitting with the pattern everywhere that that's part of what makes it difficult to imagine a scenario where you can make up a gap like this. It's now up to a 325,000 vote margin in Michigan, Wayne County, Detroit, a piece of that as well. There's so many factors that go into this, but at bottom, she just did not get her voters out in anywhere near the numbers that he did. And it may be the case that the voters were out there, but that he got them instead of her, that he was able to represent himself as the candidate of change.
Of change, yeah.
That's right.
I think it was obviously a country that wanted change, and they both tried to establish themselves as the candidate of change. You know, Martha Raddatz brought up the point earlier that in the end, another big question will be, did people really know Kamala Harris? Is 107 days really enough to get to know her? I know she did push for, you know, another debate, another sort of major moment interaction, sort of a tentpole political moment. And he, looking now at this strategy, smartly said, no, you know, one was plenty. And I'm going to barrel toward the election, and so will you, and try to introduce yourself in 107 days. It's a very difficult, in looking back at it, and we knew it in real time, too, but we had never witnessed that as well. There have been so many moments in this campaign, obviously the attempts on Donald Trump's life, President Biden's performance in the first debate, President Biden then stepping aside, endorsing Kamala Harris within moments in a tweet, people will look back at all of the timing, all of the decisions that were made, and had they been made at different moments along the way, would the outcome have been any different?
And those moments, as we've said earlier this evening, those moments when she had a chance to define herself on The View, unable to really say what she would do differently than Joe Biden. And I think in the end, too, this came down to job performance. People may not have known Kamala Harris, but she's the vice president of the United States. It wasn't really favorability, unfavorability. You had job performance. And when it came down to it, voters said, I like what Donald Trump did better than what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were doing.
And not only that, the most recent numbers going into this election, I think it went from Gary Langer's polling, other polling right in the late days, Americans look back with more favorability on Donald Trump's previous presidency, than they did at the end of his presidency coming out of it. So the revisionist sort of history. Governor Christie, I see you over there.
No, look, I think that you're going to look back on what happened in those 107 days for her and recognize that this still comes down to the candidates, right? You know, the candidates have to be able to execute. You have staff who helps put you in a better position or a worse position sometimes. But in the end, it came down to the candidates. And for this campaign, the American people decided that they saw in him more of what they wanted than what they saw in her. And so she's got to evaluate for herself, too. You know, how did she perform and all the rest of it. And to show you that candidates matter, we've been talking all night about how Donald Trump, you know, people have ridden in on his coattails here. I just want to point out what happened in Maryland to show that voters are still, they discern. You know, Harris won Maryland by 23 points, and Larry Hogan only lost by 6. That means 17% of the electorate who voted for Harris turned around and voted for Hogan. Now, it wasn't enough to get Hogan over the finish line, but it tells me again that voters do make discerning choices, David. And in Maryland, a lot of people said, I want Harris, but I want Hogan, and didn't just go along with straight line Democrat or straight line Republican.
This is when they get into this thing.
But by the way, the age also.
I just hear Rick Klein's mic.
We'll definitely want to go over to Rick.
Yeah, no, we just hear you chatting with your team over there.
Yeah, we're just trying to see what's new in there, and just the margin in Michigan is so large. The margin in Wisconsin is so large. It is just hard to see this, and we have just been straining ourselves to try to find it, and just making sure that the math works out. Again, to say nothing of that district in Maine and in Alaska, in addition to the results in Arizona and Nevada. There's not much to suggest in the data, and what we've seen almost in every state in the country to suggest that this is anything but a clean sweep of the battleground states when we are done counting, which we're not at this hour done.
Rachel Scott, let's look at some of these Senate races again. You know, Governor Chris Christie talked about this, and the Arizona Senate race might be the best example of what Governor Christie's talking about, which is that the voter can discern and make decisions. They can vote for somebody for president and still vote for somebody else, a different party for Senate. And it would appear that in that state, obviously, at this point, it looks like Donald Trump clearly, we haven't called Arizona, but has the lead in Arizona, but then Ruben Gallego performing much better than Kari Lake.
Yes, and this is a prime example of where you have voters in this state, this battleground state, voting for the Democratic Senate candidate, Ruben Gallego, but not supporting the Democratic at the top of the ticket, the Democratic candidate at the top of the ticket, Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, just look at these numbers, David. You have Ruben Gallego at 51%. He's leading by about 96,000 votes compared to Kari Lake. And then you have former President Donald Trump at 50%, leading by 37,000 votes. It's fascinating here in Arizona because it's amazing to me just how closely aligned Kari Lake is to former President Donald Trump. Both never conceded their elections that they lost. She's been riding around the state with a campaign bus with his face on it next to her. She's really been trying to paint herself as a sort of on the shoulder of former President Donald Trump. Clearly, the voters in this state, and it's interesting just to hear from voters in this state, too, that were thinking about voting for former President Donald Trump and voting for Ruben Gallego. One thing that they pointed to was that Kari Lake just didn't really have enough of the policy to back it up. Maybe she had some of the baggage of some of the rhetoric, but she didn't have the record that Donald Trump had. And they liked the record that Donald Trump had 4 years ago.
Now, on the flip side, some of these other Senate races seem to not only did the top of the ticket seem to affect them, but also this incumbency, this anti-incumbency moment in the country, and the way people really feel about the economy, and whether or not they have experienced at home or with their bills or at their grocery store any sense of recovery that they're being told about in some of these metrics that we have. Let's tick through them. Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, where does that stand?
Yeah, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, all important Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at where this stands here. You can compare and see where Bob Casey stands compared to Vice President Kamala Harris. Both of them right around the same mark here. This is a familiar trend that we're seeing in some of these blue wall states. You have McCormick, he's at 49%, ahead by 71,000 votes. Obviously, former President Donald Trump projected to win the state of Pennsylvania at 50%.
Let's move on to a couple of the other races. When do you want me to pause here, Mark? I'm asking the control room. In 10 seconds, we're just going to pause here so that the rest of the network can sync up with us here for our election, early morning election coverage here on NBC.
For all those who are awake.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take the moment. Hey, listen, I got my start at ABC on World News Now, the overnight show. So we're back. We're back, folks. Back for more. And this from President Zelensky in Ukraine. Congratulations to the real Donald Trump, at real Donald Trump, on his impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So, Martha, that is Zelensky reaching out to say, we talked, we spoke, we talked about our alliance, let's keep it going.
He doesn't have much of a choice there at this point. He has to work with Donald Trump, and he has to see what he can get out of that. I think his biggest worry is clearly what kind of bargain that Donald Trump might try to push him into with Russia. And that has been a concern all along. I mean, you've interviewed him. I've interviewed him. He has been very firm on not giving up any territory. And yet this is grinding on. They have lost so many people. And now, of course, Russia has had to rely on North Korea. They have 10,000 troops in the Kursk area going into that will be on the front lines fighting Ukrainians. So this is getting out of control there. We'll see if Donald Trump is indeed the president, what he does.
And Zelensky, as we know, is politically astute, watches U.S. politics very closely, as he has to, because he knows the future of that conflict rests on his partnership with the U.S. Rachel, let's come back to this discussion. We go to Michigan. It would seem to me Bob Casey's numbers are closer than Kamala Harris, the Bob Casey, Dave McCormick. So that's it just... Yeah, Dave McCormick does not seem to have the number that Donald Trump has. Yeah, that's what I was remembering from the number. So anyway, that's a little closer. We'll have to see where that lands at the end of, I guess, this next 24 hours here. But let's work our way through. Michigan, Alyssa Slotnick, they're both trying to fill the seat of Stabenow, Senator Stabenow, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Alyssa Slotkin, Mike Rogers actually represented the same district right around Lansing. You could see where they are here. Again, another example where you have former President Donald Trump's strong performance in this state really elevating the Republican candidate that is on the ticket, where you have voters in this state voting down ballots. So Alyssa Slotkin, 46%. You have Vice President Kamala Harris at 45%. So she did slightly better in this state. And then you have Mike Rogers ahead by 215,000 votes. Former President Donald Trump leading Vice President Kamala Harris there by 322,000 votes at this point.
Wisconsin, Senator Tammy Baldwin's trying to hold on to her job. Eric Hovde, Republican businessman, he's in the lead at this point. But again, not quite what Donald Trump's number is. She's outperforming Kamala Harris. Still, that's extraordinarily close.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, this is very close. This could turn out to be a nail biter, and we've been following and tracking these votes. His lead actually narrowing here over the last hour or so. So this is one we're going to be paying close attention to. But you have to imagine Tammy Baldwin, well known in the state of Wisconsin. Again, she has been in public office for about 40 years in Wisconsin. And here you have Hovde getting this close. Baldwin has never had to run a race. She's never had to win re-election with someone like Donald Trump at the top of the ticket. So it does beg the question, what kind of impact did Vice President Kamala Harris have?
Yeah, and Tammy Baldwin's an example of someone who really has tried to go to every corner of the state, rural counties, urban counties. She's very proud of her Made in America stance, and also, for example, in the Affordable Care Act. She wrote the part of the act that encouraged you to be able to be covered under your parents' insurance, I guess, when you were a young adult. So those are the kinds of sort of bread and butter things that she's known for. But again, Donald Trump's success might have helped lift Eric Hovde here in the state of Wisconsin. Down the other, Jackie Rosen, I guess, in Nevada. We could check to see Sam Brown seemed to be lifted by Donald Trump's strength there as well. Yeah, look at how close that is.
Yeah, this is another one that is just awfully close here. You have Jackie Rosen at 47%, Sam Brown 47%, 0.2 separating these two. He's ahead right now by 2,600 votes at this point. Vice President Kamala Harris, we see her at 46, Donald Trump at 51. This one is going to be another nail biter.
Wire. And where do we have outstanding vote in Nevada at this point?
Yeah, the Nevada vote that's still out. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, so Las Vegas is a little bit of a smaller dot. Reno is a battleground, so that's why it's purple on your screen here, and you have some more rural areas as well. So, you know, Las Vegas, Clark County is by far the largest population center. We're estimating about 55,000 votes left there, but it is splitting about evenly. This is actually maybe a mild surprise for the night so far, because so many areas that are a 50-50 split seem to have fallen in one direction or the other. But it's worth remembering that it wasn't long ago that Democrats could win by a couple of points. I mean, that was an 8 or 9 point margin there for Joe Biden in Clark County. Yeah. That's what powered the victory. For Donald Trump, it looks like he'll only lose it by about a single percentage point tonight.
I mean, just Clark County is just an example of what we've been talking about all night long. Donald Trump with his best performance out of all three of these campaigns.
And this is, this is a county that is very diverse, a lot of union members. They were hit very hard by the COVID pandemic. Some of his promises to union members, like not taxing tips, very, very popular there. A big Latino vote, as in many parts of Nevada. And it seems, to get to parity in Clark County is a powerful message. And it's part of what we're seeing tonight, which is just a realignment. I mean, these are the kind of election results that we'll be talking about, I think, for many years, many decades. This is what appears to be at the presidential level, a clean sweep of the battlegrounds or something close to it. And between the Senate races and other down ballot races, some real inroads that Republicans made with the kind of voters that have been and had been Democrats for quite some time now.
Yeah, and I think it would seem from the exit polling that people just do not feel like that they're better off, that they don't feel like this was an economy for them these last few years in this country. And we do know that the country was emerging from a pandemic. The industrial nations of the world all sort of went through this as well. But people live through their own experience. They just don't feel like life has gotten better as far as the prices they're paying and the bills they're paying, their insurance rates that they're paying. And just in Nevada, we were just looking at Nevada, the housing prices. Martha talked about that earlier. Just such a huge issue when you travel these states. You hear people just talk about the cost of everything.
Yeah, that's right, David. And I think people blamed Harris because she's part of the Biden administration for it. And we saw it so clearly in our polling, and there was this disconnect throughout that if you looked at the polling a certain way and you looked at the issues, you'd say, how can Kamala Harris possibly win this thing? If you looked at it, though, through the personal attributes, you say, how can Donald Trump possibly win this election? And people seem to have said, you know what, I will go with the issues. I'll go with the person who seems to be speaking to me and to the issues that matter to me, even if, as half the people said in our poll, they think he's a fascist, even if they think he is much less honest and trustworthy, even if they have real fears about how he would govern.
I think you really hit on something, Rick, because we saw this from the exit poll at the very beginning of the night from Lindsay, that the unfavorable rating on Donald Trump was quite a bit higher than the unfavorable on Kamala Harris. But to Martha Raditz's point, the anecdote that you shared with us earlier this evening, the gentleman who said, I couldn't vote for him in 2020, I was disgusted, or whatever, I'm paraphrasing, disgusted by what things that he had said or had done. But that this time he'd sort of hold his nose on the words, the rhetoric, and just hope that we get back to why life was better economically for this gentleman that you're speaking of.
Yeah, exactly. And he couldn't vote for him in 2020, but his business has gone south. In fact, I was just looking up another voter who said his costs on material alone on his business, he has a commercial roofing business, are 150% higher across the board. So it's not just they're not feeling this, they're seeing this. Again, this is their truth. Donald Trump can say anything he wants to and exaggerates and has mistruths, but this is their truth. Their grocery bills, their 150% higher costs across the board. This family was doing really well when I met them in 2020. Their business was thriving. It is no longer. He said they're basically living paycheck to paycheck. It's the most challenging time they've ever had. So.
Really interesting. And it makes you wonder, again, this is a change moment in the country. We witness these often. Even if it was another candidate that late in the game, had the Democrats gone with somebody else, if the anti-incumbency, anti-Democrat, the economy, the feelings from the economy would have swept Donald Trump back into office.
Or would you have had a candidate who didn't have to be in so many ways so loyal? She's the vice president of the United States. She can't really say we really messed up.
No, and when you that question on The View, and that played over and over again in the swing states as a campaign ad, Sonny Hostin asking, you know, is there anything, and just the pause and saying, well, I can't think of anything, you know, again, to Governor Chris Christie's point earlier that a candidate has to perform in those moments, but we all know as human beings, she's probably trying to navigate that in that moment. How do I critique my boss on national television and keep moving? But that's part of it, and that's the hard part, obviously. The challenging part, it goes back forever, of a vice president running after serving a president in an administration.
You know, David, that's why this stuff is hard. But if you want to be president, that's what you got to do. I mean, the bottom line is you got to know that there were differences between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. There had to be times that she disagreed with what he did or did not do. And at that moment, you've got to be willing to be honest with the American people.
And it's an obvious question that's going to
Yes, and I think, you know, the problem is, it's not, I think it's just as much that they felt like she wasn't being honest as it was that she didn't have a delineated difference. Like, they looked at her and said, come on. You've got to be kidding me. Nothing? Nothing you would do differently? I mean, I've been married to my wife for 39 years. I mean, we could come up with, on a daily basis, things that I do or she do that we would do differently. It doesn't mean you have any less affection for the person. She could say, look, I think Joe Biden's a wonderful guy and I think he's been a great president, but I would have done these things differently. People would have looked at her much differently, I think.
I also keep thinking of beyond that question of what would you do differently, and I think we all agree it is very hard to cast yourself as the candidate of change when you are the sitting vice president. But the other question that she kept being asked, and that we were still asking when I interviewed her last week, was, you know, what is day one? What is that first top priority? And it took her a while to find the right message for that. And I think back to covering Joe Biden's race, and it was a refrain in every speech. Day one, this is what I'm going to do. On day one, here's the first thing I'm going to do. And she got around to it, to saying, well, it's going to be this package of economic proposals. I'm going to start with, you know, lowering costs for prescription drugs and bringing down housing costs and bringing down the price of groceries. But it just was a messaging issue. It took her a while to get to that point, and it wasn't breaking through. And so I think you combine that with not being able to articulate those clear-cut differences from Joe Biden, especially on the economy, when people just aren't feeling what you are saying. Inflation's coming down, but if I don't feel it in my wallet, it doesn't matter. That combination is a really hard one to overcome.
And you know, David, history has shown. History.
You all are analyzing a 108-day campaign. Look, I worked for a sitting vice president. And let me just tell you, we had 2 years, and it was 537 votes. This was 107 days. I mean...
Al Gore. For the audience at home, you're talking about Al Gore. Yeah,
Al Gore and the year 2000. And thank you for not talking about Florida, because I get PTSD. But, you know, 3 days, 2 weeks into a campaign, you still had a piece of paper. It took another month. This is basic stuff that you put together for a candidate. There's no polling, no focus groups, no way to project how this candidate is going to actually come on the national stage from vice president to president. Look, we still have a lot of analysis to do. We know where she's fallen short. We know where the Democrats overall underperform, especially in so-called blue states. But at the end of the day, I still believe that the Democratic Party only had 1 or 2 paths. And Joe Biden, when he decided to step back, it was to allow the vice president to step forward or to go through a really chaotic process. And the party decided, because there were delegates, to go ahead and step forward, and that's what she did. So I'm not going to sit here and say, well, she couldn't answer this question. She couldn't do it this way. She didn't go to North Carolina enough. There will be plenty of time to analyze all of that. But tonight, I think the conversation is Donald Trump, because I was there in 2016, and here I am again in 2024. Where did he find, 3 or 4% more voters in these rural areas? Why didn't Democrats detect that Donald Trump was making incremental gains the way he did in 2016 when the wall was broken? So there are a lot of questions that the Democrats have to answer about their coalition, but the fundamentals of having a 107-day campaign and candidate, that's something that the Democrats will also have to discuss, but the country is already making up their minds.
Well, I think that one of the biggest problems with the View answer is that she started at the convention as this candidate of change. I mean, she found this niche, and it was going well. And it started wearing off, and she decided to go on The View, and we all know the answer was that she couldn't think of anything new that she would do. At the same time, Donald Trump was talking about deporting criminals that were here illegally. He was talking about ending these wars within 24 hours, when I walk into the White House. He talked about drill, baby, drill, cheap gas, cheap groceries. And when the 2 biggest issues are the border and immigration, and people don't like where we're at today on those 2 big issues, and Donald Trump is the guy that's going to break where we're at on those 2 big issues, he becomes the change candidate. And when she went on The View and said she would do nothing different than Joe Biden, she reestablished herself as just the Biden administration going on and on and on. And it never really, she couldn't catch on after that. I think that's the bigger reason why this thing, it stalled for her.
Lindsay, what are you saying?
Well, one thing that has changed a little bit since we did this preliminary poll early on, the unfavorability rating, and we talked about how there was a little bit of a revisionist history when Donald Trump first left office, and he had the lowest approval rating of any American president at 34%. Tonight, we see his favorability, 54% of those on the exit poll nationwide, 54%. So more than half of the country said that they don't view him favorably. But of course, as we've been discussing, the economy looms large. I think that for the Democrats, abortion maybe didn't play the role that they thought and perhaps hoped. But this is really a question for perhaps days and weeks later. But I do have to wonder what, if any, role race and gender played. I mean, we're talking about, we have one thing that stands out, a less diverse electorate. When you think about even just at large with the world, of the 193 UN member nations, only 13 have a woman who leads them. Black women are often the last of the table when it comes to even pay disparity in this country, getting 67 cents on the dollar when it comes to white men. You know, Barbara Jordan, when she was asked in 1976, do you think that this country is ready to have a black woman on the national ticket? She said no. And so I don't know that we have the answers tonight, but I think that that is kind of the elephant in the room that we're not talking about, because we're not just talking about having a woman. We're talking about having a woman of color. And I think that that's something that we cannot underestimate when we see this increasing red spread throughout the country.
And where did her unfavorable land at the end of the night, too? I'm just curious, because you put the Trump number, I think, is pretty close to what you said at the beginning of the night. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, John, do you have the, we don't have that on this graphic right here.
That point also plays into what others were saying up here, too, which is
52%
52.
unfavorable.
So she was 52,
just
he's 54. So
6 in 10 voters were not satisfied with the selection.
The double
of candidates.
hitters.
Yeah.
But I think your point is very well made, Lindsay, and I think that we'll be able to dive into the demographics of who embraced her, who would have embraced a typical Democratic candidate, and some of those cross currents that exist and need to be probably addressed.
Hearing your comment there, I just keep thinking about Barack Obama and what he said. And received a lot of flack for, quite honestly, saying to black men, sort of calling them out and saying, you know, voicing the fact that they may not vote for her simply because she is a woman. And it was something that made a lot in the Harris campaign uncomfortable, because this was not a race about identity. She made that very clear. I asked her about it last week. She joked, look, I certainly know, you know, I'm well aware of my race and gender, but she said she is running on substance, not identity.
She really dodged.
She really dodged. And I can tell you, having been at so many of her rallies, while she didn't want to talk about it, to women, especially to black women in her rallies, it mattered. And this is now the second time that Donald Trump has blocked Democrats' hopes of electing the first woman president.
And think about how differently she ran compared to Hillary Clinton, who was always talking about, this is the highest, hardest ceiling, the glass cracks in the ceiling. She was planning her whole victory speech at the Javits Center to have that big glass ceiling. And with Kamala Harris, and I noticed it in her interview with you, when you asked her about kind of like the historic nature of this, and she made a joke about it and said, I'm well aware of my race and gender. And again, made it about substance, maybe thinking perhaps it didn't work so well for Hillary Clinton. I'm going to kind of shy away from that as to potentially not alienate voters.
And I could never tell if it was lessons learned from Hillary Clinton's campaign or a sign of progress in this country, that a woman could run for president and not have it be about being a woman, to just lean into substance. But the fact that she never talked about it, she went out of her way, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't at the top of the mind for so many of her supporters.
And voters I've talked to, they would bring that up very rarely. But one man in Pennsylvania, as a matter of fact, said, I thought I couldn't really consider voting for a woman. I mean, he kind of came over to that opinion that he wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, but it's out there, and anybody who doesn't think it's out there, and women too. There are women who don't want a female president. So
I want to go over to Rachel Scott. All reproductive rights were on the ballot. That came up as part of this conversation earlier, too. And it went down in Florida, but a number of other states, including Arizona and Nevada, they passed, didn't necessarily lift the presidential candidate. They did think on the Democratic side that reproductive rights was a key issue.
Yeah, on the ballot in 10 different states this election, protecting access to abortion. And we have our eyes on these two critical battleground states of Nevada and Arizona, where protecting access to abortion to viability, which is considered to be around 21 weeks, did pass in both of these states. In Nevada, it's a two-step process. It has to pass in 2 consecutive elections. And so this is going to be on the ballot once again for voters in that state in 2026. Arizona, very interesting, though, because we've talked about former President Donald Trump ahead here. Donald Trump, again, appointed 3 of the Supreme Court justices who supported overturning Roe versus Wade. And here you have, in this state, voters deciding that they want to support him, but also at the same time wanting to protect access to abortion. Of course, we have reported a lot about Arizona. It was just a few months ago where you had that near centuries-old ban almost go into effect, near total ban on abortion. There was a bunch of uproar in the state. They ultimately had to go through the state legislature to make sure that it did not go into effect. Right now, abortion is currently legal up to 15 weeks. This initiative adds the right to the Constitution to protect it up to viability. And then, David, I just wanted to point out also in Florida, I know this was also on the ballot here. And yes, it was ultimately defeated. But I do want to show you just the number here. It needed 60% support to pass. You still had 57% of voters wanting to protect access to abortion in a state that has a 6-week abortion ban. So no, this is not what Democrats, abortion rights groups wanted to see. But I think this is still sending a pretty powerful message about where the country believes they need to be on this critical issue of access to abortion.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you, Rachel. Let's go over to Rick. Rick, you're studying the board here. Anything new from Wisconsin, Pennsylvania?
No, nothing. Well, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania.
I'm just so used to asking about Pennsylvania.
Exactly.
I just wanted to check in on the Keystone State.
Michigan and Wisconsin, we don't have any new vote again, and I think one of the concerns that our team has, and just to do it the way that we do it with about 3/4 of the vote in, there's still a chance that margin gets chopped down significantly. Very hard to imagine a scenario where she catches up, but that's the standards that we apply, and they're the same for anything and under any circumstance in any race. The other kind of quirky thing I'd be keeping an eye on is that we've got a good chunk of the Alaska vote in here. It's not close in Alaska, but Alaska, just like Maine, and election dorks can rejoice, I'm going to say this on the air, uses ranked choice voting, which means if no one gets 50%, then they go to the second option, the third option, et cetera. So actually the number to watch is not 55 versus 40, it's 55.8 versus 40.4. Similarly in Maine too, that's the issue that we're making sure gets sorted out, that it wouldn't go to ranked choice voting. But again, these are real kind of bank shot scenarios that would imagine a world where Donald Trump doesn't get those electoral votes in addition to probably the electoral votes in the other battleground states.
So what do you think plays out tomorrow, Mary, as far as Kamala Harris and this speech? Do we have any indication as to what time she's going to talk? Who would be her closest advisors helping to work on this message that she'll now have to deliver to her supporters and to the country, because she still is the acting vice president, obviously?
I can only imagine what is going through her head as she has to switch gears and go from writing what I imagine she had hoped was a victory speech to now coming out and somehow, thanking her supporters, trying to offer perhaps some kind of explanation as to how we got here. And given the optimistic, positive tone that she tried to finish her campaign on, give supporters and her voters some hope, because she did outline a very stark contrast in this race and made very clear that she thought Donald Trump was a danger to America, a threat to democracy. And yet she also wanted to end on a note of unity. How does she merge those two messages now and transfer some of that optimism to the large portion of the population that is outraged and upset by what appears to be very much the results in another Donald Trump presidency? She's got a lot of work to do, and it will be interesting to see what kind of tone she strikes. As for the logistics of this, we don't know yet what time she's going to be speaking. I believe it's going to be at Howard University, which obviously is a deeply symbolic site for her, and one that they were hoping to lean into to convey a very different message.
Yeah. Well, you remember 2016, too, and you hate to compare campaigns because they're all different, but we remember Hillary Clinton coming out the next morning in Midtown Manhattan to give that concession. Donna, what kind of advice would you give to somebody who has to now do that?
Oh, God. Well, this will be my 3rd time, so maybe it's a good way of saying you thank your staff, you thank the country, you thank the President of the United States. I know we all have different views, but Joe Biden has been a tremendous president. He has helped to rebuild this economy. We're not collapsing. We're not where we were when he walked into the White House along with the vice president. But she doesn't really have to talk about the past. She has to talk about the future, going forward, working with the new president if he is the president-elect. And again, demonstrating that as Vice President of the United States, the administration will work with the new administration. So there's a lot that she has to say, but she starts off with thanking the American people and her staff and her supporters, because they worked pretty doggone hard.
Yeah, they did. And the vice president did too. There are going to be all the questions that we've been talking about, and there will be plenty of people who ask them. But there's no question that it was a 107-day sprint to a finish line that didn't end the way she was hoping. Where are we headed next? Mark Burstein in the control room? Do you want to talk us through? So give us the pathways here, Rick, of the.
You bet. Yeah. So look, we're sitting here at 266 electoral votes. 270 is the magic number. The most straightforward way to do it would be to win one of the battleground states, Michigan and Wisconsin. We know Trump is leading in both of them, 230,000 vote margin and 100,000 vote margin. We still, though, at this stubborn late hour, have a significant amount of vote that is out in the Detroit area. We're still only up to about half, and that's 400,000 votes that are still there to be counted. And in Wisconsin, we're waiting on some extra parts of Milwaukee. We're up to 3/4 of the total vote, but that's still 100,000 plus votes in a race that right now only has them. Look at that. This is kind of wild to me. It's almost the exact same number. She's up by 108,000 in Milwaukee, down by 108,000 statewide. So double that up. It's hard. It's very hard to catch up, but that's the reality. And then we have a couple of other things. New Hampshire has not been allocated yet. That is a Democratic-leaning state.
Show us in New Hampshire the sort of. With the circles that shows us where the outstanding vote is and why we wouldn't be able to call that race.
Yeah, I mean, what we have here is some Republican leading parts of the state that have no vote whatsoever yet. And for whatever the reason that is, sometimes there's a quirk at an individual place. We have these blank spots on the map. It happens in some rural parts of the state. New Hampshire divvies things up by townships. They aren't just counties. So it leaves little holes that our team wants to be sure we know exactly what's going on. But that's not going to be relevant for the electoral math if it lands for Vice President Harris. Maine and its one congressional district would be, but again, the key number there is 50%. You have to get to 50% to win that. And in Alaska, but again, you look at the totality of this map, and it would be beyond shocking if Donald Trump does not get 270 plus electoral votes.
And where does it stand with the House, Rachel? Donald Trump, you heard in his speech say, we took back the Senate and we very likely took back the House, but the House is still not decided.
Not decided. And when I ran into Democrats with Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries, they said, welcome to election weeks, possibly months, because of just how long it could take for the vote to be ultimately counted in states like California. It may be a while. And so, we did have our eyes on very early Virginia, too. This, again, is a district that former President Donald Trump won. Then it flipped to President Biden. Then Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin won this district, a true bellwether. Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries said if they were able to win here, it'd be a good sign. They'd be on the path to clinching the majority. Well, guess what? The Republican incumbent, Jen Kagan, she was able to keep this seat here in this state as well. We talked a little bit about Matt Cartwright in Pennsylvania, 7 terms that he has served here in this state. His parts of his district, Donald Trump did win, and the Republican winning here as well. We've also had our eyes on Michigan as well. These North Carolina races were redistricting. They were we assumed that they would obviously go toward a Republican. Democratic incumbents didn't even run there. And let's take a look here in Michigan as well. This was another critical seat. This is the area around Lansing. You have the Republican doing well here as well. So right now, too early to call. Democrats hoping that ultimately they could clinch the majority, but it's still all being sorted out. Again, every 2 years, all 435 seats up for grabs. So a lot of counting to do.
Do me a favor and take me through some of these upstate New York communities right outside New York City that were in the midterms. They went red. So And we see that Mondaire Jones was not successful at his challenge.
Yeah, this was interesting because you had two people who have served in Congress going up against each other in a district. Mondaire Jones moved into one district. He lost. He ran again. Mike Lawler ultimately victorious here. He was with former President Donald Trump when he was campaigning over on Long Island. So he was able to turn this one out. Let's take a look at New York 18. Pat Ryan was able to hold on to this. This was a closely watched race as well with Esposito. He was able to hold on to this race by a pretty large margin, 45,000 votes as well. Let's go to New York 19. This was really sort of got 94% of the vote, and this is really interesting
very
here.
Close, right?
Yeah,
wow.
And it was really a coin toss. Both sides having their eyes on this. Riley ahead right now, and New York 22. The Democrat doing well here as well, David.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back to these numbers, and as soon as we can call the biggest race tonight, the presidential race, we will project here on ABC if we can in these overnight hours. So don't go away, and we sure do appreciate you staying up with us. It's about 4:07 here in the East. Hey, listen, Good Morning America is coming up shortly. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. ABC News live coverage of the election night 2024 continues right after this.
Look at all these happy wedding guests.
I'm getting married.
Cap, are you crying?
I'm a sucker for love.
All of this is a lie.
You have to help me.
I need you to come with me right now.
I just don't know what to do.
Code Alpha.
This is all my fault.
When you order Domino's online, we'll give you a free pizza to use in the future. So you'll have an emergency pizza when you need it most.
Here you go. Thank you.
No matter the reason, when life gives you lemons, Domino's gives you free pizza.
Enjoy.
Thanks. Sorry, Dad. Get your emergency pizza when you order online.
Thank you.
Only from Domino's.
We can just have someone on Fiverr do it. It's no big deal.
Hiring freelancers just for small tasks is like hiring Martha Stewart as an...
Here's your coffee.
Oh, best intern ever.
Sometimes great talent is right under your nose.
What's your name again?
More time or more money for your small business? Choose Gusto and get both. Businesses everywhere are turning to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and more. Save time by paying your team in minutes, not hours. And get your taxes filed automatically. Save money. Businesses who switch to Gusto save over $1,000 a year. We never charge for extra payroll runs, and plans start at just $46 a month. Join 300,000 businesses already on Gusto at gusto.com.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq, a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some taking Rinvoq felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin. Plus, many had clearer skin and less itch, even at 3 years.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin. Heart attack, stroke, and GI tears occurred. People 50 and older with a heart disease risk factor have an increased risk of death. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen.
ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live.
The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines.
The ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal.
Outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops. The news never stops.
From Tampa, we are here tonight as Hurricane Milton has just made landfall.
The surge just keeps coming up.
Right on the border between Ukraine and Russia.
We're in artillery position about 2 miles away from Gaza.
And ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
We're not far from where this rally took place, so just stick with us here.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border.
Here in London today.
Off the coast of Gaza.
Downtown Tel Aviv, rockets or missiles coming in.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii. Some areas are still smoldering.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines.
The ruins of Rafah.
From the FBI.
Reporting from Capitol Hill.
In western Portugal.
Outside of Mexico City.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Here in France.
The eclipse across America.
Just stunning.
Unbelievable.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere because the news never stops. Harris Walls, Trump Vance. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Hello again, everyone. It's about 12 minutes past 4 in the morning here in the East. We know these are American elections. They last well into the night, at least the last several presidential elections. Let's go right back over to the board and Rick Klein. I just want to explain to our viewers who are staying up with us, who are getting up this morning, now getting ready for their workday, for those who get up super early to start their day. And I just want to bring people up to speed. Obviously, we're very aware that Donald Trump is most likely going to be here, the 47th president of the United States. We just don't want to project it officially until we absolutely know it's a mathematical impossibility. That's what the decision desk, that's their job. That's why they're so careful and steady with what they do. Let's take it, let's look at Wisconsin, for example. I guess what would get us there or closer is that Milwaukee vote that's outstanding, right? The other map that you have that shows us where there's still vote. How much is left?
Yeah, so we have about a quarter of the overall vote left in Milwaukee. You can see what this looks like. That big dot, that is Milwaukee, a bluer place because it's a 65-33 edge for Kamala Harris. And as that vote comes in, we'd anticipate, based on where it's from and the type of vote, that it will add to the margin that Harris has in that county, a county that she's winning by 108,000. We've seen some other rural vote trickle in. That number's gone up a little bit for Trump. That's why it's so difficult to beat down the margin. But our team plays this very carefully, following the numbers, nothing else. And look, we're sitting here at 266 electoral votes, and there's no reason to be cute about it. We heard President Trump, the former president, declare victory earlier. He is exceedingly likely to get a majority in the Electoral College. He needs 270 electoral votes. But until the math is actually there for us in an individual state, our decision desk wants to just be very comfortable with that decision based on that circumstance, based on the vote that's actually in. We're just not there quite yet in a couple of states.
Michigan's is it Wayne County in Michigan that we're
it's Wayne. In Michigan, it's Wayne County, and we just don't have a good answer at this hour as to even. They had told us maybe something in the last hour, but we got only about half of the vote in, and that is a huge county. It's by far the biggest of the state. 400,000 something votes still outstanding in a place that Kamala Harris is winning by 300,000 and down by 220,000. That you combine that with other places where there's some vote out. That's a big dot there. Some more in Kalamazoo, some in Ann Arbor, and there's just enough uncertainty out there that we don't want to go beyond where the numbers lead us.
Yeah, completely understood. How about the Sun Belt states, Arizona, Nevada? Where are we there?
Yeah, we'll check in on Arizona and Nevada. Arizona, we said from the start that if Arizona's at all close, it's going to take a very long time to count. Right now, we only have about half the vote in, and it is going to be several days before we get a substantially larger amount of that vote. Right now, Donald Trump's lead is about 1.5 points. When we've looked inside Maricopa County, by far the biggest county in the state, we only have about half of that vote, and Kamala Harris has a narrow edge in that state. So you can imagine if the trends hold, that as more vote comes in, she might be drawing somewhat closer. And then in Nevada, people could mail in their votes as late as on Tuesday. If they're postmarked on Tuesday, they could arrive as late as Friday. So we don't even know the universe of votes that we're dealing with. We do know that Kamala Harris barely holding on to Clark County, which is Las Vegas, by far the most populous part of the county. This is a place that typically a Democrat would need to run up the numbers pretty substantially. That does not appear to have happened tonight. But again, 55,000 votes just from that one county in a margin of 57,000. And we still have some dark spots. We had some issues with reporting out of Nye County, not an enormous county, but right now there's only a couple hundred votes in that county coming in at all. And in Washoe County out in Reno, which is more of another classic kind of swing county, Donald Trump is up there, but even there, only about 3/4 of the vote. So again, we're not sitting here trying to explain something away or make something happen that would seem to be a mathematical impossibility. When you take all of this evidence together, we all know what it looks like, and it's very much the story we've been telling tonight. It just isn't there quite yet when it gets down to the math.
Yeah, which is just, it's our duty to follow the math, and that's why we have a decision desk that we don't interact with here. Go back to Pennsylvania, if you could, some of the rural counties. I'm curious, we've looked at Donald Trump meeting or exceeding the threshold. Can you look in some of those rural red counties and just see how Kamala Harris did compared to, say, Joe Biden 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton 4 years before that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't even that rural. Luzerne County, which is Wilkes-Barre.
Wilkes-Barre, right? Yeah.
Is a really interesting one to look at because Hillary Clinton hit a low water mark for Democrats back in 2016. It looked like Joe Biden was on the move a bit and getting some of those votes back, and we saw a real backsliding. In an area state, maybe Joe Biden did better than a typical Democrat because he's from nearby Scranton. But in any event, that's what happened. Looking at some of these big counties out in the western part of the state, Kamala Harris, getting only 35% of the votes.
Pretty close to Joe Biden.
Yeah, it is.
Above where Hillary Clinton was. Yeah,
that's right. There's no growth there. There's no area there where you see any kind of.
Which is interesting. And listen, this is just a couple of counties you showed us, but it gets a little to Lindsay's question earlier, because I was curious in some of the rural counties here, the red counties, if Kamala Harris, how she performed in comparison to Joe Biden 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton 8 years ago, and she's coming pretty close to where Joe Biden was, if not, matching him and outperforming Hillary Clinton in a few of these counties. So some of this might be Donald Trump beating his performances in the rural counties and just adding to his rural vote across America. Terry Moran, you wanted to weigh in on this?
Well, I think that the rural Democrats were a hope of some of the people I talked with out on the campaign trail. They felt that as I said, the rural Democrats had found each other. They were disheartened and demoralized after 2016, and almost afraid to identify themselves to their neighbors as Democrats. And it felt like they'd gotten their spirits up, and they were putting their lawn signs out, and people were shooting at them. That did happen sometimes, but they wouldn't give up, and they felt that they had something. Party chairman in some of these counties thought, you know what, they're gonna up their totals and make a difference. And I do think some of that happened, but they were just overwhelmed. Once again, Donald Trump in rural America found voters every single election cycle that he's run in, people who'd given up on the system, who'd stopped voting, and he kept bringing them out. And that's good news. Right? I mean, that's a good thing for democracy. And it's amazing that he does it.
And I do think the encouragement of participation in the early vote, which he didn't do 4 years ago, we might be watching something tonight, too, where they got the early vote out and they kept encouraging and then just added to the margins on Election Day in a way that they didn't do 4 years ago. And I wonder, in looking back for the Democrats, if they're going to, in counting so much on these urban centers that Donna was talking about, they're saying she's really going to have to overperform in Philadelphia, for example, tonight, or she really has to be doing better than that in Madison, if they put themselves in a position knowing that the Republicans are really going to work on the early vote this time too, that their effort needed to be somehow well, the effort to reach these red states is a bigger issue that Terry has been talking about all night here. But I just think that maybe the Republicans were onto something with pushing for the early vote and then adding to it on Election Day. And it feels as though the Democrats were actually put on the defensive come Election Day, Rines.
Yeah. And that was something that we've been talking about for the last couple of weeks, which is in these two buckets of votes that we talk about a lot. We have the early vote bucket, and we've got the Election Day bucket. What happened to the Democrats is that they always beat us in the early vote, and we always win. In the recent times, the Republicans win on Election Day. So when the Democrats started in a place like Pennsylvania with 800,000 fewer votes in the box going into the day, they had to beat us not only on Election Day today, but they had to beat us with 800,000 fewer votes. The same in Wisconsin and Michigan and all over the country, which is why I didn't think Joe Biden or Kamala Harris would win any of the 7 battleground states today. And I don't think she will, but obviously we've got to wait and see.
Well, once again, Barack Obama in 2008 had time to enlarge the electorate. That's one of the reasons why he was able to get over 1.2 million votes over John McCain. This was not an opportunity to expand the electorate. Look, Donald Trump, let's put everything on the table. Donald Trump expanded the rural electorate. I mean, when you grow the electorate, when you grow it, and there's no other forces to counter it, Democrats are not going into these rural areas and looking for votes, maybe suburban areas. But look, there's a lot to digest. I'm still trying to figure out where the path is in Michigan and Wisconsin. Of course, Clark County is another disappointment. Look, these are areas of the country I know very well. The last time, Jonathan Call and I were in Las Vegas a couple of months ago. I mean, that's an area where Democrats normally overwhelm on not just the early vote, but the day of. And look at the results.
The Latino vote.
I think it's significant.
I mean,
I think Clark County is the Latino vote, and Donald Trump being very successful on this Election Day, peeling back the Latino advantage that Democrats had, particularly in Clark County. And to have an even score, really, between the Democrat and the Republican in Clark County should be eye-opening for the Democratic Party.
I don't know if I'll ever close my mouth or gamble there again. That's just a lot.
You will. You will. I know you.
But they had that ground game too. I mean, the Latino vote, and the culinary workers. That's a huge, powerful union there, and it's majority Latino. They were going door to door to door. I think they said 900,000. And you know, the door to door is always interesting to me. It's like, how many did you actually talk to? How many answered the door? Because we've been out with them before, and you know, you knock on the door and they move on. But the argument they had, and even those Kamala Harris supporters, was, look, you know, I know the economy's not great, but it takes a while. That's really not a great argument to tell someone. It may take a while. And again, the rent prices there, the grocery prices there, it is huge. And you talk to Latino voters, they wanted to talk about issues. They didn't want to talk about what Donald Trump was saying. It was issues.
Lindsay,
if you take a look at Nevada in particular, and we have a board for this, there you go. So it's tied, 47 to 47.
Yeah.
But this is actually a 12-point improvement for Donald Trump from 2020. And in particular, again, he's winning even more with Latino men over 2020.
It's going to be a big storyline for the night, is the Latino vote.
And the border, too. I mean, we talked about this a little bit before, but sitting down with a Latino voter who said he really likes Donald Trump's border policy. I said, you know, he's going to deport millions and millions of people coming into this country. And he said, oh, no, he's only going to deport the criminals. Like, he's not going to deport the other people? No, it'll just be the criminals. So whatever message he was sending out, received.
By the way, the person you're speaking of might be right.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? That might be the
it's true.
political
It's a
versus
little
the
hard to
reality, and
deport a million
maybe that
people.
person's a little closer to what's really going to happen.
These voters have moved to Trump after the Harris campaign made their closing argument, and much of their argument echoed in many places that he was racist and fascist and a danger to democracy. And we're looking at 51% of the American people rejecting all of that. I mean, I think that's cause for reflection for Democrats and for a lot of other people. I don't know. If you talk to your neighbors who voted for Trump, if you have them, they just don't buy any of that. They just didn't buy into that at all.
Let me bring in Mark Updegrove, presidential historian. 51% didn't buy it, that's for sure. And the 46.9 that voted for Harris did buy that closing argument. And so, Mark, I guess we bring you in to help viewers at home understand, just how everyone's going to move forward here on this in a divided electorate. Some who thought, democracy was at stake, and others who have clearly decided to turn back to Donald Trump for myriad reasons. Economy we've talked about at length here, immigration we just talked about, and in Clark County in Nevada, in Las Vegas, Latino voters peeling away for Donald Trump in huge numbers simply because of, and I don't say simply to talk it down, because these are very real issues, but I think that they were driven, as Lindsay showed in the exit polls, by economy, cost of housing, inflation, very real dynamics that American families have had to deal with for many years now.
David, I'm with John Carl, who said it several times. This is the most spectacular political comeback in the history of our country. There's nothing even remotely comparable. Richard Nixon came back from a defeat in 1960 when he ran against John F. Kennedy. He lost a gubernatorial bid in California 2 years later, and folks were writing Nixon's political obituary, but he came back to win the presidency 6 years later. He has nothing on Donald Trump. Donald Trump, we all know, 2 impeachments, January 6th, the loss of the election, and 34 felony counts, on and on and on. But I think his success is echoed by 2 successful presidential campaigns in modern presidential history. One is Ronald Reagan in 1980, who constantly asked voters, "Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago?" and defeated Jimmy Carter resoundingly in 1980. And then 1992, when you had George H.W. Bush defeating the incumbent president Bill Clinton, and his political advisor James Carville reminding everybody it's the economy, stupid. And I think Americans truly believe that Donald Trump has a better economic strategy to move them forward. That is the motivating issue. And Donald Trump capitalized on it very successfully, David. But we simply haven't seen anything like this in the history of our country.
And how do the American people move forward, for those who feel so strongly that the outcome either way was going to be dangerous for the country moving forward?
This is democracy. This is what you have when you have folks voting in a free and fair election. There's been no greater disparity between candidates than you've had between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And you see almost a 50-50 split, nearly a 50-50 split between Americans. It shows how divided we are. That's no surprise. We've seen that. We know how divided we are. But this is democracy. And if you're an American, you have to accept the result of a free and fair election. And we have to figure out a way to come together in the wake of this very surprising, in many respects, decision by the American electorate, David.
Mark, what do you make of some of the exit polling and sort of the coalition, really on both sides, the way they turned out, who they voted for tonight? And I guess in particular, what we've been talking about is that Donald Trump, he definitely carved out, for example, again, in Clark County, Latino support in some of these urban areas, some of the different battleground states. But one other thing that he did that is quite extraordinary is that in all of these red counties in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, he upped the number in some of these smaller counties. But he did better than he did 4 years ago, in some cases, than he did 8 years ago, over and over and over again. And that added up over time.
And it's the patchwork of those rural communities, David, that really comes into play. You start bringing up the numbers by bringing in those rural communities one by one by one by one, and chipping away at the Harris lead in in the bigger urban communities. It is a miraculous strategy, and it worked. They seem to get out there in numbers. Donald Trump waged a movement, just as he did in 2016. It surprised many at the time, and I think a lot of it was because he was so successful in the rural areas where he was largely uncontested by Kamala Harris, who was concentrating, I think rightfully so, based on the numbers, on those urban areas. But they got just enough in order to get a majority in these states. And it's particularly surprising in the blue, what were the blue states, the industrial blue states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and it looks like Michigan. Wisconsin and Michigan look like they're going to go to Trump, just as they did in 2016. A very successful movement waged by Donald Trump, David.
Mark, let me ask you, it was an issue that Lindsay had brought up earlier, and it's one that will be talked about too, and that's the role of gender. And not only that, but this is now the second time the Democrats have nominated a woman to be at the top of the ticket, and also in this case a woman of color. What do we have to take from that? I know it's so early; we still haven't even called the race yet tonight. But these are definitely part. This is all part of the race. It's part of who the Democrats have put at the top of the ticket. And does it say something about the willingness to sort of put a woman in that top role to be commander in chief?
It's hard to know, David, the reasons that people didn't vote for Kamala Harris to the degree that they might have. But it seems like that high and very hard and almost impenetrable, at least at this point, glass ceiling is difficult to crack. And there is no question that gender and ethnicity probably played some role in this, just as we saw in 2016 that it played a role. Whether it plays, we continue to not be able to see a viable presidential candidate who is a woman, a person of color. That's hard to know. We obviously elected Barack Obama twice in 2008 and 2012, but it seems very difficult for a woman to gain the office of the presidency. We've had other nations do that. Other first world nations have elected presidents. For some reason, that has proved to be elusive for our country, David. So it's difficult to know whether it's going to continue to be an issue in the future, but I don't think there's any question that played some role in this. We'll know more as we analyze this race in years to come.
Mark, one of the other things that you had said earlier, waged a movement like he did in 2016, and in looking at this campaign, the Trump campaign also found ways to reach voters that were, not unorthodox, but new ways to get to them, podcasts. And I know Kamala Harris did this too, but we really saw it, from Joe Rogan in those final days, and then the Joe Rogan endorsement, and having voices out there, part of the political ecosystem that aren't sort of the traditional ways of reaching voters and finding them where they are and in what they consume, the sports that they like, the personalities they listen to during the day, and that seems to have been a very successful strategy for the Trump campaign.
And you're absolutely right, David. We have to remember that Donald Trump is an entertainer, and I think he was very happy to go into these different mediums where he would find an audience, particularly I think in the end among white males. Finding podcasts they listen to. You mentioned Joe Rogan. There were others that he went to as well. But Donald Trump, wherever he can find an audience, he is happy to show up. And I think that was a winning strategy as well, not going to just the traditional media, but going to other things that we may not know about, but that draw a very sizable audience, not mainstream properties, but that got to the right audience for Donald Trump to get people to show up at the polls. I think you're absolutely right. I think those podcasts played an enormous role in Donald Trump's victories. Again, just working away at the edges, getting a few here, a few there. That's a sort of patchwork strategy that seems to have worked so well in ostensibly getting Donald Trump over the top and getting to that 270-plus electoral votes.
Working away at the edges and building it over time and performing perhaps in so many ways better in this election than he did in 2 previous campaigns. Mark Updegrove, his presidential historian, we really appreciate your insight always. Thank you for joining us this early in the morning. Appreciate it, Mark. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with much more of our live coverage here now, 4:35 in the morning. We knew we'd be here into the wee hours of the morning, and we'll see if we can make a call anytime soon. We'll see you right back here after the break.
Suspect is on the roof, requesting backup.
2 daring rescues. Someone's gotta go down there. 1 new hero.
I can do it. I'm his big brother.
If we don't try this, we might not get to him in time. 911, all new Thursday on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Brisket is back at Chipotle. Seasoned, smoked, seared, spiced, sauced, bold, and guacced. It's a whole new kind of brisket done the Chipotle way.
More Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 news source.
America's #1 most-watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first.
This is going to be must-see TV.
And so much could happen. That's why it's called the what? The View.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley, did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. All the exclusive and buzziest celebrity good stuff. Deals and steals with amazing savings and the coolest lifestyle tips from Good Morning America.
I love that so much.
GMA Life. Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Your weekend just got a little better with GMA Life.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA3.
You're gonna love it. We'll see you then.
GMA3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
The night Karen was last seen, she went to a Halloween party.
What lurks in the shadows
And there he was, in my backyard.
can be very real.
Why is this happening?
Only 2020 with the full story, now streaming on Hulu.
I'm so excited to host the CMA Awards again.
Nashville, here we come.
Hang tight, honey, got a pocket full of money, and I'm headed straight home to you.
Landy, what are you doing here?
I'm hosting the CMA Awards with y'all. I think I can add something you ain't never had before.
Like what?
Like humor, style, a little bell-bottom flair.
I guess we do need you, Landy.
That's the spirit. Y'all ready to do this?
I can pull off bell bottoms.
Sure you can, buddy.
Wednesday night.
Oh my God.
We're back with the biggest and best season yet.
Oh, no way.
John Fiona's here.
What would you do? Here we go.
So the question is,
what would you do?
You see somebody in trouble, try to help. Can I give you a hug? Is that okay?
You have tears in your eyes.
Thank you for standing up for us.
Oh my God! Look at John! It's what would you do? I'm on it, girl.
now on Wednesday nights on ABC. This is ABC News coverage of Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live coverage here at election headquarters here in New York. We gathered we'd be here until early hours. We didn't quite know we'd be here at 4:39 in the morning waiting to call the race, but that's exactly what we're doing. Our decision desk wants to be absolutely sure before we project where we all really believe that obviously this is headed. I do want to talk about a potential Trump transition team here and the roles of some of these folks that we've seen on the campaign trail and what we expect to see from them. First of all, RFK Jr. Elon Musk. Huge parts of this campaign. Elon Musk is already involved with the federal government, has huge federal projects. How does this work? What kind of role does he play in this administration? What are we going to see?
Well, David, as you remember, when this first came up, the idea that Elon Musk would head up an efficiency commission to make proposals on how to make government more efficient. But then it evolved into a Department of Government Efficiency. Now, unclear that's really going to happen. Neatly spells out Doge, and he's, of course, Dogecoin is his big cryptocurrency. It seemed more of like an inside joke, but clearly Musk is prepared to play some kind of a role, and it became kind of part of the campaign shtick. I mean, this was the big, at the famous Madison Square Garden rally, Elon Musk was right up there talking up what he was going to do with Howard Lutnick, who is leading or co-leading the Trump transition team, promising that they were going to cut a couple of $1 trillion out of the federal budget. I mean, this was part of the campaign.
At one point, he did say, prepare for some temporary hardship, right?
He said, prepare for some temporary well, we'll have some temporary hardship. Will be followed by a great period of prosperity. And, of course, the Harris campaign shot back and said, oh, it's easy for you, the richest man on the planet, to talk about some temporary hardship. Bobby Kennedy's a bit different. Kennedy has clearly been promised that he will have a major role in determining health policy writ large in a Trump administration. That doesn't necessarily mean that he would be the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services, but he has been, and I talked to him about this just a few days ago, he has been preparing lists of names for potential cabinet secretaries. By the way, health writ large means Department of Health and Human Services, but also the Department of Agriculture, which has a big role over our food supply, food stamps, and all of that. And Bobby Kennedy is of the belief that Trump has given him free rein to basically be the decider on these major issues. And I don't know if you know it, but when Trump spoke, he said, Bobby can do anything. We just got to keep him out of energy. Because, of course, Bobby Kennedy made his name as a political activist, as an environmentalist.
For the environment,
And Donald Trump's the guy who has said global warming is a hoax, and he wants to drill, baby, drill, baby, drill. I asked Bobby Kennedy about that, and he said, well, actually, you can do more to combat global warming in the area of agriculture, which you can do a lot. I mean, there's fertilizers and all that. But look, I think both of them are gonna have significant roles. Whether or not Musk actually makes the leap into government, I'm skeptical of. I think it probably actually won't happen.
But RFK Jr. clearly will be an advisor inside the White House, and whether or not it's a cabinet position, obviously that remains to be seen. But he's known, he's anti-vaccine, talked about removing fluoride from drinking water. Are these real proposals that you think will?
I mean, look, he's been on the anti-vaccine thing for a long time, and long before COVID. This is not just being anti the COVID vaccine. He is one of those that has argued the debunked theory that vaccinations are linked to autism. This is something we've seen with some, people usually associated with the far right, like Michelle Bachmann, if you remember her. But he clearly believes he's going to have a major role. And look, there are others. I mean, Boris Epstein, who is Donald Trump's kind of, the lawyer in charge of the lawyers on his legal team. He's the person with him by his side. So many times he's at the center of many of the indictments, not indicted himself, but mentioned as a key figure in the January 6th case, both the federal case and also the Georgia case. He's somebody who Catherine Falders has done some phenomenal reporting, looking at their plans for lawyers throughout the executive branch, not just the Attorney General, but White House counsels, the councils at the various federal agencies. And, you know, Epstein has been drawing up the lists of possible names. And those were the guardrails that were on Donald Trump. White House counsel, attorney general.
And is Don Jr. playing a role in this transition? How big is that role?
He certainly, I mean, he probably played maybe the decisive role in the single most important personnel decision.
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance. Yeah. So I think it's unclear exactly what role, if any formal role, Don Jr. will play. But he certainly got his father's ear, and he certainly has the ear of the vice president.
What do you expect from J.D. Vance as vice president-elect? If and when we make the projection, but how do you see him in the White House as vice president?
Well, I think he's going to be obviously serving Donald Trump. I think it's important that he doesn't overstep his place. I think he gets that. And certainly in a Trump White House, that's not something you ever want to do. Outshine the boss isn't something that works well with President Trump. But, you know, in regard to some of the things Jonathan talked about, I think, you know, President Trump reads the tea leaves on about every decision that he makes. I think he tests the water. I think that's part of the reasons why he liked the idea of interviewing cabinet secretary prospects at Bedminster. Brought a few people in, read the press as it went on, read social media as the interviews proceeded. You know, in a lot of ways, approval and affirmation is the guardrail of a lot of what the Trump White House does, because, you know, we know that President Trump he wants good press. Well, good press is a lot of public opinion. And that's something that I think will continue in this White House, no matter how much different people think they're going to get cabinet positions and who's entitled to what. Donald Trump will make the decision, but a lot of those decisions are going to be driven by how things are perceived as the decision is being made. And that's something that I don't see changing.
And look, when I went through this 8 years ago and ran the transition up through the week after the election, you know, this is a fiction now that Donald Trump's created, that, you know, he wasn't plugged in at all. He didn't know. We had weekly meetings during the campaign about what was going on in the transition and what people were being put on short lists for all these different jobs. And those meetings didn't occur just with Donald Trump, but they occurred with Don Jr. and Eric and Ivanka and Jared. I mean, the idea that somehow, you know, these things were foisted upon him. Reince and I sat in rooms together where suggestions were made to him about what to do, but he was always the one making these decisions. And I agree with Reince that it's amazing if he feels like someone is getting one of two things: either getting too far out in front, they're going to get dragged back, and if he feels like they're not getting good reaction out there, we've seen this on the campaign trail. He'll act like he doesn't even know who they are. And when Mark Robinson, got bad stuff in North Carolina, he went from being Martin Luther King Jr. on steroids to
haven't heard of the guy.
I barely know the guy, right? And we saw that with any number of folks that, you know, were proposed even by Donald Trump himself, and then got pulled back. And so, look, as far as Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is concerned, if I were him, I wouldn't take that promise and try to borrow money on it. Okay, when he starts to get vetted by the press, by Capitol Hill, for whatever role he's going to have, it's going to be some very interesting stuff that's going to come up. And Donald Trump doesn't like those kind of problems and having to deal with them. And he can forget a promise in 5 seconds. You're going to be X, whatever X would be. Oh, you know, I'd love to do it, but I can't because this or that happened. You know, that's the way he operates. And so if I were RFK Jr., I'd take a deep breath and, you know, not be running around telling people you're going to be in charge of all this stuff. It may not last until December, let alone into the administration.
Do you have any guesses, Governor, as to who might help shepherd this Any names that we know other than some of the people who've been on the campaign trail and have supported Donald Trump in this third run?
Look, I think Susie Wiles will play a big role in this, you know, and you saw her tonight, like, you know, smart, didn't say a word, got invited to the microphone, wouldn't do it, went right back to like 3 rows back on the stage, and he likes that. He likes to call you up, and he likes if you'll step back. So I think she'll play a role in it, and I think the family always plays a role in it. There's no doubt the family plays a huge role in it, and Don Jr. will play a big role in a lot of these selections, and now he'll team with JD, I suspect, and the two of them will try to get certain people that they agree on to move in. This is a family operation. Don't ever forget that Donald Trump has spent his whole life in a family business, and he thinks this is the way it's supposed to work.
Let me get to the point that we talked about earlier in the night, which is once he starts making these choices, what kind of vetting he'll face from the Senate. He's going to be empowered by the fact that the Senate really looks like it's picked up a multitude of Republican senators tonight. How many do we think now that they've gained?
Yeah, let's take a look at where things stand. The outlook for 2025, 51 seats held by Republicans now. They flipped 2. Democrats holding 41 seats. Let's go back into some of these races, David. I was just taking a look at where things stood in Nevada, where you have Jackie Rosen running against Sam Brown. This is a lead that has narrowed in the last hour or so. Now he's ahead by just over 1,000 votes. I mean, she's at 47.2, he's at 47.3. Jackie Rosen was trying to run independent of Vice President Kamala Harris. She did not attend the DNC. She was running ads in the state, as many Democrats were in some of these critical battlegrounds, talking about how she bucked Biden on immigration, for example, how she's going to be an independent senator. And you could see just how she compares to Vice President Kamala Harris here. Vice President Kamala Harris getting 46% of the vote, Jackie Rosen 47, Donald Trump 51, Sam Brown 47. These two were out on the campaign trail together within the last couple of days.
Looks like some people just skipped the Senate race. Do you have what Rick has, that tool that shows where the outstanding vote is? Does Jackie Rosen have, are there sort of Democratic counties where the vote hasn't come in? Does she have a shot here of catching up to him?
Yeah,
1,000 votes.
Let's see here. Yeah, you still have the county that encompasses Reno. 74% of the vote is in so far here. She's ahead by 5,000. And then also Vegas, Clark County, where 88% of the vote is still in here. So it's pretty close. I mean, when you have margins this close, 1,000 votes.
Yeah, no, I would think that.
Yeah, anything could shift either way in this race.
And some of the other races that we're looking at tonight as far as the balance of power in the Senate. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin, we haven't called that yet, right? Eric Hovde.
That's right. And so
look at how close that is.
This one, again, very, very close here. Tammy Baldwin at 48. Eric Hovde at 49. He's ahead by 52,000. Also keeping our eye out on Montana. We did project Ohio, where Sherrod Brown, last statewide Democrat in that race, ultimately defeated by Bernie Moreno, someone that former President Donald Trump endorsed in the primary. Of course, this now means that Donald Trump has handpicked essentially 2 of the Ohio senators, one being his current running mate, Senator J.D. Vance. Montana is going to be a really interesting one here. I mean, John Tester, a third-generation farmer from this state, really campaigning on the Montana values. Again, someone who tried to keep Vice President Kamala Harris also at a distance here. I've been paying attention to a few counties in this state, including Cascade County. No Democrat has ever won statewide office in Montana without winning this county. John Tester right now ahead barely, just 779 votes. Obviously, this is a red state, but this is just another one that Republicans could potentially pick up here. And it just shows you, even just looking at the blue wall, David, again, just all of these races extremely close. When we go to Michigan, Elisa Slotkin, Mike Rogers, she's at 47, he's at 49. And then, of course, Pennsylvania, all-important Pennsylvania. Bob Casey, someone who is really well known in this state, his family name, his dad served as governor. You have McCormick right now, who is ahead at 49. Again, you have to think about these senators who have held these seats for quite some time, have never had to run on the ballot with former President Donald Trump. And that is the difference in this race.
Rachel Scott, our thanks to you. Mark, do we have Frank with us? Frank Luntz, Republican strategist and pollster, with us here now. Frank, can you hear me? It's David Muir here in New York.
Yes, I can. It's a privilege to do this.
No, I appreciate it. It's a privilege for us, especially since it's 4:54 in the morning and you're willing to join us this late in the game. I'm really curious by a couple of things you posted on social media. You argue that Kamala Harris lost this election when she pivoted to focus almost exclusively on attacking Donald Trump, particularly in those final weeks. You're convinced of that?
I'm convinced of it, and it was fascinating because she was gaining and gaining. Here's a candidate in our focus groups that had impressed the public with her energy, her enthusiasm. And she peaked at the convention when she was talking about what she was for rather than what Donald Trump was against. And all that changed in the last 6 weeks. And I did this wrong. I concluded that Trump did so badly in the debate that there would be no way that he could challenge her. And I acknowledge it because the public has the right to know the truth and we have the responsibility to tell them the truth. And the fact is that the debate this time mattered less. And in the end, when she turned on Trump, started to call him a fascist, started to use her most vicious terminology for him, is when she started to fall. And the fact is, this race was winnable for her, that she could have done it based on what she would have done in the first day, the first week, the first month, the first year. But she never communicated that, at least to the level that the public wanted her to do so. And in the end, they chose the candidate they didn't like but agreed with on affordability and security against the candidate who they liked, Vice President Harris.
That's really interesting. So let me just drill down on that. You did focus groups right up until the very end, and your conclusion is they didn't like him, but they didn't trust her.
Exactly. And in the end, they had to know where she stood. She never crossed the threshold. And this is going to be the conversation we're going to have for days and weeks. She never crossed the threshold of credibility, why she changed her position on certain issues, what she would do when she got the chance to do the job. And the fact is, she should have challenged the president. She should have challenged Joe Biden, and she should have separated herself, differentiated herself, and she didn't do it. And in the end, voters did not like Donald Trump. These final undecided voters, these persuadable voters, they didn't like Trump. They liked her more. But on the key issues, and the only two issues that mattered in the end was this affordability and security defined by immigration. Because she didn't define herself, they ended up with Trump and not with Harris.
Really interesting. I want to bring John Carl into this. He was raising his hand, Frank, to ask you a question. And you heard, John, what he just said there. He said in the focus groups, they liked her more, but she didn't address affordability and security, border security.
Yeah. And I was struck, Frank. I want to ask you, you said that she made a mistake when she turned to the negativity to, called him a fascist. And that was a decisive movement in the wrong direction. But in the final days of this campaign, Kamala Harris stopped, in some cases, talking about Donald Trump. She ended on a positive message in the final days of the campaign. It was Trump who went into a deep, dark place in the final days of the campaign. So how do you square that?
Because it was too late by that point. And it probably did hurt him what happened in Madison Square Garden. And in our last session, several of our undecided voters brought that up, saying that's exactly what they wanted to avoid. And the way that they communicated this, and some of this was published in the New York Times yesterday on Election Day, that they closed their eyes and they held their nose and they chose Trump because in the end, they had more faith in him delivering on the issues that mattered than they did her. That she should have done this earlier in the campaign, and by the last 96 hours, it was already too late for her.
Frank, I've got Lindsay Davis here with me, too. Lindsay.
And I am curious, because we discussed it earlier, the potential that race and gender played a role. Did you hear anything with regard to that in your focus groups?
Well, this is amazing to me that women endorsed her and embraced her and saw her as someone who represented them and looked like them. But what happened was she pushed away men. And this is something that she probably was not accounting for, which is in the ads, she saw women all around her. In the ads, she focused on issues that women would embrace. But men found this off-putting, and what they're going to have to focus on is how do you lessen that gender gap? Not by raising the vote of women, but by not alienating men. And what they said was it was not necessarily an endorsement of Donald Trump, and it certainly wasn't an endorsement of the Republican Party. But in these sessions, they said, and you can see this we've been collecting these focus groups, and they're on the site America Speaks on Straight Arrow News. They said that they felt like they had no place in the Democratic Party anymore. People who voted for Hillary Clinton and voted for Joe Biden, but they found her as prioritizing women at their expense, and that's why they ended up supporting Trump and not Harris.
Really interesting. The focus groups, I'm sure the folks at the Harris campaign are going to pour through all of that material as well, and they had their own focus groups going. Frank, I'm curious, I did see someone pretty high up in the campaign in the final days say that their focus groups showed that the undecideds in the end were breaking their way. Didn't indicate that they were breaking completely in Harris's direction. You know, it's certainly not 9 out of 10, but saying that maybe 6 out of 10 is what they were starting to see in some of the focus groups, and that was encouraging. You weren't seeing that. The undecideds in your focus groups turned Trump's way in the end?
They turned Trump, but they didn't want to. They turned Trump's way out of regret, out of disappointment, even out of frustration. And David, you can tell by their body language, you can tell by the tone of their voice that these are people who were so reluctant in casting their vote, but they were going to vote. They were going to participate, and they were not going to throw that vote away. It mattered too much to them. And that they are not Republican, and they are not part of the Trump constituency. But in the end, Harris disappointed them, and they did so out of regret, even in some cases out of embarrassment, but they felt that the Democrats had left them rather than that they had left the Democrats.
Really interesting. Frank Lentz, Republican strategist and pollster. Frank, always appreciate your insights, and this is sort of invaluable in hearing what some of the voters were telling you. Thank you, Frank. We'll be back with much more right here on our early morning election coverage here on ABC. Live coverage continues just after 5 here in the morning, and we'll see if we're any closer to making an official projection here right after the break.
Amazon early holiday deals are here. Woo! Woo! With everything you need to kick off the season. Woo! Shop Amazon early holiday deals now.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
Give it to me. Your health, your money, breaking news, pop culture, with the biggest stars, music, trends, and of course, good food.
It's all coming up on GMA 3.
You're gonna love it. We'll see you then.
GMA 3, what you need to know. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, afternoons.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Me too.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Listen to this crazy story about Graceland.
There are some suspicious minds over an attempt to sell Elvis Presley's beloved home, Graceland.
Elvis's home faces a possible foreclosure.
Lisa Marie's public struggles may have left the Presley family vulnerable.
Had I ever met Lisa Marie Presley? Did I sign the document? No, no, no. This is a fraud.
Stealing Graceland, now streaming on Hulu.
Hey, good morning, America. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. You don't just see it, you feel it.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I am in.
I'm in.
I'm in too.
I'll be here.
version of me. America's #1 most watched daytime talk show is ABC's The View.
You all heard it here first. I love it. I'm there for it.
Hot topics, political views.
That's what we're about.
Voices that matter. It all goes down right here.
That's why it's called the what? The View. I love it. I'm all in.
Second that.
This is going to be must-see TV, and so much could happen.
Look at all these happy wedding guests.
I'm getting married.
Cap, are you crying?
I'm a sucker for love. All of this is a lie. You have to help me.
I need you to come with me right now.
I just don't know what to do.
Code Alpha.
This is all my fault.
Gusto is the #1 choice for small business payroll. It's fast. It's trusted. It's a great value. And when it comes to running your business, it's the best choice you can make. Get started for free at gusto.com.
Having those high interest credit cards, it felt unmanageable. My name is Belinda, and with Upstart, I was able to save money with a personal loan. From the moment that I checked my rate to getting that approval was just a few minutes. I felt relieved having the funds in my account so quickly. I was able to turn all of those, big payments into one small payment, and I was able to breathe.
Easy online borrowing. Personal loans up to $50,000. Go to upstart.com.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Streaming free on ABC News Live. America's #1 news, ABC News, now streaming 24/7 on Disney+. Welcome back to Election Night 2024 on ABC. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back now, 6 minutes past 5 o'clock here in the East on this Wednesday morning after election night in America. We are very much looking at Donald Trump set to be the president-elect. We have not projected as a network officially. Obviously, the math is very much in his favor. It's looking increasingly mathematically impossible for Kamala Harris to catch up here, but we're being super careful with our decision desk, making sure that everything has been checked before we're willing to project. As you know, earlier in the evening, Donald Trump speaking in Florida, thanking his family, his supporters, and certainly the voters who put him in this position to potentially be the 47th president of the United States now. We heard Frank Luntz just sharing with us some of his focus groups of voters in these final days, and he said he was struck by how many of them said in the focus groups that they actually liked her, but didn't trust her on the two key issues of affordability and security in this country. And when he said security, then said border security. He said the issues that were important, most important to them, that he believes that she lost the election when she pivoted the focus almost exclusively to Donald Trump, and perhaps that was in that window when General John Kelly came forward and talked about Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris leaned in on that. She was out campaigning with Liz Cheney, who was also talking about Donald Trump. And I'm not the one who's now critiquing the campaign. I'm just based on what Frank Luntz is critiquing her about turning the focus to Donald Trump. And I'll be curious to see people who've worked with her and who look back at the campaign, if that indeed was sort of a turning point, instead of using the final days to really lay out what she was going to do, how she's different from Joe Biden, obviously address the fact of what others are saying about Trump, but not to allow it to feel to voters that you're exclusively focused on Trump in the final days.
And there were a lot of questions at the time, especially around the time that Mark Kelly's comments came out, and she really was sort of hammering home that message, increasingly focused on the threat that she argued that Donald Trump posed. Was there a danger in going too far in that direction? And the campaign, I remember having these conversations with campaign officials, and they insisted that they could do both, right? In part, they were trying to take advantage of the news cycle. Mark Kelly had come out and made these... General Kelly, excuse me, had come out and made these comments, and they wanted to seize on those because they felt that it underscored their message. But at the same time, they felt she could go out there, and balance the two, that in her campaign remarks that she could hammer Donald Trump, but also put forward her positive vision. And it perhaps may have muddled the message a bit too much. And then at the end, we saw her turning, more to this positive, optimistic message, not even mentioning Donald Trump by name in the final 24 hours of this race. But it was a question at the time because I think some in the party, especially, you know, it sort of, you know, their ears went up a little bit, and we're a little worried
those
about
messages had been out before, as you well know. I mean, John Kelly had anonymously on background and confirmed to some people that he had actually made those comments. And the timing of that, there was no coordination with the campaign. They kind of did seize on that when he went on the record with the New York Times, and you could hear his voice actually say what he said Donald Trump told him. But, you know, over the years, we've heard all kinds of these things. We've heard John Bolton. I remember interviewing John Bolton in 2020, and it was jaw-dropping what he said about Donald Trump, and it didn't make any difference. And you've had one after another. You had General Mattis. You had all these other national security leaders, and it didn't make much difference. So it was interesting to me that they would seize on that so much at a time when people really didn't know her that well.
And it did mean that for a week plus, all of you know the news coverage, the oxygen was soaked up by that, and it meant that her agenda, that her promises, you know, for the American people weren't resonating in the same way.
Well, let me ask this, Donna Brazil. I want to bring you back into this. Who will be the standard bearer for the Democratic Party moving forward? I mean, Joe Biden obviously stepped aside for Kamala Harris. Obviously, there are other people. There's Josh Shapiro, who campaigned for her. There's Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan. Hakeem Jeffries, who could be, we just have to see where the House lands. He's the minority leader, has the potential to potentially be sort of House Speaker at some point here. Who do you see moving forward? Who becomes the voice of the next generation of the Democratic Party, and who's going to address sort of what Terry Moran's beat has been this election night, which is to address the fact that they've got to, and you've said it too, Donna, they have to build the coalition out there. They have to reach out to the rural counties, the smaller cities, the communities in between. It can't just be the urban centers that they're counting on to drive up the vote.
Well, the good news is that Joe Biden is going to be president until January 20th, and as the president, he's the titular head of the Democratic Party. So there will be a transition, and it will be made up of, I think, some of the current leadership, but there, in my humble opinion, the Democratic Party has a huge bench. We saw during that period of time when the president was deciding whether or not to stay in the race or leave the race, that there were many Democrats who were like willing to toss their hat in the ring, but they just didn't have the backing of the party and the donors and the Democratic Party infrastructure. So that will take place over the next 2 months. The most important thing right now, I think, is the vice president is waking up at some hour. Maybe we should let her know that she just should come here and get freshened up and just go straight to the stage, get it over with, so I can start moving on and we can all move on. But the truth is that the vice president is also going to play a small role in that transition. I say a small role because she has not been an institutionalist inside the party, but she is still someone that has to decide where she's going next. So it's a big, look, we're going to have a lot of fun. Hopefully we can pay less attention to the president, the former president, if he is quote unquote reelected, and we'll know sooner rather than later. But the party has a lot of resources. When I say resources, we have governors, we have senators, we have members of Congress, we have a lot of people, activists, organizations, and we're going to make sure that we put somebody forward over the next 2 years that can help rebuild this Democratic Party. Because if you think about it, it is a one term for President Trump if he returns to the White House. Don't the Democrats have to get to work and soon if they want to put together whoever the next face could potentially be? We have gubernatorial races coming up in 2 years. We have congressional races. We have statewide races coming up. There's no question the Democratic Party is going to reassess everything. The fact that turnout in some of these Democratic states, some of these blue states, I keep looking at Illinois, I keep looking at Chris' home state. Chris, you should have just stopped working. No, there's a lot of work to do to rebuild not just the blue wall, but now to rebuild the entire Democratic Party infrastructure across the country so that we're not looking at these tight margins on a night we should be just focusing on the so-called battleground states.
Donna, thanks. Tim Walz. I mean, Tim Walz, is he someone who's the future of the party?
I mean, why not Wes Moore? I mean, why not? You talked about Gretchen Whitmer. We have so many governors. We have such a large bench. But I think this is a passing of the torch. Nancy Pelosi did it when she stepped down and passed the torch to Hakeem Jeffries. I think you'll see another passing of the torch across the board.
Any other names, though, you want to throw out there?
I'm not trying to make anybody upset. I'm already upset. It would be a tragic mistake if I didn't mention Gavin Newsom.
All right, well, there you go. Gavin Newsom, Andy Beshear, Kentucky, Josh Shapiro. These are some of the names that were thrown in when they were saying, oh, maybe we'll need to do a mini primary. It just
Mayor Pete, Pritzker.
Yep,
I mean, this party has a lot of assets. But I also think that the party is going to have to take a look at 51% of the vote in Illinois. You want to, I mean, Maryland did a little better, but still, there's a lot of healing to be done. I was just receiving an email from Marianne Williamson. She's up at this hour telling the Democrats what we should be doing next. So there's going to be a lot of incoming. And I look forward to hearing everybody, you know what.
Well, I mean, what she's upset about is the fact that there was no primary. I mean, she may be not exactly a central figure in the party, but there were people that were saying early on that
she received some votes, just no delegates. You know how the process works.
Well,
you're going back to the central question. After the 2022 midterm, Joe Biden made the decision on December 1st, 2022, that he would toss his hat back in the ring. He said at the time that he's the best candidate to defeat Donald Trump, and he encouraged and recommended that the Democratic Party change their calendar. We did that. We honored Joe Biden. We honored his legacy, his commitment, and when he made the decision to step back, Kamala Harris stepped forward. There's a lot of work we have to do. Look, I'm not afraid, but I don't think it's my job anymore.
You know, I think that one of the problems, Martha hit on it, these comments, these negative comments about Donald Trump from Bolton, from John Kelly, it was already in the ether. And when Kamala Harris came out, she came into this as a very unpopular person in the Democrat Party. She didn't win a single primary, she didn't win a single vote in the primary. But then all of a sudden, she became this candidate that was transformed at the convention. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. And all of a sudden, people said, wait a minute, you mean we don't have to name call and you guys are going to have fun and there's going to be this inspiration in Milwaukee? And then she went right back to that old playbook. And I believe that part of her problem was, at that moment, she became inauthentic. She became not the person that suddenly became unbelievably popular in America in 2 weeks, and she went right back down to being this old playbook of name calling, and it's something that, it might work for Donald Trump. It didn't work for her.
Yeah, interesting. Governor?
Yeah, look, when you're looking at what the future of the Democratic Party is going to be, I think one of the things that is a constant in politics is it's defined by the personality that catches the attention and the imagination of the voters of that particular party. It's usually not any one issue that grabs them. And I understand what Donna means about having to build back, a lot of this constituency, but the way you do it is to get a candidate that they're attracted to. And the best example of that for the Democrats was 2008. I mean, the fact is that they had lost to George W. Bush twice, and they were not in a good way. And then all of a sudden, they got a candidate that caught people's imagination. And, Terry showed that map before of what Obama did in 2008 and what he repeated in 2012. Was that because of any one particular issue? Of course not. It was because they believed in Barack Obama. They believed he could inspire them to greater things. And so I do think mentioning the names matters, but only as a laundry list that we're going to look at. In the end, those people have to now go out and prove that they can create a following, like Donald Trump obviously created a following. And that was not through any one issue, but through the force of his personality.
Yeah, no
and
question.
people forget in that Democratic primary that it was a battle between the past and the future.
That's right.
Hillary represented the past. She had taken a position on the war. She was seen as part of the Democratic establishment, and Barack Obama was the outsider. He was the newcomer to Washington, D.C. So we had a terrific battle, and it ended up energizing the party. He expanded the party. He was able to get people engaged in the party. Now, maybe that's the exercise the Democratic Party will go through. I don't really know all of the next steps. It starts with the vice president tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. We don't really know. Making her statement, and then we'll take it from there. And I'm sure the president is going to have something to say.
You know, I was thinking tonight, thinking about change, and of a man I met in Audubon, Iowa, in 2008, just before the Iowa caucuses there. A small town. He was a farmer, and I'm not making this up. He had a John Deere cap, stubble, a beard, missing a tooth. And I was asking him about the election, and I said, well, you know, what are you going to, who are you going to vote for? And like a lot of Iowans, he said, well, I haven't made up my mind yet. But then he went on and said, can you imagine what it would say to the world about this republic? And he used that word, if he gets elected. To him, Barack Obama was change. And I think there's a continuity between Obama and Trump, which is that Americans, a lot of them, have been trying to tell the rest of us that the system wasn't working for them, whatever it was. And they saw in Barack Obama a guy who wasn't attached to it, right? He'd been a senator for a couple of years. He was from a very different background, a political talent of his generation. And they said, he's the one. And he did make some change, but not enough. And Donald Trump is now their instrument to kind of bludgeon an establishment and a way of doing things in government, whether it's trade, whether it's cultural issues, whatever. This is a populist movement that is not going to be stopped, I think, is what they told us tonight.
Well, you talk about political talent of generation, and no matter who you're describing, when you say something like that, that gets right to what you need. You can have your policy positions, but you have to have a skill set to connect with the American people and to make sure, to find a way that they feel that they're being heard. And we say this over and over again, and it applies to Democrats and Republicans, and that's going to be the soul searching it always is for the party that doesn't win, and it will be, I'm sure, the days.
And David, by the way, it's going to happen for the Republicans, too. Like, yeah. Donald Trump wins this election, which he's going to do. The next page begins to be turned. I mean, he's not going to want to hear it, but it is constitutionally required that he leave after 4 more years, and we're going to have a race inside the party, an empty seat race, and so the Republicans are going to be looking for who's the next person, who's going to try to inspire them and lead them and could perhaps continue some of the policies of Trump or take us in an entirely new direction based upon what challenges the American people are facing at that moment. So it's not just the Democrats. This is not the end of the beginning tonight. This is the beginning of the end of the Trump era. And so he needs to understand that. I don't know that he'll deal with that very well, but he needs to understand it, and it's going to become a reality to him in late 2025 or early 2026.
Yeah, and I hear you. I don't know. I mean, I think it's yet to be seen. I think what happened tonight was so extraordinary in this country. The legacy now of Donald Trump, his leadership, what he does, obviously it's in his hands. But he could have an imprint on this party for generations.
I'm not saying, but Ryan, I'm not saying he's not going to have an imprint, but he is a unique personality, and he cannot be on the ballot in 2028.
Understood. He can't be on the ballot, but if Donald Trump maintains his grip on the party that he has right now, and he has from 2016 early on, his opinion about what happens in this party, who succeeds, who's RNC chair, who is this, who is that, he could control a lot more than just any old president that's been sitting around the Oval Office for 4 years. I just don't see him as the typical president that, well, the 2 years has gone by and no one cares what Donald Trump thinks. I don't think so. I think he's going to have a lot of power.
And also, it's not just Donald Trump and the Republicans. The MAGA base is a movement. And we have to come to terms with the fact that it's a movement.
And it's an enduring movement. I mean, it's the better part of a decade.
And it's grown, and they did very well. They exceeded benchmarks that the 538 team came up with for each candidate tonight. We're going to take a break. Local news for many of you is coming up next. We'll all stand by here after the break.
Welcome back to the ABC News election headquarters. I'm Andrew Dimber.
Good morning to you. I'm Rhiannon Alley. Let's get right to the results. Former President Trump calling for what he calls the golden age of America when he spoke just before 2:30 a.m. Eastern this morning, declaring victory.
All while winning the crucial state of Pennsylvania. Now, we recognize that some other outlets may have already called the race at this point for Trump, but our decision desk wants to be sure a Harris win is a mathematical impossibility before doing so. Now, let's look at the board. Trump winning every state that he was expected to win, and then picking up Pennsylvania, which Joe Biden won back in 2020.
And Republicans have not won the popular vote in a presidential election since George W. Bush. But Trump was on track all night long to do just that.
Trump appearing with his family overnight, vowing to help the country heal.
Things were troubling for Democrats all night long. Even Minnesota, home of Governor Tim Walz, wasn't called until after 2:30 a.m. ABC's Lana Moise starts our coverage off.
This morning, former President Trump declaring victory in the election.
It's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this.
Trump maintaining leads in major battleground states overnight, taking an early win in North Carolina. Exit polls showing Trump overperformed among young voters and Latinos nationally. Trump, now the first Republican presidential candidate to win Miami-Dade County since 1988, after a large number of Latino voters shifted right. ABC's Martha Raddatz spoke to Latino voters on the campaign trail.
I think what I heard was surprising in some ways. I mean, you think, oh, the Latino vote is going to go to the Democrats. Absolutely not. It all came back to the voters I spoke to the economy.
Exit polls also show college-educated voters leaning toward Harris, but predictably blue states like Virginia, New Hampshire, and even New Jersey did not come in as early as expected. But Trump easily winning where he was expected to, including Iowa. By midnight, both campaigns laser-focused on the so-called blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
When you tick through these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, 67% of voters saying the condition of the nation's economy is not so good or poor. More of the same in Michigan, 63%, not so good or poor. Wisconsin, more of the same, 66% not so good or poor.
Trump also winning in Pennsylvania, the biggest prize among the battleground states, with 19 electoral votes.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
Harris opting to not speak overnight.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken.
The fact that Kamala Harris is going home tonight, I think, is amateur hour.
But the Trump campaign appearing more confident well after midnight, when more of his senior advisors started arriving to his watch party.
Many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness.
What you are seeing is potentially Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. A president who left the White House the way he left, impeached for the second time, 7 members of his own party voting to convict him in the Senate, facing multiple criminal trials, indictments in 4 separate cases, convictions in the case in New York, and to face all of that, come back, recapture the Republican nomination, and be on the precipice of potentially getting back into the White House is something unlike anything we have ever seen.
I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
And that's the latest.
Our coverage continues.
Your voice, your vote. The race for the White House. Election night 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Did they just say election night 2024? Because I think we need to update that announce to election morning, 5:30 here in the East. The whole team is here, and we're glad you're with us at home. I want to get right back over to Rick Klein at the big board, our political director, Washington bureau chief. And Rick, obviously, we've been saying this throughout the night for our viewers. We're waiting for the decision desk to do the final math here, just to be absolutely sure of where we all see that this is headed. Can you take us through? You have Wisconsin up there right now.
Yeah.
What are we looking at in Wisconsin?
Yeah, well, Wisconsin would be the clinching state for Donald Trump. So would Michigan, so would Arizona, so would Nevada, so would a combination of Alaska and the one congressional district in Maine, or an upset in New Hampshire. But the place that we are focused in on at this hour, this very early morning hour, is Wisconsin. We're now down to a vanishingly small amount of the vote left, probably less than 9,000 votes in Milwaukee. The system is estimating 99% of the vote is in, but the margin is down.
Stand by, Rick. We're just going to pause here to project. And we can project that Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, the key battleground state of Wisconsin. It's 10 electoral votes. I believe that then makes Donald Trump now, ABC News can project that the former President Donald Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. That takes him to 276 electoral votes. There are still states on the map to be counted. Not since Grover Cleveland has someone served non-consecutive presidential terms. John Carl was talking about that earlier in the night. It's now become a reality. Again, the breaking news at 5:31 here in the East, former President Donald Trump, ABC News now projecting, will be the next president of the United States, and part of the path that he built along the electoral map is this blue wall that the Democrats were convinced would be Kamala Harris's best route to the presidency. Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania, and now he has won Wisconsin. He won North Carolina and Georgia. And a number of other battlegrounds are still being counted where he holds leads. Significant, even though we've been reporting on this and the analysis has been excellent and careful from the whole team here all night long. But we are here, and Mary Bruce, John Carl, your first reaction here to the official news. Donald Trump is headed back to the White House.
Look, we said it as we had approached this point. This is just an unbelievable comeback, the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States. And this is a victory unlike his 2016 victory, certainly unlike his loss in 2020. Donald Trump not only wins the Electoral College, but it looks like he has a very good chance of winning the popular vote. He comes back to the White House, rising like a phoenix from the ashes after having left in disgrace, twice impeached, facing multiple indictments, convictions here in New York, and he captures the White House in a way that he didn't even do the first time, and with the strength of a significant majority in the United States Senate as well.
Mary Bruce, you cover the White House, and you know part of the calculation for so long, President Biden believed that he was best positioned to keep Donald Trump from returning to the White House, ultimately deciding after that debate performance in June that he needed to step aside. He quickly endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris. There's going to be a lot of discussion, obviously, in so many Democratic circles right there in the White House about the timing, the decision, when the decision was made, the fact that they didn't do a primary or some version of a primary, if there was a better way for Democrats to be better prepared to sort of take on Donald Trump. And those questions now begin.
A 107-day sprint That was what Kamala Harris had and what she tried to pull off here. It was the shortest campaign in modern American political history. The party coalesced around her quickly. They thought and felt extremely confident, cautiously confident, but confident nonetheless, many hours ago when this day began yesterday morning, that they were going to be able to pull this off because they felt that they had built such a broad coalition, that she had reached out to all of those key demographics, that she was going to expand beyond her base in a way that they argued Donald Trump simply could not do. And yet we have seen really the opposite, that she wasn't able to turn out her own base in some ways in those big urban centers in the way that she needed. And despite painting such a dire picture of a second Trump term, ultimately, it was that question of whether you are better off now than you were 4 years ago that Donald Trump hammered throughout this campaign that seems to have resonated most with voters.
We're going to pause here so that the rest of the network can join us for breaking news coverage here of our projection and yet another state to call. Let's pause here for a moment.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting, David Muir.
Good morning. It's now 5:35 here in the East. We are allowing all of our stations across the country to join us now with the breaking news. We are projecting at this hour the 47th president of the United States, Donald Trump, will be elected to return to the White House. Not consecutive terms. We mentioned a moment ago as we were on our air with our coverage, the first since Grover Cleveland to serve non-consecutive presidential terms. Donald Trump returning to the White House as the 47th president of the United States. He does so with Wisconsin now in his win column. Of course, there are a number of states on the map that still look pretty favorable for Donald Trump tonight, but Wisconsin was the state that put him over the map, getting him to 279 at this point, to Kamala Harris's 219 electoral votes. I'm going to quickly rejoin the team here so that the entire network can hear a little bit of what our early analysis. And John, as you and I have been saying all night long, this is an extraordinary political comeback. You say we've never seen anything like it.
Look, the greatest political comeback in American history, and a victory unlike any that Donald Trump has ever seen, because not only does he win what appears to be a decisive electoral college victory, it seems like he is on the verge of winning the popular vote as well. So he comes back to the White House. Remarkable when you consider the way he left the White House in January of 2021. He comes back to the White House with a mandate. The majority of the American people, it seems, ultimately, when all the votes are counted, will be saying they want Donald Trump to be president. Now, that said, David, he faces the challenge of uniting a deeply divided country. And the nearly half the country that voted against him, many of them see him as not somebody that they simply didn't want in the White House, but see him as a threat. So now the question is, how does he convince those people that he can be a president for all Americans, including those who didn't vote for him?
One of the central questions moving forward, you're absolutely right, John. One of the questions in looking back, and there will be many of them, come for this White House. Mary Bruce, you've covered the White House now, the Biden-Harris administration. A lot of people are going to be looking to President Biden, his decision to bow out after that horrible debate performance in June, whether or not that was a decision that should have been made earlier, that would have perhaps given the Democratic Party more time to do some sort of primary. He did, or would have given Kamala Harris more time. However it turned out, or whoever the Democratic Party chose or people voted for, perhaps that would have given them more than 107 days, which is all she had to introduce herself as a candidate at the top of the ticket.
There's certainly going to be a lot of discussions and deep soul searching, I think, within the Democratic Party about how this all unfolded, and a lot of deep questions for the president about the way he went out of this race, the timing of this. Could the outcome have been different if Democrats had had time for a primary, for instance? But Kamala Harris, in those 107 days, really cast herself as the change candidate. That is hard to do when you are the sitting vice president. And when you look back at how things could have been different, I think we have been discussing this all night long and into the wee hours here. The fact that she wasn't able to really differentiate herself enough from the president to say to Americans who are suffering economically that what she would do differently. And to really put a fine point on that, I think it is going to go down as one of the biggest errors in this campaign.
And will define the Biden presidency to a large part. Yes. And President Biden, for the longest time, thought he was best positioned to keep Donald Trump returning to the White House. That's a calculation they'll all have to look back on. Lindsay Davis, I want to bring you in here on the projection, the official projection, Donald Trump returning to the White House. You've been looking at the exit polls, and what Donald Trump did tonight was increase his margins in some of the areas where he won before by substantial margins. Almost every one of these red counties showed that he was gaining. And not only did he do that, but he peeled back some of the support in the urban areas, particularly from Latino voters. That was also something very telling tonight.
In virtually every metric, in virtually all of the things that we measure with regard to the exit polls, he increased his percentage from his points from 2020. And if you look at the top issues that people had, he's the one that they trusted. When you look at immigration, Donald Trump, by far. There we go. I think it's coming up here. There you go. When you look at who do you trust to handle immigration? Donald Trump. Who do you trust to handle crime? Donald Trump. Who do you trust to handle the economy? Donald Trump. And so these were very significant issues that people said that when they were going to the polls today, that they felt were very important in their decision.
We talked to Frank Luntz earlier for our special coverage here, Martha, of election night. He said he did last-minute focus groups. Many of them had favorable things to say about Kamala Harris in the focus groups, but they said they didn't know enough about her, didn't trust her on the key issues, and many of them didn't like Donald Trump, but still trusted him more on the economy and on border security.
And that's what I have found talking to voters over the last year and over the last few months when Kamala Harris has been in the race, that they didn't really know her. And say what you will about Donald Trump is authentic. And I think there was a little disconnect with Kamala Harris. He didn't know quite who she was. And when she started talking so much more about Donald Trump instead of herself, instead of her own plan, people just kept saying, I don't know exactly where she stands on this and the economy. I mean, they would just flat out say, my life was better with Donald Trump. I was listening to you say, we have never seen anything like it. We're all saying that. We said that almost every day when Donald Trump was president, and I'm sure we'll be saying it as we go ahead. But I want to say one thing. Donald Trump, in 2016, his inaugural speech, talking about division in the country. The Bible tells us how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. We must speak our minds openly, debate our disagreements honestly, but always pursue solidarity. When America is united, America is totally unstoppable. As we've all said tonight, that is going to be a very, very tall order.
A very tall order for the president as he enters his second term in the White House, though not consecutive, as we pointed out, part of the history of this night. Rachel Scott, he returns to the White House with considerable power, not only given the Supreme Court ruling on immunity that we've reported plenty on here, but also emboldened with a very good turnout for Republicans in the Senate. They were lifted by Donald Trump being at the top of the ticket. He's not only going to have a majority in the Senate, it looks like he's going to have a couple of seats that give him a majority. It's not a slim one, I should say.
Yes, that's exactly right, David. The former president will be returning back to the White House, back to Washington, and he will have a majority in the Senate. Of course, it is the Senate that confirms cabinet picks. This is what the former president is going to have before him. And by the way, several of the people that won tonight were people that former President Donald Trump endorsed in the primaries as well. David, this has been a remarkable campaign, unlike any other in American history. I've been covering Donald Trump now for 591 days since his very first rally of this campaign cycle in Waco, Texas, a twice impeached former president of the United States who at one point during this campaign was spending more time in a courtroom than out on the campaign trail. He ran this race his own way. He didn't even participate in any of the primary debates. Republicans rallying behind the former president and voters too. And all I can think about tonight is how the former president continued to start his rallies, asking his voters, his supporters, if they're better off now than they were 4 years ago. The question now for Donald Trump is how he's going to unite this nation.
Thank you, Rachel. And I guess as we always knew that half the country would not be happy with the result, the other half would be pleased, and both sort of portrayed it as a real threat to the country, the other side. But one of the things that I think that everyone can sort of agree on tonight, if we're looking for consensus for people at home, and this would take it back to Pierre and Aaron, because we had a fairly safe election day. Actually, election day that was quite safe, quite successful. There were a lot of safeguards in place, and we got through it just fine, Pierre.
Indeed, David. The key here there were some issues that popped up with bomb threats, but the American public resilient. They went out and voted. Law enforcement said these were all hoaxes. Don't worry about it. Move ahead. But it was interesting that they did believe that in several states, including Wisconsin and Georgia, that Russia was involved in putting forth some of these hoax bomb threats.
But Pierre, David, this has to be a triumph of safety and security over deep skepticism about the integrity of the vote and a lot of disinformation.
And David, I would add one thing. At the end of the day, as someone who grew up in a working class family, economics mean a lot to people. And I remember my mom often going to the grocery store and looking at the prices with a furrowed brow. At the end of the day, we don't elect saints. It's about the economy.
It always is, and we say that every time, and it's cliche for a reason because it's true. Pierre Thomas, thanks. I'll give you the final word there. Thanks to everybody. I mean, you've been just incredible. Brooke Klein, we can't even believe you're still standing. You've been punching the numbers all night. We really do appreciate it. And to Rachel and Mary, who've been on this campaign trail for the better part of a couple of years, we're really grateful. And to all of you here with us here at the desk. Thank you. Thank you. Vice President Kamala Harris expected to speak later today. ABC News will carry that live when it happens. Our coverage of the 2024 election will continue. For many of you, we return you to regular programming. Your local news has started here in much of the East. And of course, Robin, George, and Michael are coming up a short time from now on Good Morning America. And I'll see you a little later today for World News Tonight. I'm David Muir in New York. From all of us here at ABC News, thanks for being with us for almost 12 hours of election coverage. We'll see you later today. Good day.